take my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through, and I'm meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans.
We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all. That's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free. What a precious moment. We will always be young. We'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all. That's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 la.
ever since returning, nothing stops my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out, I had to start running with the far lost side, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Take
said. Could things be harder? Said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blowing on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing it too. If we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. If we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing along. It won't be long before they're singing a song.
Be who you are, it sets you free. Never change who you are. Be who you are, 'cause you'll always be my guiding star. Be who you are, it sets you free. Never change who you are. Be who you are, 'cause you'll always be my guiding star. 'Cause you'll always be. 'Cause you'll always be. 'Cause you're right and I know, but I don't wanna think about it. We are who we are. There's nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are.
keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Dagda, as it is a Thursday. It's the 30th of June, and that means it's time for LPL. Because guess what? Every day means it's time for LPL. We've got some pretty good games coming your way. I'm alongside my good friend Dagda. How was LEC, mate? You had a weekend away at LEC. Actually, I've cast with you since.
I was going to say you cast with me on Monday, but I don't think we are full faculties on that one, to be honest. It was a rough one, but yeah, definitely good. LEC was class, but it's good to be back home. You know, it's good to be back at the LPL. Actually, you know, ready for some absolute bangers of a series that we have coming up.
Yeah, we've got some good games today. Let's look at what happened yesterday first, though, because we had some pretty clean wins yesterday. Pretty fast games, honestly, when you look at the broadcast as a whole. 2-0s across the board. And most importantly, the thing I'm taking away from this one is FPX finally getting a win on the board. I feel like they've been so close so many times. They finally managed to get themselves a dub. And then Weibo as well managed to beat out Ultra Prime. I think a relatively expected win in that second series.
Yeah, also just on that FPX point, they smashed them. They absolutely demolished their air at them. Like, FPX just manhandled them. So good to see this team finally getting stuff together. And I'm excited to see now if they can kind of keep that form going forward. But as you say, I think a bit of a disappointment for Ultra Prime there in the second series as well. Because I think a lot of people were hoping a lot for Ultra Prime, especially after we started to see them start to get things together at the start of this place. But unfortunately, it hasn't been the case. Sitting now in 9th place at 2 and 3. Ultra Prime, at least will stay up in that playoff contention spot.
Yeah, Ultra Prime, 2 losses in a row, though. Same kind of story for LNG, right? They got a few wins on the board. They were 3-0, but 2 losses in a row, starting to slide down those standings. So a couple of teams there that we're keeping our eyes on as they are. Feels like they're still trying to figure themselves out throughout this split. But up at the top, you know, we've got win streaks galore. 6 wins for JDG, 6 for V5, wait, I can't count. 5 for V5, 5 for top esports as well. We've got some serious contenders up at the top of the table, and EDG and Weibo just behind, trying to catch up right now. Let's take a look at what's coming up today, because we actually have some very even matchups, I would say, when we look at how things are going to go, or at least the first one. 1 of 4 for both IG and BLG, and you know, coming into the split, you'd have higher expectations for BLG, but based on recency, I actually think this could be a very, very close series. And then our second series as well, RNG versus OMG. RNG certainly a favorite on that one, but OMG looking good recently.
Yeah, on a bit of a hot streak, but it's take down teams like LNG, so RNG will have the work cut out for them to make sure they can actually put OMG in the spot that at least I think a lot of people believe they should be in. But I'm excited to see what this first series is going to be like, Munch, because honestly, I think this is a much closer series than a lot of people are giving it credit.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. And, you know, let's start off by talking about BLG and why we think they would be even with OMG, because, I mean, obviously there's the scoreline, but every single time we watch them in the game, Dagda, I am disappointed!
That is an old school reference. That's Hercules TV show. That's a boomer reference if I've ever seen one.
That's a reference I anticipate 1% of the audience will get, but you know what? I'm right there for that 1%. But honestly though, BLG, like memes aside, they have been really disappointing in their games. Like when you look at this roster on paper, they should be like a top 3 team, top 4 team. Right now they're floundering.
Yeah, and it just feels like they have no idea how to fight. Like, every time I see them, I'm like, okay, cool, we're starting to get these early skirmishes coming through, which I think are working out, like, as a game plan better. But the problem is we're seeing them completely uncoordinated in their plays. As we start to roll through the clips, you'll actually see exactly what I'm talking about, where, like, their target selection is off, the way that they try to set up fights isn't quite there, and they oftentimes end up super spread out. And I think this first clip is a good shout of it, where you look at Icon, you look at Chris, and you're like, oh, Scout's actually just there on the side, but instead everyone turns onto Mako, which means Scout's completely fine to actually set up this play beautifully and actually get the EDG this win in these early skirmishes. And this is something that we see pretty consistently. Like even here, everyone just walking past Scout, not really caring about him. Doggo and Crisp tried to go onto the Azir, but you can see that Icon's on a completely different page, then have to try and come back and help out. It's all very uncoordinated, and it's why we're seeing so many of these issues starting to plague BLG, because they just really aren't on the same page when it comes to how they want to orchestrate fights.
Yeah, and I mean, like, this final clip, I think, is the epitome of it, right? They start the play by getting a pick for themselves. Weiwei completely separated. BLG, they could just path downwards. They could, like, there are ways for them to get out of this play, but they kind of just flounder. They kind of just stay in this one
Yeah.
spot in the river. They don't manage to engage on the 2 players. They don't manage to escape from the other players, and they end up just getting slowly but surely collapsed on and taken out. It feels like there are serious communication issues within this BLG roster, and a lot of the time, I'm not really sure what their game plan is, and I'm not sure they're sure what their game plan is either. But Dagda, if there's one player that can maybe save them, it could be an iconic change to their mid lane role. Icon has been coming in, and I will say, individually, he's had some good moments. But when we look at the stats, Dagda, it's not been too pretty so far.
Yeah, I think Icon is unfortunately a victim of the system on BLG. Because when I look at his stats, you can see, look, I'm not going to lie, they ain't pretty. I'm not going to try and say that these are good stats.
21st
but I
out
will
17.
say, yeah, I will say, the biggest problem that I see for Icon, though, is that he oftentimes is giving up his lane so he can try and help BLG in the early stages. And I actually think he's doing the right thing, where he's trying to find moments where he can start skirmishes in the early game for BLG, trying to link up with Weiwei, and in theory, with the way that Icon is playing, these actually should be good moves for BLG. But the problem is that because we're seeing these instances where BLG's early skirmishes and team fights aren't going their way, Icon ends up falling super far behind because he's trying to get these plays started. And I think it's kind of a bit of a catch-22 where, I mean, I think the reason that they brought Icon in was because Fofo was very much lane focused and not really helping out or doing very much in the early stages, particularly towards like neutral objectives. But because Icon is trying to kind of get the party started at the early point, he is falling behind. And as we start to roll into clips, like I want you to keep your eyes on the mini map here. Like, see that big wave that's crashing into the mid lane turret as Icon is moving across. This happens a significant amount of the time where Icon is trying to make these plays happen, but as you can see, it doesn't always work out for them. And every time he's just falling further and further behind his mid lane counterpart, trying to help BLG.
But then I will say, you know, this one didn't work out for Icon. You know, loses the wave, but also the play in general didn't really work for him and his team, and you can see BLG just struggling away beyond that point in the fight. But then in these next couple of clips, you can see his Azir, but also his Silas pretending to be Azir, both actually looking really, really good. First clip extremely long, but here you can see him on the Silas, gets the Emperor's Divide, dives in, gets a huge knockback. Like, that's the kind of big ticket team fight play that honestly BLG need. I feel like they need a player that's willing to make these kinds of plays. They brought in Bin, now having Icon to be able to facilitate that as well. I feel like team fights maybe could be a solution for BLG.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is that like they needed someone who's willing to put the team ahead of themselves, because you've got so many big names on this team and big carry players like Bin, Doggo, Weiwei as well. I think having someone who's able to take that step back and go, okay, well, I am willing to set myself slightly behind so that then I can maybe get, you know, I might go behind 100 gold, but I'll put my team up 300, 400, 500 gold.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's the way that Icon is looking at the game. And I think it's something that BLG desperately needed. It's just unfortunate that these early plays that they're trying to make around Icon, and look at those early skirmishes and team fights that you're talking about, Munch, hasn't gone their way. So I think once they can clean up those skirmishes and team fights, this style that Icon is bringing to the team will give BLG a very nice new lease of life.
I certainly hope so. We'll have to find out today, I suppose, because they've had 2 series, but they were against fairly tough opponents. So I'm willing to give them another chance today up against IG. IG, on the other hand, have also been up against a few tough opponents, but now they're going to have a bit of a breather ahead of them. Because when you look at IG's schedule, when you look at the teams they've been up against so far, you know, they're 1-4, but a lot of them have been close against teams like Weibo. You know, they lost to Top Esports, but again, 2-1 versus EG, 2-1 versus Anyone's Legend, and I feel like all 3 of those 2-1s could have gone the way of IG if they just played ever so slightly better. And yes, they beat FPX, but a lot of teams have beaten FPX so far this split. But in the future, right, BLG, a struggling team, LNG, a struggling team on the loss streak, TT, a team that are struggling to find their identity. I feel like IG could build themselves a little bit of a win streak here.
I agree. I think the biggest problem that I've seen from IG is just that there has been that little bit of inconsistency, especially at the start of the split where we had issues with their bot side of the map that I think teams like Top Esports and honestly even EDG were able to punish pretty well. But as the split has gone on, the bot lane has looked far more stable, and that's why we're seeing that they've had a little bit of an easier time against their opponents. But as you say, I think their loss against Anyone's Legend, and we're seeing your screen, was incredibly close. There was like one team fight where you're already up one game as IG. Shun could have hit the ultimate at the end of the game, but just barely missed out on it, and it meant that anyone's legend got the play they need to come back into the game. But it was an incredibly close series, and it feels like that's a lot of the time with IG, that their series are insanely close, but they're just not quite able to get it. But I will say it's a team that's very defined in their playstyle already. They like Uakai and a facilitator mid. We've seen him on things like the Renekton, the Scion, Ari, these things, even Gallios that can start to move around the map, play with Shun and enable Shun in the early stages to become this big carry, and then play these very bog standard dive compositions that work out very well for them.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, I'm really impressed by the fact that IG over the last couple of years, they've struggled to get the results on the board, and especially now they lost Rookie and they lost the Shy. It felt like a huge issue, but honestly, I feel like they are starting to build a new identity away from Rookie and the Shy, you know, and I'm starting to get excited about this team again. I'm starting to feel like I can believe in IG, and I can start to look forward to watching their games. Like that IG versus AL series, one of my favorites of the split so far. So if you missed it, I'd definitely go and watch that at some point during your free time. Not right now, though, because I've got a banger coming your way. And especially up in that top lane. Bin versus Zika. You already know these guys are going to go ham. You know they're both big team fighters. They're both players that want to find an individual advantage in the laning phase if they can. And a lot of it, I think, is going to come down to the counter pick. Dagda, when you look at some of these, I mean, Fiora, for God's sake, Jax, these are picks that are very situational.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing is that, like, you're seeing that although Zuka is on these kind of champions that like to get ahead in the early stages, he has been struggling to find that little bit of success. He's getting help from his team to play up towards that top side, but a lot of this new identity that we're kind of seeing from IG focuses around Shun as the carry, and Shun will make his way up there every so often try and help out, but it definitely is more of a case of, hey, we're going to play for the mid jungle 2v2 and then lean in towards Zik in the top lane when we have that control. Whereas when you look over at Bin, he is very, despite being on things like the Gangplank and the Nara that traditionally think as weak side top laners, he's getting a lot of resources from BLG in the form of like playing towards those top side skirmishes, even getting a good amount of ganks from Weiwei, Icon as well, even roaming up to try and make some of these plays happen. So I think that this top lane, especially with the players that we have, is going to be incredibly explosive, and you know that both these guys kind of have a bone to pick with a lot of the top laners in the league, where they want to show that they're the best.
Yeah, and especially, I just want to mention as well that we didn't put it on the graphic, but Zika has played 2 games of Riven so far this split. He's a Riven aficionado, and I'm so ready to watch more of that. I'm so ready to see more of that on my screen. But Dagda, I want to go back to a topic we briefly brought up, and that's that I think a lot of this is going to come down to skirmishes in the early game, right? I think a lot of it's going to come down to heralds, early dragons, and fighting for an advantage. Because, like, especially for IG, this is a team that they need to be scrapping. They need to be getting themselves a lead to snowball with. I don't feel like this is this is not one of these teams that's super coordinated. It's going to have perfect team fights in the late game.
Yeah, I feel like a huge amount of this game is actually going to rely on that the mid jungle as well. Like, just the way that we're looking to see, hey, look, Uakai very much this kind of facilitator style, right? We're looking at Icon and we're kind of saying, hey, look, honestly, Icon is kind of playing, whether he's on a facilitating champion, is playing to be a facilitator. So I think having this mid jungle going either way is going to really have a big influence on the rest of the map. I mean, obviously, traditionally it does, but I think even more so when you look at like how Uakai likes to roam, how Icon has been trying to get these skirmishes started at neutral objectives. Like, it feels like having control of that mid lane is going to be so incredibly important.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the mid lane matchup in of itself, I wouldn't necessarily anticipate there's going to be a lot of aggression in that 1v1, right? But like you say, it's all about just getting that wave pushed and leaving. Or, in Icon's case, just abandoning that wave, which is something we've seen historically. Like, if you think back to 2019, that was one of the things that B got kind of famous for, was being willing to just sack a wave or two, being willing to just leave that lane and go, look, okay, I'm going to miss some CS, but we're going to get a double kill on the bottom lane, so who cares? And I feel like Icon could start to lean into that style. Now, so far, he's played 5 games, and he's played 5 different champions. We've seen Corki, LeBlanc, Ari, Silas, Azir. So we've got a whole range of available styles there. You've got the facilitator in Ari, you've got an assassin in LeBlanc, and then you've got the Azir and the Corki kind of much more laid back, just trying to clear the wave and look towards the late game. I feel like we're yet to discover where Icon goes with this roster, because I feel like we've seen many versions of Icon over the years. You know, this is a guy that has been playing for years and years and years, and we've seen him, like, I always think of his Echo. You know, I always think of his Assassins and his LeBlanc, very, very good. But like you say, I think a facilitator role could work for this team, and that's what we all wanted from Fofo. If you think about when everyone started talking about this team at the start of the year, everyone's like, you know, Fofo is going to have to start playing that facilitator role. He's going to have to be there to set Uzi up to be the big carry, to set Breathe up to be the carry. We never really got to see that from BLG.
Yeah, and I think that's why the Icon pick, at least in my mind, makes sense. Especially when you look at, like, Icon traditionally has always had, like, such a massive champion pool. Like, even when you look at Summer 2021, he was the person who had the most unique champions played. I can't remember, it was like 23, 24, like an absolute, actually I think it was 22. Like, it was an absolutely insane number of unique champions that he played. And I think this is why when you look at this guy, the fact that he's able to bring so many things to the table, he can play a bunch of different styles, can help out amazingly. Like, even having pocket picks like the Xerath there, that it should be able to help out. But it is just a case of trying to get more consistency from these early fights that BLG are going for. Because I think that's the thing, is like, I would say he's slightly different to Doomby in that Doomby would just like, hey, look, this wave is going to push into me, I'm going to abandon this. But oftentimes Icon is actually setting up the wave properly. The biggest problem is that he kind of goes to these skirmishes thinking, hey, you know, I'll take the fight and I'll get back as that wave crashes. But the thing is, when you're dead, you don't get to catch that wave. So the timing window ends up messing up a little bit for him. But we are to pick and ban. BLG giving all the respect to Shun, the Nidalee, the Kindred, and that Diana. I mean, this has been bog standard pretty much every IG game.
I just sort of throw in as well, the Nidalee and the Kindred ban, you know, if you've seen Shun, you know what we're talking about. But so far this split, Nidalee has been 100% ban rate against Shun, and the Kindred has been 92% ban rate against Shun. Like, that is an insane level of respect, that it's not just from BLG, that's from everyone they go against.
And that's the thing, is that it's the reason that we're seeing so much respect given across to Shun, is because he has been such a big carry for this team. He has and it's he's currently sorry, I've now lost my stat that I was actually looking at. He has he has 25% of the team's damage. He's first for junglers in his damage percent. We often see him going towards more of a carry, which is why I was about to say I'd be surprised if he went towards the Lee Sin, but actually going to go towards the Xin Zhao that still has that early aggression that can do well against this Viego, but going to be taking a step back from that carry role.
Yeah, we'll see. As the Xin Zhao, I mean, the Xin Zhao can carry to some extent, especially if you get some kills early. Like in those skirmishes, you can certainly do a lot. Granted, not exactly a late game carry, but certainly can have an impact on the game. We'll have to see Renata take it away, denying the Renata-Kalista combo, but also to set Doggo up. And this is one of the first combos we saw with the Renata, right? The Aphelios being able to use the red-white, being able to go super deep and get those kills.
Yeah, and BLG at the moment, I think it's just a nice pick away, right? You look at the Kalista, you go, right, this Kalista wants to play aggressive in the early stages, but Aphelios actually does relatively well into her because he can beat her in the 1v1 once he gets to kind of level 8, level 9. As well, taking that Renata away, as he talked about, is going to give you great late game scaling alongside the Aphelios. But also, IG are going to be playing a short-range dive composition with the Xin Zhao, with the Kalista. Like, you're getting up close and personal, and Renata does so well at trying to shut down these styles of compositions.
Yeah, it certainly does. Renata can be an absolute nightmare to deal with if you're trying to dive into that backline. The hostile takeover is just so painful. You know, we've all seen it when the hostile takeover kicks off and hits like everyone on the team. Someone turns around, just one-shots the AD carry. It's always hilarious to witness. The Jack's going to be banned. I'm not entirely sure about that BLG ban. Whether that is just them opting out of ban. I feel like we've got a bit of an issue with the champ select here. I feel like we're going to be go for a remake on this one. But I'm kind of surprised to see IG going for the blind pick on the Gwen here, giving Bin the opportunity to go for a counter pick. And sure, they'll be able to ban a couple. Okay, the champ select is working because Camille's gone.
Yeah. I mean, it could be that we're just missing that ban. We'll have to see. But I think the Jackson and Camille are smart bans away from the Gwen. It's kind of saying, hey, look, we're going to set up Zika perfectly in the side lane to make sure that he's going to have no real issues. And already you're getting like the Gangplank, Gwen, Camille. Like, there's a lot that's already banned. Yeah, there's going to be the remake, but I think you're going to see a huge amount. Oh, okay. Actually, just a reset. We get the Nautilus ban, but Yeah, I think there's a huge amount of pressure now onto Bin as to what exactly he wants to go for. Because you don't really want to go towards like a big tank in the top side because you do really poorly against the Gwen. But I feel like with the composition BLG have, something like a Scion or an Oran would work really well.
Yep, certainly could. Certainly could. I like the Lysandra ban as well towards Yuukai. While Yuukai hasn't actually played Lysandra, he has played a lot of the Swain, a lot of the Ari, a lot of the Galio. A Mumu!
Let's go! So this is a Mumu
We already
support.
have this out. Yeah.
We haven't seen a Mumu support in the longest time. So Mumu started to come back into the meta when he initially got changed, and because he had the double bandage toss and was super aggressive in lane, it could set up a ton of plays. And I think this is sick because it means that On is actually, who's playing instead of Xin Lu, will have a ton of roam potential here and can actually set up some really big plays and can provide that engage to us. So it becomes very difficult for BLG to actually play out these fights with that massive Mumu ult and how short range BLG are.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. It's going to be certainly an interesting bottom lane. Kalista and Mumu. And hey, the Kalista ult's fantastic, right? Having that extra gap close. You just throw him in and then he goes kiss the sad mummy. The bandage toss can be a follow-up. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how that one's going to work out. Silas comes out for Icon. That'll be his second time playing this champion. Now we just need a lock-in for that mid lane. Oh, I'm so excited, Doctor. I can't wait to see this one.
I love how Icon was like, wait, yeah, a Mumu ult is sick. I'm gonna get a bit of that. I want a bit of this in Mumu ult. Because he's just like, hey, look, just provide a little bit more engage to him, have the counter punch whenever a Mumu goes in, and you can just get better AP scaling here for the Silas. So this is honestly going to be a really, really sick game. And with Yuukai even matching now with the Rise here to try and push inside us, look for the roams. You've got a really strong 2v2 for IG with Shun and Yuukai, so I expect them to try and play through this mid jungle and then lean into side lanes. But I mean, this is going to be super cool to see how both sides end up using these big ultimates that are available.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm really excited, though. This is going to be such an aggressive game, I feel like, in that bottom side.
Yeah.
Like, you have to play around the Amumu, right? He's got so much setup, and you've already got a Kalista as well. Like, if IG aren't playing around this bottom side, I don't know what they're doing with this draft. Like, that's the way they've got to play.
Yeah, especially because the thing is, when you end up leaving the Kalista and the Aphelios alone, Aphelios can actually do a lot of damage in the early stages, especially if he has things like the Gravitum, Infernum combo, like we've seen him just one-shot Kalistas, because Kalista takes time to ramp up and is very good at these short burst trades, or when she's able to properly stack up damage, but Aphelios has a ton of burst in his kit, which makes it a little bit tough. So if you end up having the Amumu leave the bot lane, you're then opting into that as the Kalista, which can be a little bit scary. So I feel like we're going to have a ton of pressure down towards this bot side, especially with a Rise there as well. It feels like a no-brainer to look for these dives with the Amumu, pull them back out with the Kalista. I will say, though,
Yeah,
Arn is the one that piloting this.
I want to just quickly clarify here. For anyone that doesn't know, Arn is an AD carry. I don't know what has happened. I don't know why IG is not running their main roster here. I'm literally scrolling through their Twitter as we speak to try and find out information. I've not been told anything, but double AD carry in the bottom lane. It's going to be Wink playing support on this Amumu, and already started off strong. On going to be stacking up the spears. Oh my god, they're going to kill Doggo. One more auto. On gets first blood.
And this is why the Amumu's so strong. The fact that you get this double bandage toss means you can provide so much CC in the early stages, and Doggo, he doesn't respect it. The cleanse just kind of comes out for nothing because the bandage toss had already done its due diligence, which means the second one lands, and there you go. The double AD carries clearly better than having a support in the lane.
And I like it. If you're going to have, like, no support player, I assume somebody's ill or something like that, right?
Yeah.
But if you're going to have two AD carries in that bottom lane, why not run a kill lane? Why not run something that's super aggressive? It's not like Amumu's the most mechanically intensive champion in the game, you know? So, for me, I love it. I like the way that they're approaching this.
I agree. I think this is super smart. You can see here Doggo completely caught out. So they wrap around behind the vision. He takes one step out of the bush. And there you can see with the Glacial Augment, that's the slow. But, I mean, Doggo literally cleanses nothing. Just pure panic. Like, cleanses, tries to cleanse the slow from the Glacial Augment, but it's still on the Glacial Augment path, so it does nothing. Wink had a second follow-up on the bandage toss. So Doggo just panicking completely on that play.
Interestingly, Arn still has his Black Spear. Oh my god, stun in the bottom side. I don't think I'll be too much on this one. Just trying to force the level 2 here. Swink actually taking a lot of damage for his trouble. This is the first time that we're seeing The Amumu in a little while as Doggo getting more spears up on him. On's gonna rend. One more auto would have done the trick. Oh my days. 7 HP on the Ophelia. 7!
And now he's going to reset. He's going to miss this massive wave. And especially in the early stages, these early levels matter so much. And the fact that Doggo now still level 1 means that Weiwei wants to make a play.
Yuakai in trouble here. Icon, the one to set it up. Weiwei moving in. Yuakai knows that he's doomed on this one, but maybe he can turn it around and go 1-for-1. Oh, he flashes out, but it's followed by Weiwei. Now Shun in a 2v1. Can he find the W onto Icon? I don't think so. The Rune Prison will keep him at bay.
Yeah, just barely Icon able to set up that play, but nice job. We talked about how, Mumu here, but how the 2v2 was going to mean so much for this this game, and Icon coming out on top in that initial trade.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, this is already a banger, Dagda. What a game we're witnessing right here. IG moving forward. They want to invade now. Wink is not stopping. He's like, look, if I'm not playing AD carry, I'm a roaming support. I've played enough games where my support abandoned me. You're on your own, mate.
And this is what it looks like when an AD carry is free from the burdening of CS. When he is free to roam the map as he once dreamed of. But honestly, it's working out great. I mean, you've got a 10 CS lead on the bot side. Doggo is down a level as well. The Kallista's already picked up the Cole for herself. She's well on her way towards her boost. Like, IG's bot lane is absolutely dominating in the 2v2. You do still have to be careful, though, of making sure that you're able to keep control of this mid lane, though, because if Icon is able to steal things like the Realm Warp, then start to move down towards this bottom side, BLG can start to kind of right the ship here on the bot lane.
Yeah, that would be the question. I mean, we said right at the start, it's a lot going to be about getting an early lead. Well, certainly if IG can just snowball like crazy, that'll certainly work. But Weiwei, with that first kill, maybe he can be the advantage for BLG. Zika moving in. And we talked about this top lane. We said this is going to be the matchup to watch, right? We were highlighting this 1v1 between Zika and Bin. Not even looked up here just yet because there's been so much action on the bottom side. But as I say that, Zika going aggressive, but Bin's about to turn mega. I don't think that's a fight Zika wants right now. Then again, I've been wrong before, Dagda. He's going aggressive. They are sparring heavily.
I will say, nice sidestep from Zika to dodge Bin's W there, so doesn't actually get the full damage. Wink, now finding out
he
why.
wanted the cannon.
Yeah, you've got to be so careful as a Mumu, because this is the thing, a Mumu isn't actually that tanky, especially if you're able to get the trades back. So Wink does have to be very careful that he's finding the right moments to engage here, because poke from Chris, poke from Doggo, even if you end up with the handshake as well to dissuade you, you can put yourself into a really bad position trying to get some of these bandage tosses off, and it can really come back to hurt you.
Yeah, one thing I'm a little curious about, I don't know how the interaction works. So you know how Amumu, when he's against Zeri, takes basically no damage from the Qs because it all counts as auto attacks and his tantrum reduces that damage. Zika all-inning in the top side here. Bin flashes away from the snip. Now Wink in the bottom side as well. Chris in trouble, flashes, keeps himself safe. Wink goes forward again, but IG's health bars are getting kind of low. They have to flash instead as Yuakai moves in, just gets rooted up. Doggo still just going ham on everyone.
Yeah, I mean, nice job from Doggo there, and also Chris. Chris obviously flashes away, but Doggo getting some nice return fire, and that's kind of the problem that you're seeing. If you don't 100% get this engage off, you'll take so much damage, but the fact now you've burnt the summoner spells on Crisp means he's now way more vulnerable, and I do expect to see a lot more damage down towards this bot side, especially with the way Shun's probably going to path here. He's going to be pathing back down towards this bot side, can look towards a play on the bot end of the map, plus also maybe towards the dragon, just before that Rift Herald spawns in 2 minutes time.
Oh, big damage in that replay. That was very nicely played by Chris and Doggo actually to get damage down onto Arn before this play. But they did kind of underestimate what the Amumu could do in return. There's BLG grouping up on the top side here, clearing vision. Icon and Weiwei. Potential to roam up towards that top side, but Shun and Wink are already here. Wink is up on the top side of the map right now. He has given up on bottom lane entirely. He is not a support. He is a second jungler.
Hey, I mean, look, we've had some great AD carries move into the support role and take over for JJ being one. Maybe we need to add Wink.
Bin's gone for it in the top side at the worst possible moment, and Wink is here to jump over the wall. Down goes Bin, and IG making it work without a support.
I mean, you know what they say was, you quoted this to me before, where it's like, you know what, Ringo isn't even the best drummer in the Beatles. maybe Shin Lu isn't even the best support on IG, because honestly, Wink's kind of cracked. He's been all over the map.
Yeah.
He's finding good engages. He's been setting up pretty well on this bot side, like being in the right place to answer. Maybe this is the combo. Maybe this is more of a for life thing, you know?
Look, all I'm saying is the best supports always used to be AD carries, because AD, you know what your AD carry wants, and you know how to completely abandon your AD carry as well, because you can finally leave that bottom lane. I mean, my favorite example is Afromu back in the day. If you remember, he swapped over to support back in, like, I don't know, it was like season 2 or 3 or something. But I remember in the short term, he was an amazing support within the LCS. Exciting times back then. There's a way we'll find that ward, but does mean IG have full information. Feel like Drake has to be done soon, right? Herald coming up as well. The fact that no neutrals have been done just yet, yeah, it's making me anxious, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Rift Herald is going to be the big one. So On and Wink here should have decent push on towards the bot side. Like, they can actually set this up as a slow push in towards the opposition, although Doggo just instantly cleared the way. But you've got to see if Shun can get down here to try and help out on that. Because you can see Wei Wei is already in position to try and help out on this push. And now he's kind of holding the hand of Doggo and Crisp as they move up through River to look towards this Rift Herald.
Yeah, moving up towards that top side here. You can see Wink and On now moving as well. Actually, they're just going for the Gromp. We're going for a reset. I don't think there's going to be a full contest. Yukai not getting the memo on this one. Getting caught out, forced to flash and chased over the wall by Wei Wei. Shun is here, though. Wei Wei might have gone a bit too deep, as Ignite is actually burnt there. It's Yukai's Spellbook Ignite. But BLG should have been able to buy themselves enough space now to just brute force this Herald.
Well, Yukai does have his TP back up, so should be able to get there. So you still have to be careful here as BLG. I think you got to look for the fight, and once IG start to come through.
I don't know if IG are going to get here in time, though. The Herald's already down to 3k. Maybe they just go for a fight anyway. Sans Herald. BLG have got that one. Icon trying to find the gap close, but Shun dodges it. That Curse of the Sad Mummy would have been the first of the game. Icon getting it before Wink even has access.
Yeah, it could have been very scary when you've got such a big ultimate, and also just the AP scaling going to do a ton of work, although Icon doesn't have a huge amount of AP in his kit at the moment. But yeah, unfortunately IG, they rotate everyone up, not able to get into a position to actually fight it. That means that you don't get to trade anything there. Like, On isn't able to get on towards the bot side to actually get some terror damage, and you're not actually getting the wave fully pushed in mid either, because Yukai really just caught the wave. So overall, just BLG coming out tops in that.
Look at Icon on the map. We've got Shun in the brush currently. Icon really wants to use this Curse of the Sad Mummy. Zuka suddenly in trouble. Shun's still here, but I don't know if they win this one, because here comes Wei Wei as well. Curse of the Sad Mummy about to come out any second here. Gets both targets. In comes Wei Wei, and down falls Shun. Great play from BLG.
They were hoping that they'd have Yukai be able to roam up in time to that top side. You can see him moving on the mini-map, but unfortunately, BLG checked the bush right as Yukai ends up starting to move up, and it means that they're completely caught out. I also think a bit of a mistake from Shun there. I think using the E to try and start off that play, I think he could have waited for the hop from Bin to try and follow, but either way now, it's BLG starting to answer back and getting some of this gold deficit back in their favor.
Yeah, we're just about even on gold. It's only a 400 gold lead in favor of IG for the time being, as it will just be winking on, trying to force a bit of priority in the bottom side. Pings on towards the Drake, but look at Icon once again. I'm loving watching Icon on BLG. He just has no interest in the mid lane. He's getting anywhere else he can on the map. Doggo's here. Crisp trying to get the slow onto Wink to start this one off. The handshake. There's a Fate's Call to keep Wink safe. Wink is still level 5. They don't have the Curse of the Sad Mummy. IG can't fight this.
And this is what we've been talking about with Icon, as he said, like, him roaming around, he will get the wave mid, but again, he's missing just that little bit of CS to try and make these plays happen, and although did get the play in top, couldn't make it succeed in bot, but Yukai hasn't really been able to punish him. Yukai hasn't been pushing the waves as quickly, hasn't really got the damage on the turret, has got one play, but Icon here.
I have to just use that Zinol immediately there. Just keep himself safe as the whole of IG jumping in. Wink actually got 6. Oh, flashes for the ult after the Renata ult there. Wink goes down, though, as Icon just tanking for his whole team. Finally falls himself. But that's a mid laner for his support. BLG need to make more happen. There's one for Crisp, but Shun and On jumping on to Doggo. The rend is there. Can he get one last Q? Crisp blocks it as On can't chase for any more. But even still, it's an even trade. But it does mean IG can get onto the Drake.
Yeah, great job from Wink to get that engage, and as you say, you know, even on the trade with the kills, but the Dragon going in favor of IG is going to be super good for them. Especially now that you get to see On pushing in on the bot side. He'll actually get to crash this wave, so you end up losing out a little bit of CS in that bot lane as well for the Aphelios. But Icon, I think here, just a little bit of mistake going that bit too deep. Crisp nearly gets this great ultimate off, but not quite able to get onto some of the key members. Cleanse from On as well instantly, and then Wink with this flash in. You just have IG with the earlier scaling composition. They have so much more damage here from On. From the Xin Zhao as well. And oh, we're back into his fight instantly, but
there is no reprieve.
No,
No
I'm fine with that. I am totally okay with that. I'm along for the ride of whatever this game is right now.
I know, especially in a BLG game. You
Yeah.
get into a BLG game and you're like, you know what? This is gonna be slow. This is gonna be boring. Either Herald? No, they can't quite get it in time. IG can't destroy the Herald. As BLG now, one thing to quickly mention, IG did get the Drake during that replay, so it is one Drake for IG now. Gold slightly ahead for IG as well,
God.
but it's in trouble. Here comes the Goon Squad. Icon has transformed this team.
Yeah, someone needs to record scratch that moment. Where it's like, I guess you're wondering how I got
probably
here.
wondering how I
Honestly.
got here.
It's just like, I'm underneath tower. This is totally fine. And next thing you know, there's just 3 members show up. I mean, BLG, they were killing him no matter what it took.
Yeah, they wanted to make a play, and Icon 100% kill participation on this Silas. I am loving what I'm seeing, and I am, let's be honest, Dagda, historically not a big fan of Icon. I've said my fair share of criticisms towards Icon over the years of LPL, but today on BLG, I'm loving what I'm seeing.
And I have to say, it is still slightly hilarious to me that, like, BLG and these plays from Icon, absolutely spectacular when it's them going towards a lane, like, canking an opponent. The second we get into team fights, BLG lose the fight. So we're still seeing everything that is consistent with BLG.
Oh my god, On just doesn't get to play. They do the round warp Goon Squad, and then immediately after, everyone just hides in the bot lane brush, and On gets wrecked again. 2 back-to-back deaths there for the IG bot laner. The weird thing is, they're not even... There's no Drake or anything. The goal was literally just to buy Doggo space to get on this tower.
Yeah, and I mean, he'll be very close to taking it down as well. And the fact you're setting this Kalista behind means that she basically just is going to be useless. She doesn't really get to do particularly much for the rest of the game. And it's not, as you say, with no objective on the map, it's not like IG have anything that they can actually turn towards. Although they will try and look for this play on the top side and see if they can get play onto Bin. But he has Flash. He's meant to go Mega Gnar. I just don't really feel like there's a play you can make up here.
Are we on auto director? Yeah, the camera's been like
Yeah.
following characters very closely. I guess Observer really needed a week.
Yeah, he just
I
needed
don't
to,
know.
you know, put the feet up, you know, take a now stretch. Maybe he had to go make a cup
Sometimes you
of
need a
coffee, for
coffee,
himself.
you know?
Yeah.
He was like,
But
it's a BLG game. I can just put my feet up. He's realized this is not. I'm going to have to concentrate for this one. Get some coffee. He's woken up now. Herald on the board. 6-4 on the scoreboard here. Gold just about even. And everybody piling in. Bin on his way. He's going to be the last one to the play. But BLG, enough presence to push IG off for now.
The thing is, though, Bin will have to stack up his Gnar bar before he gets here as well. So it's a lot of time before Bin's going to be a big factor. And IG, they're able to just steal this one away before BLG are really in position. So we kind of get the reverse side of this first Rift Herald, where it's now IG who are kind of forcing BLG to dance their drum at the Rift Herald.
I saw BLG all grouped up in that singular brush then, and you're against an Amumu. I could see disaster in their future, but everybody backs away in the end. The Herald, as you say, going to Shun. And a nice little pickup by IG. BLG, I'm not sure if indecisive or also agreeing that Amumu's not the champion they want to fight right now.
Yeah, I think at the moment, BLG just want to wait to scale a little bit. Doggo to get into a position where he's comfortable. You got Weiwei as well, who's going to have good late game scaling. But as you say, you still have to be careful. Like, Zuka late game is going to be really good in these team fights, especially because you are playing against relatively short range AD carry in Doggo. Like, Doggo has to step into the Hollowed Mist to deal his damage, which can be very, very tough for BLG's AD carry. But we'll have to see. Zika will find Weiwei.
A bit of damage down onto the BLG jungler. In the meantime, Bin pushing on the top side. Drake about to spawn in 25 seconds, but Bin does have TP. He's exhausted from Mega Gnar currently, though. Not even stacking. There we go. Finally getting some rage stacks on the board. But he'll just get this tower. Drake's still not even spawned just yet. He has TP. He can keep this up all day.
Yeah, I think he does. I think he tries to threaten the tier 2. I mean, a second dragon at this stage is totally fine for BLG to give up if they want to. Because simply put, like, you've got 10 minutes, 15 minutes until, like, you actually have to worry about, like, a soul or anything like that. So, I mean, BLG even going to get this one. So, overall, they're actually in a fine spot. But IG kind of saying, well, screw that. We're just going to run mid, try and get this play off of Rift Herald while you put resources into the bottom side of Rift.
Yeah, Ben actually ran mid as TP'd mid, sorry, turned Meganar, and IG back away off on the top side of the play. So, all things considered, it's a trade of a mid tower there. Well, actually, no, they didn't quite finish the mid tower. It was close, though. As BLG try and answer that mid tower, Zika jumps on forward using that Hello Miss. Ben turning Mini Nar. This is the opportunity for IG. If they can find the fight, Zika goes forward. There's one onto Crisp. Doggo trying to finish it off, but on jumps over the wall. Wink stuns Doggo up, but he escapes somehow. Finally taken down. Wink versus another AD carry, but this time he's the sad mummy. Causes a bit of despair, but Icon, he's a little sad himself. Didn't it around, but IG, they've just got too many players.
Oh, it looks so good. I saw the play. I was like, Icon has got it the flash. He's going to be able to do it, but IG just too far ahead in the fight, and they will get the kills. They will get the tower, and IG have just about eked themselves out of gold lead.
They certainly have, just about. Like you say, 1,000 is their lead. It was BLG, it was BLG that got the Drake in the end, but this was not really about the Drake. This was BLG extending for a tower.
Yeah, you can see there, Bin didn't get the Gnar off just as he turned mini. He was hoping to kind of push Shun out of the equation, but BLG incredibly separated here. Icon was on the bottom side of the map, so wasn't actually here as BLG tried to overextend for the tower, and he does end up stealing away the Amumu ult. But again, like, you've got Weiwei, you got Icon. Bin is trying to come back into the equation, but he can't really do particularly much, and without the resets really there for Weiwei, he's not able to carry this fight. So just unfortunate timing again from BLG, but what we were bringing up, right, like, even when BLG get these early leads, their team fighting still uncoordinated, not having people in the right places before they look for engages, or are just trying to overextend on the map.
Yeah, it feels like BLG, once again, issues with communication there, right? Icon on the bottom side of the map, the rest of the team overextending mid, not anticipating that IG could force that fight. And the thing is, it wasn't even Wink, right? I don't think they anticipate that Zika could just run at them and take a kill that easily, right? They thought that they were safe, and they were sorely mistaken. So now gold lead, as you said before, 1,000 for IG. Baron onto the map in 5 seconds time. I don't think either team really in a position to threat.
Nah, I think they're just going to chill out for a little bit of time. From IG's perspective, I actually think they're in a relatively good spot here where they can push mid and have Wing start to roam around, potentially look for dives underneath towers. As the Curse of the Sad, I was about to say Curse of the Sad bullet time, but it's just because this is such an old school Curse of the Sad mummy is out of play. But I don't know if IG want to do this.
Well,
this is a bit...
I was wrong. I was very wrong, Doctor. They do want to just go for the Baron here. Wink decides against the Hex Splash in the end. 5k on the Baron. Remember, this is a Callista. They can just combo for the smite. 2k into 50-50, and Shun gets it in the end. Now the fight ensuing. IG in the back of the pit. They get one kill for themselves. Wink sacrificed for the cause. Can the rest of the team win? Moonlight Vigil goes wide. Shun in the back of the pit. Zika over the wall. On trying to 1v1 Bin. In the meantime, though, Doggo's going crazy. Shun's going to go down, but managed to get a double before he does. Keeps himself safe for a second. IG, they get a Baron. It's a 3 for 4. I have no idea if that was worth.
I mean, just from the gold that everyone gets at IG, it will be worth. You can see there, like, they still have 1,000 gold lead off the play from getting Baron, even going down a kill. But, I mean, that could have gone so much worse. I actually gotta give shout out to Wink. Wink is playing out of his mind in this game. Like, the fact he goes forward here and gets onto Crisp and Doggo is the reason that nobody's able to follow up on this brilliant engage from Crisp. Like, if you actually have Doggo in the mix in this pit, this is a very different story. But Wink, as you said, sacrificing himself here so that then the rest of IG can actually mount an offense. Shun as well, realizing, hey, look, I need to go in here, or again, my team are going to be stuck. And On, unfortunately, wasn't able to hop over the pit wall like the Gwen was, or it could have been a better trade for them. But you still have the Baron on Zuka. You can still put a good amount of pressure in the side lane. And I think this is where we're going to start to see Zuka take over a bit. 4-0-2 on this Gwen. 2 items now completed with the Nashor's Tooth. Like, Zuka's in a great spot.
Yep, he certainly is. 4-0-2. We'll see what Zika can do in this next fight. 15 seconds until that Drake comes up. Bit of vision there for IG as they try to move forward. They try and contest. Icon taking a Fate's call. I didn't see who he bound to early on, but I would assume it would be Wei Wei, of all people, really. Shun takes a hit. That's a Gravitum as well. Bit more damage down onto the jungler. We're just going to fight. We're just going to go in. Icon turns Golden into the middle of everyone. It's a big hostile takeover, but not big enough. Been about to turn Mega. Maybe he gets some stuns, but there's no follow-up from the team. In comes Wei Wei. That's the follow-up we were looking for. He's turned into Gwen, and it's a 1-for-1.
Somehow BLG managed to turn that around as Doggo looking for more.
Oh, Doggo so close. His flash was a split second on cooldown, or he could have finished that kill. Beautifully played. BLG finding a bit of space.
I mean, they do get the kills, but it was very messy in that fight. You're looking at Icon going in when Doggo's not really in a position to follow up. You've been using the Meganar, but again, the rest of BLG are running for the hills. This is a bit of a miracle that this worked out, because watch where Doggo is here, right? Like, he's not able to follow up in this at all. He's got to wrap the whole way around the wall as Icon goes in. So the entire time that Icon is golden, you're getting no damage actually coming out from Doggo. He gets a couple of shots off the back. And even here, Bin going in aggressive while Doggo is walking away. Crisp has already used the Shirelia's Reverie to back out as well. And suddenly everyone from BLG is going in. This is the miscommunication that we were talking about. And honestly, like, they're kind of lucky that this fight went as well as it did.
Shun's extremely lucky that he managed to survive that one at the end of it. Like, I agree that, like, clearly BLG are separated. I'm starting to get to the point though where I'm not sure if this is like a communication issue or like a fundamental difference between the BLG players on how you should be playing League of Legends, right? Because I feel like it's been too consistent to just be that they're not talking to each other. I feel like that's something that you can very easily fix.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did see the documentary with Breathe on the team, where he was getting very frustrated at the communication issues that are on the team, where people are just screaming and not listening to each other. So it could easily be a communication, or honestly, as you can see there, like a difference in how far you want to push the game, how heavily you want to go forward. So it could be either of those things. But it's not quite working for BLG either way, although as I say, that's been getting a nice trade. But I want to see if they can add that consistency in. Like, it feels like you've got the star power here to make it work. And honestly, in this game, it may not even matter. I think the scaling from Wei Wei and Doggo may just starting to become too much for IG to handle.
I will say, Dagda, like if they have issues on whether or not they're going in, I think Bin will certainly solve those issues. And it seems like Icon will too, right? These guys want to go in. Bin is historically known for just wanting to go in. Whereas Icon, I wouldn't say that's the case necessarily as a reputation for this player, but based on what we're seeing today, it feels like this guy wants to be proactive. So it might be an issue that Doggo and Crisp need to start being a bit more aggressive themselves as well. As Wei Wei backing away, just staying slightly out of vision, will finally be spotted. No Drake on the map right now. Just posturing for a fight anyway. And you know what? That's the kind of League of Legends I love.
Yeah, I think it's about trying to set up vision control here for IG, where they can actually push mid, lean into the jungle here, as you can see, and now get to slowly but surely creep their vision forward, because they want to get bot tower, they want to be able to keep control over how much of the map BLG have access to, but that requires them to actually be able to potentially find in this bot side to get that controlled in.
Looks like Zika will be able to finish this tower off in the end, so they do find that bot tower that they were looking for. And so far, so good. And I have to say, Dagda, I just want to return to what we were saying. I'm impressed by IG display. I feel like they're developing an identity for themselves. I feel like a lot of these players, in fact, all of these players, didn't really have a big reputation before they joined IG. They are starting to build those reputations for themselves. I mean, Wink certainly has a reputation for himself, but like Yuakai, Shun, these players, Zika, finding themselves identities on this roster. They're becoming the stars of the show instead of players like Rookie and the Shy.
Yeah, I think Shun in particular, especially when Shun was back on the roster with the Shy and Rookie, you could see he was kind of being pulled around by the veterans on the team. But now that he's been able to play his own game a lot more, I think he's shown that he's an incredibly strong jungler. As I say that, we'll find some members of BLG, but I think he's just been incredible with his pathing, like the fact that he's able to bring out these massive carry performances. Like the fact he's the highest damage percent on all of IG as a jungler speaks volumes to what he's doing.
Icon has taken the curse of the sad mummy once again. That is a scary moment for IG. Wink is not scared though. He goes in. Hostile takeover. Wink goes even deeper. He was like 2 HP and he goes in anyway. BLG handily finding an advantage in this fight, but Shun on the front line. Maybe it can turn around. On trying to get the resets here, trying to take the kills, but they just don't have the damage. BLG find their moment off the back of Wink's aggression. On turns one around. Health bars are low. That's a little dicey for BLG.
Yeah, On is only half health though, and I don't know if he can try and stop this. There's no TP available for 30 seconds until Zika spawns, and I mean, On has to make some sort of miracle play here. Has the flash, but needs to avoid Doggo.
I mean, Doggo has the tank, which means they have no damage for the Baron, right? On might be able to find something miraculous. Bin on the front line is about to turn Mega. This could be disastrous for either team. It's been going down. Baron taken by BLG and a TP from Icon to scare the Kalista away.
I knew
was
that
the
On had
same.
auto-attacked auto-attacked Nard and Bin. But Jesus, I thought he got the Baron for a second. I was like, holy moly. But IG gonna use this opportunity to turn it over towards the Dragon for themselves, but a massive win for BLG in that fight. And unfortunately for Wink, kind of going that bit too deep. It looked wonderful, but they just IG weren't in a position to try and follow up on the play. We'll catch it here in the replay. Like, it's a really good engage, using the minion as that kind of moment to get in onto the back line, but Doggo instantly cleanses, and look how far Zika has to go forward before he can even get any sort of damage off.
I feel like Wink had such a good engage and then just goes again on like 200 HP. It's like, I don't know about that one, Chief. Now up in the top side, Yukai getting absolutely annihilated. Again, the Goon Squad from BLG. I don't even know how that one kicked off. I don't know how we ended up in that situation, but BLG find themselves a tier 2 off the back of it.
And no Zanya is available for Yukai there. You can see he's just about to come off a cooldown, so might have been able to get to the safety of his tower and survive, but now you've got pushing lanes for BLG. They get the top tier 2, Baron up creeps in the mid, but look at that bottom side of the map. Bin trying to shove in that wave all the way in, so IG are able to put the majority of their forces in the mid lane and would at least defend that tier 2 for the moment, but a minute and a half still left on this Baron. There's a lot more waves that they have to contend with.
Certainly are. Wei actually having a really good game for himself right now. 7-3 and 5, doing well on the smites as well so far. We'll see if BLG can finish this or not. 2,000 gold lead for themselves, and I love, like, this game has forced BLG to be proactive, has forced them to be ones making plays, and Icon seems to have changed this team for the better right now, because they're looking to get this first win on the board in the series, but they still have to dot those I's and cross those T's. They haven't broken the base just yet.
And I think Icon is my MVP for this game. He probably won't get it because, I mean, Wei has like 7 and 3 kills. I think Doggo's had a spectacular game. But the reason that this game went the way it did is because of those early roams from Icon. And the fact he's in a lane against the Rise where he shouldn't actually be getting those roams off, shouldn't have control of the wave state, but still finds those moments where Yukai's on a reset to push in a wave, go group up bot side, like dropping a 1 or 2 CS here and there to make sure that his team succeeds. Like, this is what we're talking about for Icon. This is why he's been such a good addition to BLG.
As Shun wanted to clear vision there, decides against it in the end, backs away, and rightly so. But I totally agree. Icon's absolutely the MVP for me if BLG wins this game. But there's still time. On having a pretty good game for himself on the Kalista, almost full build at this point. And I feel like these scraps have been pretty damn close. Like, if it just goes slightly differently, I can easily see IG taking one of these fights and suddenly finding themselves back in control of the game.
Yeah, it's just the problem is just the scaling that BLG are on. Like, yes, you've got On who's nearly at full build, but Doggo nearly finishing off his rapid fire cannon as well. Like, he's getting very close to full build, and Aphelios before items is so insanely strong as well. And when you look across at like IG, yes, you got Zika, who's got some great late game scaling, working towards the demonic embrace now as well. But I mean, Wei's huge. You've got Bane, who's got good frontline, Crisp as well. It's just the value that this enchanter brings to the table is insane.
Doggo's found On. That's big damage, but not enough big damage. Shield bow going to be procced. Shun found in the jungle in the meantime. Wink moving forward. Hostile takeover is going to keep them in their tracks right there. Wink can't move. He can't play. That's going to be the Kalista ult to keep him safe here. And IG get away by the skin of their teeth.
Huge amount invested there on both sides, though. You've got Shun having to use his ult, Wink even using the ultimate as well, just to buy space before he gets the Fate's Call. So you got it now, BLG, who have the higher health bars, at least able to push in this wave, will not have any vision on this bottom side, though, as the dragon is about to spawn in a minute. So they will take a bit of a quick reset, so they can try and establish some control in river with all the waves now pushed in favor of BLG.
Yeah, 1 minute on this Drake. You can see IG trying to push forward for vision, but there's no way. There's no way they can contest with Yukai topside currently recalling. Zika just about pushing that wave out, but it's not even going to hit the halfway mark in the bottom lane. It feels like IG are losing ground here and struggling to maintain control of their own jungle. Struggling to maintain control of the mid lane by the looks of things as Shun gets rooted by the Gravitum. I love how aggressive Doggo has been this game.
And that's who you need to get onto here is IG. If you hope to hold on to this game, it needs to be about getting onto this Aphelios, but Cleanse is available for Doggo, Flash as well. So even these big ultimates, if they're available for Wink, aren't going to cut it. You need more help onto that back side, and we're looking at Yukai to see if he can maybe have some sort of creative Rift, not Rift Maker, what's the Realm Warp, sorry, that I'm looking at to see if he can try and put his team into a position where they can have multiple flank angles and get onto Doggo.
See if they can. IG getting collapsed upon here. Icon's got the curse of the Sad Mummy. Can he get to the backline is the question. Wink's gone down already. And Arn's in trouble. Curse of the Sad. Nah! BLG jump in the middle of everyone. And Zika left alone in the world. It's BLG taking the fight and taking the game.
I don't know what today is, Munch, but if you told me when I woke up that I was going to have a BLG series with more kills than there are minutes in the game, I would have called you a goddamn liar. But my god, am I happy that we exist in this universe.
The thumbs down coming out from Way here. What a game. BLG actually being proactive. Icon has changed this team. If he doesn't get an MVP for that game, man, I'll be devastated. He absolutely deserves it.
Yeah, Glock in my lap, firing on all cylinders today. That man, absolutely insane. Being able to roam around the map consistently, like, this was beautiful. Like, this is what I love to see. Like, the BLG are actually bringing in this, like, and look, I think Fofo is an incredibly strong carry, but bringing in Icon and the fact that he's getting these roams off, he's actually driving the early game for BLG. We talked about how important this mid jungle was going to be, how important it was for Icon to try and steal the realm warps, look for plays, and he was. I mean, honestly, he used every ultimate in the other team better than they used their own ultimates. Like, his realm warps were more impressive. His Curse of the Sad Mummies were more impressive. Like, honestly, it was absolutely incredible to see what he was able to achieve.
I will say, in Wink's defense, he had some good ults. It was just the follow-up bandage tosses that I wasn't so convinced by. What a game. What a game. And honestly, I wasn't super convinced by the Icon change. Like, I preferred it over Fofo, but I felt like it was going to be somewhat of a side grade. I understand the pitch now. I understand the logic of picking this guy up. Clearly, BLG needed a leader. And Icon, he's experienced. This guy's been around. He's been playing for 6 years or something like that. Like, he is the leader that apparently this team needed. Because, yes, there are still clearly some communication issues. They're not all necessarily on the same page. But you can see the beginnings of something that could really work for the squad. And I'm on board, Dagda. I'm absolutely on board.
Yeah, especially when you've got so many strong members on this team. Like, when you look at, I mean, they've been the super team. Like, this team was the most talked about when we came into spring. A lot of people had them, like, second, if not first. And then there was a lot of other people, like, say, Raz, for instance, were like, no, too many names on this team. You need to try and figure something out. Otherwise, you are just going to fall prey to everyone wanting to try and be the big carry. And that's exactly what we saw from BLG. But now that you kind of got Icon coming in, who's willing to take that step back, I think Crisp as well has been one of the best supports still that we have in the league, despite what's happening on BLG. It looks like you're starting to see a recipe for success. It's just about making sure that they've got the right measurements for themselves when they go in towards those team fights.
Yeah, that's the long and short of it, right? Is whether or not they can all fulfill the roles that they need to. I have to say, I'm kind of impressed by Icon's damage. Quite often you see Silas numbers being fairly low, even in wins. But actually, doing pretty well across the, I mean, I think Curse of the Sad Mummy helps, because that does big damage when you're using it on Silas. You're hitting everyone. But fantastic stuff, honestly. Really impressed by Icon, really impressed by the team. Really impressed by the proactivity. I keep on saying it, but I think that's the most important thing, is that we've seen a different BLG today. We've seen them, you know, the realm warp to dive on in the bottom lane and then just group it up in that brush to just re-kill on again. Like, I love that kind of creative play. That's something I've never seen from BLG before.
And I really like that they kind of felt like understood what they had to do with the draft that they had, right? Like, Doggo always going to be the main damage dealer in this draft. So making sure that once we saw Doggo fall behind in the early stages, because let's be realistic, like, he got battered those first 2 levels. Like, dying level 1, then being pushed out of lane after he came back to lane meant that he was completely out of the mix. The fact that then you get Icon is like, all right, cool, don't worry guys, I'm gonna make sure that I can get you across the finish line. Plays down towards bot side, gets a ton of kills for Doggo, even allows him to get that first tower blood on that bottom side as well. Like, that was so crucial for Doggo being relevant in this game, and I think that's why, look, I don't think he will get MVP, but I really think Icon should be MVP in this game.
Well, Dagda, the last time I saw BLG this creative was back in 2020 when Meteor played Maokai Jungle. It's been a long time since that happened. We'll see if they can keep the creativity up in game number 2. As he tries to get out to safety, Devour actually going to work, and the Shy makes it happen! The Shy and SOFM, partners in crime.
The LPL are kings again.
Every player has heard the legend of the Shy, the prodigy who turned the top lane island into a top lane kingdom. A fearless warrior who ascended to the highest of highs and made his name known across the world. But for the last couple of years, that legend has felt more like a myth, and we've been left questioning when or if we'd see those highs once again.
Wait, they're just gonna go for it. The Shy is looking to take a 2v1. He goes for the 1. He gets the response. The redemption arc is started.
But this year, it seems the wait may finally be over.
I am your salvation.
Hostile takeover. That's on all 4 members. And now the righteous judgment to save On's life. iBoy can't get excited. And Weibo move forward as 5. Yellow card connects. Cleanse too early from iBoy. And he falls.
You make a normal tier list, and then you make 4 when you're facing the Shy. Because then you have to suddenly put a lot of new picks up towards the top where, we can't give him Jace, we can't give him this.
Which one do you give him? I always have to check my eyes when I'm watching his matchups, because he always locks in like Vladimir into these really bad matchups, like in the Jason Rise, and comes out with like favorable trades, solo killing at times.
Weibo, bring it back against RA. The Shy blind picks Kale, and he's able to pull it through this time as well.
When the Shy is on form, the whole world braces, because they know the king is coming for his crown. But standing in the way of the top lane kingdom is a man with ambitions of his own.
He's trying to get LWX, fails a little bit here as Knight now TP's in. The Everfrost uses matches as Wayward with his flanking angle. The MVP we talked about from last series in the perfect place at the perfect time. It's Wayward and Knight stealing the show. Well, he might be a little bit low to that old mid laner, but top esports are still the ones to get blood.
Wayward and top esports have cut through their opposition thus far and continue their rise to the top. And if he can climb the mountain that is the Shy, his position as a top-tier top laner will be cemented across this world.
The Baron start instead while he's still unavailable on the map. We'll see what top esports can do. Wayward currently running over.
Yes, level 13 Gwen, remember this guy's been big in the team fight so far. It's FTX again. They shouldn't be in, now making their markers. Speaking of the devil, the ult blinds the Baron pit, and Hung has to get away, but Jacking Up takes him down in a close corridor. Wayward is having the time of his life, and top esports bringing blood to the parade once more. LWX the last snip, and Orcs, man, close corridors really hurt FPX. That was Wayward all the way.
The good old days. Do you remember?
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building from Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie. Ah, good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That era lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I.
碰到手长的英雄的话，练亚塔不是很好发挥，然后在其他阵容里面的话，就看位置吧。可能就更多的话，就对线打的 比较发育一点吧，就好好的发育等团战吧，然后看后面的团战的配合之类的。
That's very optimistic. Maybe we'll farm during the bottom lane. I don't think so, buddy. Not based on game number 1. That ain't happening. I'm much joined by Dagda as we head towards our second game between BLG and IG. And game 1 was an unmitigated banger, and so much of that was down to Icon being proactive. He got that MVP that he deserved, and rightly so.
I was so glad he did. I was so worried for Icon when I saw the way that like the game was going, because like, oh, you got a ton of big damage coming through, like from the likes of Doggo, big numbers being put up by Weiwei, but Icon, as we said, was really the glue that held this entire game together for BLG. The early roams down towards the bottom side to make sure that Doggo was in a good position, his engages in team fights, his ultimate usage, it was all super clean from Icon.
It certainly was. I mean, this play especially, like, being very patient with that Curse the Sad Mummy. I think anyone would have been willing to just go for one target there, but waiting, making sure that he can set it up for his team. The Realm Warp bot to get this play, you know, the follow-up kill on there as well. But just so consistently being out on the map, making these plays happen. And then obviously, this big final was just beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, so good to see. As you said, the Curse of the Sad, well, not so sad Nar, I'll say at the end of that one, but really good shout here from BLG. And I like that we're seeing the reason Icon was brought into the team, right? Because I think a lot of people kind of going, well, look, Fofo is a damn good mid laner, but you needed a little bit of something. You needed a bit of a spark in the early game, and Icon definitely provided it in this the early stage of this game. So now we'll have to see if he's going to be able to do the same for game number 2, because I actually think like the blind Sylas pick doesn't always work out, but I think the fact that there were so many good ultimates on the opposite side and Icon was willing to go for it, I think was a really good call from the mid laner.
Absolutely. We're jumping into picks and bans. We'll have to see. BLG over on the red side now. You know, banning the Nidalee, you can anticipate they'll ban the Kindred, and then probably the Wukong is the third ban. So then we have 3 bans towards the jungle if we go based on that assumption. But actually it's the Zeri, which means either the Wukong or the Kindred could be available for IG.
Yeah, the Kindred, the Wukong, the Diana was the other one that we saw banned away, and something that IG really like to pick up for Shun in that jungle. Also just opens up a ton of options for Urukai, whether he wants to go towards something funky like the Renekton that we saw, the Scion, because you don't really need as much damage coming through for your mid lane. He's even brought out things like the set as well into this, so I'm super interested to see what the plan is here from IG, and the respect shown to the Sylas as well.
Yeah, the Sylas getting taken off, which, you know, has been one of Icon's big picks over the years, but not, you know, it's not in his top 3 champions or anything like that, but certainly looked good in game number 1. I guess in that context, you just remove it. Maybe IGs just want to play a Mumu again, because if they're playing Wink on again, like, they might actually end up relying on that as a strategy. So maybe banning the Sylas is the way you gotta do it.
Yeah, I was actually having a quick look at the solo queue results for Wink just while we were in the break, and he actually has been playing a little bit of support recently, a lot of Karma and the Enchanter support, so I think he has other options there. But I mean, Wukong left open for IG, they're going to gobble that up super fast.
Absolutely delicious. The Wukong going to be locked in there. Over to the side of BLG. And, you know, the Amumu not so good if that Kalista is gone. You could just go Kalista to Renata again. Like, it worked for them reasonably well in game number 1. Well, the Renata Aphelios, but Kalista Renata, similar style where we've seen the Kalista from Doggo. We've seen the Renata's great from Crisp. I like the idea, at least.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, because it feels like they're going to take the Viego here to try and match the jungle pickup by IG. Just in case you end up with IG, say, taking something for Urukai mid, and then you're caught in a position of like, okay, well, do we end up going for our jungle on 3rd rotation, our 3rd pick, and that means that then we're kind of caught out with the way the draft works out. So BLG, at least the moment, going to match, but imagine we are just going to see the AD carry and support locked in here for IG, which means that you can take either the Renata away for IG, or BLG can respond with the Renata in kind.
We'll have to see. That Renata, you know, something that you don't usually want to lock in until you've seen that the enemy is a short-range composition. Well, the Kalista would lean you to believe that it's very likely a short-range composition you're up against. So, could very much go the way of, I'm assuming, Wink again. Maybe it's on that will play support this time around. Maybe they're varying it depending on champions. They've split the responsibility. We'll have to wait and see once we get into the game. Because the the order in the pick and ban was wrong for game number 1. It was Wink that played support, so we'll just have to wait and see on that one. Over to the side of BLG, though, perhaps the support here could go... They went, I think it was blind top lane with the Gwen last time, right? That was for the side of IG, but it looks like it will be support.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Nautilus is a good shout here. Good engage, good ability to try and start fights here for BLG. And it means that it frees up Bin, especially for this red side counter pick, to go towards something that doesn't need to provide an engage tool like the Gnar or any kind of other setup. And even for Icon as well, just kind of having that freedom to figure out exactly what they want to go towards. But honestly, I think, like, looking at Icon, I imagine he'll end up going back towards something like LeBlanc, maybe something like the Ari as well, unless it's banned away here by IG.
We'll see what will be banned on the side of IG here. The Lissandra once again taken away from Urukai, which once again, he's not actually played so far this split, but he's still being banned away from him. But we'll have to wait and see what IG opt to ban away, whether it is going to be that Gwen taken off the board, whether they think they need to ban the Gwen, whether they've got an answer up in that top side. The Gnar for Bin last time didn't seem to work out too hot.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I think what IG are saying is like, okay, we're going to leave the Gwen open, because the thought process is if BLG take the Gwen, you can then go towards something like a Jace or something along these lines if you want to, and you should be relatively okay. I think what BLG are eyeing up here is an Ari first pick on this rotation, because you're getting Lissandra gone. You're probably going to go for something like a Swain, there it is, to make sure that then Ari has a decent time in lane, and you've got the ability then for Icon to start to look for roams and try and set up these early skirmishes down towards the bot side and Dragon. So I think for IG, they're like, okay, well, Ari has been set up beautifully, so if BLG pick the Ari, we'll have some sort of response by Urukai, maybe goes towards a Gali or something along these lines. But okay, I was going to say they then get the response in the Gwen for a topside pick, but actually banning away the Gwen, so maybe they're just looking for some sort of like tank top lane for Zika. But I will say that hasn't really been Zika's style. He's been way more in on the carries.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you think of Zika, you do not think of a tank, right? You think of the Riven, you think of the Jax, you think of the Fiora, the Gwen. So we'll have to wait and see. Bin, though, he loves this Jax. I've seen Bin pick the Jax blind quite a few times over the last few years. You know, he's not played at this split, but historically, we know Bin loves a bit of Jax. So we'll have to see what Zika is going to pick to answer that Jax. Because, you know, the Gwen being banned away, the Fiora being banned away, these are things that usually the Jax is picked into. Maybe the Camille.
Yeah, try and go for a bit of the skill matchup in the top side. Could work out well. I think it gives you that late game scaling, good engage as well for IG, and good lockdown on towards people like the Callista. And especially if you want to go for the Ari here, it does deny Icon really the opportunity to go for something like a LeBlanc in response, because the Camille can always come into it.
Can I just take a second to point out on this picture here, he's just like looking the wrong way. I mean, this is clearly on purpose, but you know, we've seen a lot of pictures in the LPL. Some of them are creative, some of them not so much. This is creative in a strange way, but I'm here for it. It's just like facing the wrong direction. Why not? Why not?
Well, he'll have to be facing the correct direction here, because there is one button on IG and it is go forward. It is not the way that On is looking, so On will definitely have to do a quick pivot here, because with the Wukong, the Galio, the Camille, all of them providing great engage tools, you're definitely looking at IG going for this dive style. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see Urukai playing pretty heavily towards Zika in that top lane. Post level 6, the ability to lock down Bin and then find these great engages is going to be able to swing that matchup in favor of Zika. And I think BLG are going to have the work come out for them, particularly Icon, in trying to keep pace with that. And I'm not sure if we're going to see Icon moving up towards Bin or Doggo. I think he has options, but you definitely want to get the ball rolling early here as BLG or IG can start to run away with this in team fights.
And I love that 2v2 from Weiwei and Icon, right? Like you're saying, Icon want to be moving to those sidelines. Well, the Viego's so good at following up when you land that charm, being able to get that first kill. You both get the reset, right? With the Spirit Rush and with the ult reset for the Viego. So feels like a really, really good setup here for BLG. But on the side of IG, I feel like after game number 1, I'm hopeful that they can give us a show again, right? Game number 1, they're bringing out an Amumu support, being really aggressive during the lady phase. The level 1 kill, for God's sake. Like, feels like IG came in, despite whatever issue is going on that's caused them to play both of their AD carries in the bottom lane, and still giving a good show. And I think that's worth mentioning. That's commendable performance. And I want to see that again in game number 2.
Yeah, and I think Wink actually, not only just the fact that he played aggressive in the lane, but also just, you know, where he's positioned in the early stages. Like we talked about, saw him roam up towards topside a lot, trying to deny plays from BLG. I think Wink had a great game. It's now a very different style, though, from the Amumu. He's not trying to launch himself in and find these big plays. Instead, he is going to be playing a lot of that counter engage, and trying to follow up on, you know, having Uikai go in with this big ultimate Wukong knockups to try and see if he can get BLG locked down for as long as possible.
Bin going to be looking for a stun on the top side. We'll be able to get it. As, I'm not sure what ability Zika started. He didn't use any ability
His
there
Q,
in the
his
trade.
oh, he didn't actually. I was about to say, I thought it was Precision Protocol that he started.
Yeah, it's not leveled.
Oh,
any.
yeah. I imagine he will try
Intriguing.
to start with the W, but didn't want to start it just in case Weiwei was there and maybe he needed the hook shot to get out. But yeah, usually you end up starting the W in this lane because it's decent poke. You can actually like heal off it, easy to trade. You can push the wave relatively well with this. Like it kind of gives you everything that you need in the early stages.
Yeah, it certainly does. BLG once again, level 1 shenanigans here. This time it's BLG that wants to start off, but just going to be a ward down onto those Raptors. Make sure that they know exactly where Shun is, where he's going, because there's a ward on the blue buff as well. So Shun, 0% chance that he gets away with his jungle clear without being spotted on this one. There he is. Although I don't know if they saw it. Okay, yeah, ping's coming down there. So BLG now fully aware of where Shun is starting. Weiwei starting on the top side, actually starting with his Raptors on the Viega.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to move away from Shun. The early passive passive armor and health regen from Wukong actually makes it a bit tough for Weiwei to go against him in those early stages. So he's just going to try and separate from those two. Chris getting a nice engage from Wink, but a good handshake back means they'll actually answer the trade.
Yeah, very nicely done there. And Arn maybe can get some bonus autos in with the Calibrum there. There's good trades for Zika in the top side. And remember, this is very much a skill matchup between the Camille and the Jax, but between LPL top laners, the general consensus is that Camille ends up winning out this lane. So long as you can basically hook shot when Jax has his stun currently spinning, you can get the stun and then back away out of the radius to get the positive trades. Just like that. Perfect example. Thank you very much, Zika.
Yeah, and that's why we often see the W taken at level 1 as well, is to stop the Jax being able to abuse the counter-strike in the early stages, because you can get the slow with the W and then be able to move away. And then when Jax ends up with Leap Strike at level 2, that's when you take the hook shot, so then you can counteract that, as Munch delightfully put.
Well, Bin, known for being a little too aggressive, might end up losing out on a cannon because of the presence of Shun. He does know that Shun is around, though. He saw him on the ward on Gromp, so he'll be completely safe on that one. And it looks like Shun just going to return to his jungle here, as Weiwei has gone for an invade here. Gone for the chickens. He's going to go for these Raptors as well. Getting a cheeky bit of bonus gold, and it will set Shun pretty far behind, honestly, because Weiwei still has a whole quadrant to go.
Yeah, I mean, really good call here from Weiwei, because you can see Wukong, like, will probably move up to get this Scuttle Crab on the top side river. You're just moving up now. But it means that Weiwei gets to move back in towards his own bot side and get this massive lead for himself, where IG actually has no idea that this has happened. And even Shun, as he starts to move in, we now realize, okay, we actually have Weiwei who started on the top side, but doesn't realize his bot side camps have all been done.
It's an absolute disaster for Shun. He's trying to split the map, but the map was already split by Weiwei. But it's split on the wrong side. Except that didn't make any sense. There was no map split. Weiwei going to go over to his crop though now. He's still not even done his blue buff. We're 4 minutes into the game because of the roundabout way that Weiwei's played this jungle. So very nicely done though. And will find himself a significant CS lead as those Raptors have finally just come up. But Shun, he's going to the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, that's where he thinks all of his camps are, and I mean, this is where he should be able to get stuff happening, but unfortunately not going to be the case. The problem here as well is that he can't go for a gank on bot side, because look at where the wave is positioned. It's actually pushing into Doggo and Crisp, so trying to get some sort of play here is going to be really, really tough. He's kind of just sitting here to make sure that he can support on a Wink in case Weiwei shows up, but Weiwei knows, look, I'm going to reset, I'll get Machine, I can move in towards my Wolves, Raptors, Krugs again, and just keep this pace up where I have this massive lead to myself.
Yeah, I feel like Weiwei so far this game, his entire goal is just deny everything from Shun. Shun now spotted on a ward, as Drake will be spawning on the map here. Weiwei's gone to his Raptors because he's like, okay, if I'm Shun, where am I going now? Where can I find a camp? Well, it's my Raptors, so I'm going to go deny the Raptors. So he's still never done his Wolves yet. This game, Wink ignited at the bottom side. Dogger trying to get damage down, but answered very nicely by On and Wink.
You do have to be careful on the top side here, though, because as you can see, Yuukai and Shun are on the hunt, and Bin is pushing out. This was the biggest problem with trying to move up towards the top side. You can match the 2v2, but with Yuukai it's a 3v3, and Icon can't move up to the top side. No TP, he's opted for the Ignite.
Bin's got to be a little cautious, but Yuukai not level 6 just yet. Will back away, return to the mid lane. Icon just hit level 6 off of that wave. Perhaps an opportunity for Icon to roam here as he pushes a wave in. Weiwei's already on that top side, just denying CS. Almost double the farm right now of Shun as he moves in to try and find a camp. He won't find a camp, but he might find a dive on the top side. Huge wave here being pushed in by Bin. Zika still not level 6 either. Great flash to dodge the charm, but it's not going to be enough against 3.
Gorgeous play from BLG, and a really good understanding of how Shun is going to move to stay efficient on his camps. Like, you can see that the first thing that Weiwei did when he went in was check to see, okay, the romp is gone. That means that he's probably moved on towards Wolves, which means if we do this quick enough, you can't have Shun move into position to help. And you can see Shun actually read the play. Like, he started moving back up towards this top side to make sure that he could support Zika in case that dive happened. But it happened so quickly and so efficiently that they just, I mean, IG had no way of responding.
Yeah. And now you can see Shun up on that top side going for the Scuttle Crab. Well, Weiwei, I'm curious if he's just going to go to his own camps. Looks like that will be the answer. Wasn't sure if he'd maybe go for an aggressive invade, but deciding without mid lane priority, doesn't want to go for anything too crazy.
Yeah, I imagine as well BLG want to start transitioning this into Dragon Pressure, because you have Doggo on this Kalista. You want to try and be able to use the advantages of this Kalista in the early stages, especially with the boots now completed as well, plus mid lane push. It feels like a no-brainer to start getting these dragons, because honestly I think if we go like super late, IG win out. Great engage, great team fight, really good damage profile from both On and from Zika as well. And if you end up falling in that trap where you don't get these early dragons for BLG, I think it means the game is so much easier to stall out.
Zika completely messed his hook shot up. Bin might have an opportunity here. Still has flash available. Zika does not. He doesn't even need it. Just bonks Zika down. And now IG, they'll at least get their red buff. But in the meantime, Weiwei, who has just flashed. Not entirely sure what's happened there. But I guess Yuukai made sure that the red buff invade couldn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to just look at the top plane until we see exactly what happened. Actually, we're going to see here, yeah. So, looks like finds Wukong, finds the ult, and is just like, I'm dipping out of this real quick. But
yeah.
The thing is, the Zik on top side, making a bit of an error there. You can see panicking, trying to hit the hook shot ball out of there and completely whiffing. But now, I mean, 2 levels down on Bin.
No.
Bin is just going to sit behind here. Look at Weiwei. He's already here.
Oh no, it's going from bad to worse for Zika. Doesn't have ult, doesn't have flash. He's going to be able to get a hook shot, but Weiwei's tank at the tower, it does nothing. And look at all of this solo plate gold for Bin. He'll get 1 plate there. He'll deny another wave. IG answering in the bottom side, but BLG just back off completely. And in the meantime, Weiwei's getting heralded. This is bad to worse for IG.
Yeah, I mean, they won't get the play on bot. They will get some plates for On, which is kind of their big win condition when it comes to team fights. But, I mean, Zika is so far behind. And at this stage, if you're looking at like a mid-game point where Bin is able to just command side lane, Icon as well can do a pretty good job in trying to match Yuukai. I don't know how you're going to be able to deal with Bin, because honestly, it's getting to a pretty scary point where Bin may just be big enough to actually 2v1 Yuukai and Zika. If you end up giving like Rift Herald plate there, if you see Zika die again, maybe on that play, Icon roams up there, like, this is where you're really starting to struggle in side lanes for IG.
I'm going to be honest, I think he's already at the 2v1 point. I don't think it's even a question. Like, he's so huge right now. 3-0, he's got his Divine Sundera. Like, he's a monster. He's an absolute monster. And the thing is, both Wukong and Zika ultimately do their damage through auto attacks. So Bin is just going to be chilling in those kinds of fights. Just counter-strike it up, protect himself from most of the damage, and be able to turn it around. So if I'm Zika, like, look, Zika is 2 full levels down. Look at the XP bars on the left. 2 full levels. That is mental.
And as well now, you're going to have Bane with like TP advantage pretty much as he likes, the ability to try and control that weight lane. What?
All inning actually onto Weiwei here. Weiwei, no ult, no flash available. That's a nice pick for IG. And they found another as the taunt comes down onto Icon. No follow-up from the rest of the team, though. Yukai just getting a positive trade there. And hey, if BLG win this hard on the top side, IG at least finding themselves some advantages in the bottom side of the map.
And that's exactly what IG are trying to do. They're just all in and on this bot side saying, look, Zika, I'm sorry for you, but you're too deep in the hole. We need to try and find a different route out. And it does seem to be through on this bot side. With a BLG having to reset Crisp and also Weiwei being out of the equation, they are setting up for plates on the spot side, but maybe even a dive as well as Yukai is here.
Toying with the idea, but not going to go for it, at least for the time being. IG just trying to find advantages for this AD carry on. Already getting 2.5 plates there. Won't push for the third. We'll just back away in the end. I'm looking towards Weiwei, though, now, Dagda, as he's got that Herald in his pocket. Felt like you could drop it on Bin if you want. Finish that tower off. I'm not sure Bin needs the help, though, to be honest. I think I'd rather see Weiwei try and force a play either mid or bot and try and get one of those carries ahead as well.
Yeah, I think that's your best bet here. Like, I think from Icon, definitely playing down towards this bot side to trying to stop the snowball that IG have going is going to be really strong. But honestly, I think if I'm BLG from a Rift Tower perspective, I think just plonking this tower in towards the, this Rift Tower in towards the top side may actually just be best. And just trying to unlock Bin to a certain extent is going to be wonderful. Even when you look at like the next Rift Tower that's going to be up in 5 minutes time, if you knock down top turret, set up your vision control on top side jungle, you start to have Weiwei be able to consistently invade there, steal away camps, setting Shun behind, and then as well you can always lean in with when the next Rift Herald spawns, take that, and then lean in towards mid lane with the crew. It looks like that's the plan for BLG here, as Weiwei will move up into this top end.
Yeah, you've read him like a book there, Dagda. That'll be these towers taken. That'll be these plates taken. Sorry, that tower taken down as well. And they'll just brute force another wave in onto Zika. But they could keep going here. Look where everyone is for IG. Nobody even close to the top half of the map. Trying to make a play onto Icon in the mid lane while this happens up here. But with a Viego and a Jax, this tower doesn't stand a chance. Now Doggo going to go onto On here. Good knock up from Crisp, but a hostile takeover to pull Doggo and Crisp away. They keep their tower safe. They deny the dive.
Yeah, great response from Doggo with that ultimate. But Shun now engaging on Weiwei, but Weiwei able to hop over the wall.
Yukai low on this one. Ignite going to go down, but Icon's in trouble himself. Flashes over, but followed by Shun. Nicely played on the Wukong. It's going to be at least a kill for IG, but is it worth it?
I mean, if they can turn this into bot lane tower and maybe drag it in 25 seconds, it could be. But, I mean, you've got to get members down towards this bot side. As Bin will be looking to see in just a minute's time if he can get some sort of TP player into the bottom half as that Unleashed Teleport comes out. But we'll catch the replay here. I mean, Icon doing a good job of actually... Oh, well, Yukai not quite connecting with the Justice Punch. Icon then dashing away, but this is just over-aggression here. He thinks that Shun is gone, but when Weiwei runs into Shun, Icon re-engages, thinking, oh, I can get the damage off, but that's the problem with Yari in this matchup. She just doesn't have enough damage.
Did you see that? Icon goes forward to get the charm. It's a really nice charm. Gets big damage onto Yukai, but then the minions just swarm around him, and his allied minions follow those minions. There's like a wall of 4 minions stopping Icon leaving. That was so unfortunate. I can't believe that, like, the level of minion block. That is absolutely tragic for Icon, honestly. I feel like he would have been fine without.
Well, Icon will now have to see if he can start to try and make his plays known on these sidelines. Actually going to rotate up towards this top side as Bin is now moving down to the bot lane. So I like the fact that BLG are starting to swing their attention around the map. The only problem that I have with it is that they're doing it like right before the Rift Tower is about to come up in about 2.5 minutes time, or but just there 2 minutes now. You can see as it spawns on the map, and Bin will try and like go against Galio, but Galio can clear the waves relatively easily. And I feel like having this like pressure from Bin towards the part of the map that you want to try and play on as BLG is a little bit more important. But I mean, if he can maybe get the tower down, it could be good, but I feel like he needs help with it.
I will say, Bin has TP, right? Yukai's TP is on cooldown right now, so it is a bit of a map advantage for BLG, even if Bin can't push on that tower, because it's not like Yukai's going to have that much pressure to push in the side lane if Bin TP's out. So theoretical man advantage maybe for BLG. If they can set it up right before this Herald that's coming up in 20 seconds time right now. You can see IG sort of grouped around the area. Wink trying to get some vision, but Might be a bit of a challenge. Crisp just waiting for someone to face check.
Yeah, hanging out in the bush on the pink. I don't think you're really going to see IG overextend for this, though. They know that they need help in this mid lane, so they can try and push that in, making sure that they're actually able to contest through mid into topside river. But this just gives time, as you can see, for the Rift Tower to be started up instantly by Weiwei as it spawns. And, ooh, Icon just looking to get some cheeky damage down.
Yeah, nice little charm there from Icon. I've been impressed by the charms so far this game from Icon. Herald down to 4k. There's a handshake onto Chris, pulling him into the fight. He anchors away, saved by the ulti from Kalista as well. Bin gonna use that counter-strike, just gonna bop Icon a couple of times. Herald gonna go down, it's smited. Here comes Yuakai, knock up onto everybody. There's the chain CC, Weiwei falls. No resets for the Viego today, as Crisp low on HP. The Shurikens finish it as well. And Arn getting a bonus kill for himself. Bin trying to escape. BLG, despite that numbers advantage off of the TP, they don't actually use it.
Yeah, I mean, you got Yuakai gets to come in with the ultimate, so you end up with it being fairly even, and then for BLG, Bin just can't do as much in team fights versus On, who, even though he's not massively far ahead, has some absolutely insane damage. So BLG starting to trip over themselves, trying to see if they can push this game forward, and unfortunately just take the wrong fight.
And I feel like as well, the TP from Bin was very deep in enemy territory in this fight. Like, Crisp gets pushed away. Bin then TPs into 4 people by himself. The rest of BLG is like, we gotta help our guy, but what can you do? Immediately just has to use the Counter-Strike defensive.
And that's the thing, like, he uses the Counter-Strike, which I don't think he really needed to, but also, like, your main engage tool in this fight is Crisp. Crisp has already taken a whole heap of damage before this fight kicks off, so ends up using, like, the depth charge defensively, and I mean, if you've got the Kalista hopping away, she's never going to be able to get the damage that she wants off. Like, she needs to be in a fight that's going forward, but BLG never really got their footing underneath them to actually fight against IG. And the IG team fight that we talked about with Wukong engage, Yuakai follow-up, Wink having a great ultimate there to disperse BLG as well, is just far too strong.
Yeah, difficult to deal with, and IG getting themselves back on, and that's positive, right? Because it's felt like this has been a BLG game all game long so far, so it's nice to see IG managing to find themselves a fight here, and you can really see that team fight, right? With the Wukong and the Galio, with Arn being the big damage dealer on the backline. You can really see the goal here. And Wink doing a good job to just protect Arn, right? The hostile takeover, making sure that this Jax can't even touch the backline.
Yeah, and that's the biggest problem. That's why I didn't want to see Bin actually move down towards the bottom side of the map. I felt like your best way to try and play this as BLG was like continuing some pressure on top side, establishing vision control in top side jungle with Bin's presence, and then being able to fall back over towards the Rift Child and like trying to match the 2v2 from On and Wink on bot side and stay down there. But unfortunately now, you can see we're actually going to end up with a pretty similar problem here for BLG, where now Bin is up on the top side of the map because you're like, oh, well, in theory you want your top laner away from the play, but it means that now with Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, IG get to bully with On, push in mid, and then get control over River as well. So the 4-man of IG is just too much of a problem for BLG right now.
BLG perhaps need to play side lanes or something, or maybe Icon goes for a very deep flank with a Hexgate.
Ignore
That's
the
an
man
option
behind
too.
the Dragon Pit.
Yeah. Yuakai just watches him fly over his head. He's like, am I at a theme park? Like, what is going on right now? Shun takes a bit of damage. There's a taunt onto Bin here as well, but Bin goes for a little bit more. Stun onto Yuakai. In goes Zuka, though. Wants a bit of revenge for the laning phase. Bin has to flash away. Wukong into the backline here, but Doggo saves his support. In comes Galio. Slams down on BLG, and IG do it again. 2 fights in a row. They find everything they could ever want, and Zuka even gonna flash over to finish off Icon.
And Icon will try and run for the hills, but here's the hook shot, and he will fall to Zika, getting another kill for himself. And Dragon should go the way of IG. These team fights from IG are just far too strong for BLG, and they're trying everything to avoid the big CC members of IG, but it's just not enough.
It's not. You know, you say he runs to the hills. Well, the hills have wards, not eyes, wards. He's still in vision. Gets taken down. Let's take another look, because that was quite a messy start to the fight.
Yeah, I think BLG actually did a really good job of avoiding a lot of the initial engage coming through from IG, right? Bin manages to survive the ultimate coming through from Zika. Shun goes on towards Chris, but again, ulted out by Fate's Call. But this ult here from Wink was gorgeous. Again, just catching 2 members, making sure that he could set up then for the Galio ult to come through. And when the front line's down for BLG, there's just no real hope. You can see even there, the Callista for the Callista for Doggo just completely running out of the fight because they know it's done.
This CC combo, right, of the Wukong with the Galio, with the Renata, like, if you get caught up as a group there, there's nothing you can do. BLG, pretty much at this point, I would say, have to just try and play side lanes for the rest of the game. I don't think you can ever teamfight this. I don't think you're ever going to win a teamfight against IG if they can set up like this, unless you get some kind of miracle flank from either Icon or Bin and get onto On early.
But that's the thing, is that you've actually got so many members on IG that can still do damage. Like, Zika, I will say, definitely behind in the 1v1. But when you bring him into team fights, has the Divine Sunder, nearly has a second item for himself. He's getting to a point where he's actually going to be pretty strong. And then when you look across at, like, Shun, who's still dealing a heap of damage of this Wukong, especially when he gets that ultimate off. Like, this is where even if you do get on, you have a lot of members you still got to worry about. And as well, you've got Wink beside him. So if you're diving super deep for him, Wink ends up throwing up the bailout. You've got Yuikai who can ult back onto On. You've even got Shun who can try and go back as well. There's so much protection for On in the backline. It becomes so incredibly hard to set that up.
I'm loving watching BLG on the map this game, though, right? We see Icon and Bin go to the side lanes, push their wave out, and then they both immediately move towards that mid lane. They were like, can we dive mid tier 1? You saw Bin in the Raptor pit, Icon on the opposite side of that mid lane. They decide against it, both move to the side lanes. Bin gets a tier 1, gets to push up. Icon just going to clear away versus Zika here. And then you can expect that over the next couple of minutes, they'll rinse and repeat. Use that priority, try and find plays. And, you know, I'm not saying that they're winning the game or anything like that, but when you consider how BLG have been doing for, like, the last, basically, year now, this is very positive to see them being so proactive and looking for plays like this.
Yeah, you can even see there, Bin tried to move into the jungle to catch out Yuikai as he rotated bot side, but Yuikai taking the long way around meant that he didn't end up finding the waiting light post of Bin. But I think from IG's perspective, they're just in a great spot here. We talked about how good they are with these dive compositions at the start of the day, and we're starting to see it here, right? Like, even though Zika fell behind, IG were so good at setting up plays on the bottom side, getting on into a position where he's good, and now you've got this very easy to execute combo from IG that we kind of pointed out from the draft, right? That they were setting up quite well. And I was looking for the Ahri pick for Yuikai, but I think honestly this Galio pick has been working even better than an Ahri pick would have.
Okay, could have been disaster for Shun there. I thought he was going to get caught out, but backs away in the end, keeps himself safe. As you can see, Zika will finally get that tier 1 up in that top side. That's all 3 tier 1s now taken by IG. But BLG in the meantime, about to finish off this mid-tier 1. They've already got tier 2 in the top side. No, they don't get the mid-tier 1. It's a full combo coming out from IG. But the Galio goes wide, and perhaps a turnaround for BLG. Bin's in the back line. On, it's going to go down to the Ignite. Double for Bin. Actually, it's a tower for Bin, as well as a kill. That Counter-Strike is doing some work. No way! Oh my days, I thought he was going to kill Zika as well. BLG lose 3, only get 1 kill. I thought that was going to be a miracle play for Bin, but doesn't work out.
That tower got so many shots off. Just the tower sitting there the entire time with like 2 HP, but now IG turned their attention over towards the Baron. I don't think there's any way that the carries of BLG can make this one work.
They would take a miracle. Shun gonna get charmed up. Big damage onto Wink as well. Doggo trying to escape. Yuikai misses the Everfrost, but there's just so much CC. There's nothing Doggo can do on this one. But ultimately, the carries, while they don't get any kills, like you say, they don't make it work, they do stop the Baron. Now, yeah, Drake coming up in 20 seconds as well.
And that's the big one. 20 seconds where they can move over towards this dragon, but they won't have an AD carry, so they need to try and clear that one really fast. But here we go, BLG get engaged on, and this is a great way to move about it, but they just needed to kill the tower. Like, look how many shots are coming off of this tower. Like, it kills way, like, eventually, Bin starts to move over to actually take it down, but the damage is done. And unfortunately for BLG, despite being able to avoid the initial punch, IG still went out. They also aren't able to get towards this dragon fast enough. You can see BLG attempted to get onto that, but IG will also get that one. So that's 3 dragons now for IG. They may not have a massive gold lead, but they are firmly in control of this game.
They certainly. I mean, they've got 2K. It's not nothing to shrug at, but certainly, yeah, as you say, it's not insurmountable, but the control that they have. And also worth mentioning, 10 stacks on a Dark Seal for Yuakai. Do we see the Medjai's Galio? I'd certainly love to see it. The Shun will get Sean. Bit of damage out from Icon there, but BLG can't really look for anything more than that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look for vision control on this top side for IG so they can start to look at this Baron. Like, their Baron damage is going to be absolutely insane, but BLG, threatening.
Bin? Yeah, it dodges away, keeps himself safe. Remember, Bin, no TP available, so he can't go off and threaten the side lane like he has been the rest of the game. I will say maybe him just trying to trade while a Baron goes down might be the answer, as Doggo pulls Crisp to safety. They don't want the fight, they just want to escape. They just want to dissuade the Baron for the time being. Bit more damage onto Zika here. BLG back away.
But BLG are half looking for the fight. Like, you've used 2 ultimates now because Crisp went for the engage. Like, you are finding relatively decent poke with Icon, and now you don't have any sort of countermeasures if IG decide to pull the trigger. A lot of fighting over this mid lane wave trying to gain priority, but I think that, like, this kind of favors IG because they want to be grouped up as 5. It's BLG who want Bin on a side lane so we can try and threaten these structures.
I mean, IG literally have a dream ARAM comp. If you lock this in an ARAM, you've already won. Bin is gone. The counter-strike could buy a bit of time, but there ain't no surviving that one. And BLG, now that they've lost their top laner, who won't even have TP when he comes back up, they're in big trouble if this Baron gets kicked off by IG. But IG's still cautious to actually start anything off. There's a hook, but Shun uses the cloak. Oh, Crisp is going to go down, isn't he? There's another pick for IG.
And that was what they wanted. Like, IG just looking to get more and more picks. They don't have a huge amount of their engage tools, which is why they're trying to bait BLG in. And wait. Oh, okay.
Wait, trying to get the ult onto Wink, but doesn't get the reset here. Ignite down onto Zika. Maybe they can make it play happen here. Health bars are low on IG, and they're tanking the Baron in the meantime, but Icon falls, and On just charges at BLG. Says, get out of my garden. Get off of my property. It's going to be Baron going down here. Wei, no flash available, has smite, but just gets locked up. Beautifully played by Wink. Remember, this isn't even the main IG roster. This is Wink and On. Wink playing support, and IG, they're 15-4.
I mean, they're playing this game so incredibly well, and we talked about it from the get-go. Like, trading the map, saying, look, Zika, you will fall, but we will rise, and you're seeing it right now. I was really surprised by this, though. Like, Chris finding that initial engage when he didn't need to. Bin deciding to face check as well when you've got no real support there, no real survivability. Like, this is all just super messy from BLG. And even at the end of this as well, like, Wei has his ultimate to get into the pit. He has no flash to try and contest this. And when you're potentially pushing 50-50s, holding on to that ultimate is so incredibly valuable, especially as Crisp goes down. Like, you're looking at maybe getting a kill onto Zika on the side of this, but it means you have no way of contesting the Baron.
Yeah, bit of a weird one from BLG. And now a TP deep from Bin. They want to fight. BLG just want to fight. They have no interest in silence here. Flash charm comes out from Icon. It's on to On. Can they finish off the Aphelios? Stun comes out onto Wink in the meantime. Then Renata gets the hostile takeover. Aphelios lives on. And IG continued their run here. It's going to be one kill onto Wink, but that just isn't enough.
On and Wink are playing these fights so well. On going golden. Wink holding that hostile takeover for such a long time to make sure he got as much value and as much space for On boss. And now IG are looking at the base, and with the Baron buff, I wouldn't be surprised if they're looking at a game.
They might well be. It's at least 2 inhibitors at a minimum here. 10 seconds on the respawn of Doggo. I think they're going to back away. In fact, they're not even going to try for 2 inhibitors. They're just going to take the mid-inhib, back away at that, take what they've got, and accept it as a win. So, nicely done by IG. Safe play. And look, they're about to get a win on the board against BLG. After BLG's dominant game number 1, I think you'll take this.
Yeah, especially Soul spawning. It's like, look, we will take it. The Hextech Soul, incredibly strong with the amount of auto attackers that are on their team. And we see here, double TP instantly coming through. And this was almost such a nice fight here. Shun out of the equation. He's not getting any value out of the Cyclone. And then watch here. So Bin... Oh, never mind.
Oh,
We're in.
never mind. We've got... Ah! See you later, Chris. He's already gone. Bin in the middle of everyone, but just look at the CC. There's nothing you can do. BLG don't get to move during these fights. It's a triple that comes through from On, and Icon get chased down now. Zika not letting anyone escape. Or maybe he doesn't have an option, but you know, he's going to try and not let anyone escape as Icon will flee through the river. IG have done it, Dagda. IG have taken game number 2 and have kept themselves alive in this series. Both teams 1-4 in the standings and both scrambling for a win.
Well, we are going to go to the game 3. We will find out who is going to manage to take it down. We've seen both teams have good games, but this one is going to be the decider.
Yeah, Crisp getting a bit of fun out at the end of the game, but ultimately not a good one there from BLG, and IG completely controlling the game. And it has to be said, like, this is a roster with a sub-support that's actually an AD carry to look this clean in a game is damn impressive.
No, they have a sub-support who's an AD carry who's actually a support. Get their facts together here.
He just didn't realize it yet.
Wink didn't realize it. This is an awakening for Wink, where he realizes where he's supposed to be this whole time. Because honestly, he's played these games great. Like, the Mumu, we saw some great moments from him. I think this Renata, spectacular. The handshake in that second last fight that we got cut off in the replay was brilliant. His ultimates have been fantastic, and even just the decision on where IG were trying to fight meant that he was consistently finding these really good moments to use the jungle corridors to his advantage on this Renata to get the hostile takeover, to have as much value as it did. So honestly, I think IG just really smart on how they played this game. Like, even though topside was going absolutely disastrously, they knew that their win con was getting on ahead, being able to play around this Felios, and they did so beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, a really commendable performance and aren't just basically invincible. The bailout as well, saving him in a couple of those fights where we saw, I think it was just one of the fights where he got into that grey health, but then got the reset and nobody could get back onto him. But every single time anything happened from BLG, Yuakai slams down, there's Wukong ults everywhere, the hostile takeover. It's like, what can you do as BLG? Merc Transit will only go so far, you know?
Yeah, it's not going to go anywhere good in this point. And that was the problem, was that you didn't really have anyone who could provide a great engage to him. Like, Chris, yes, had some, but oftentimes he'd end up flinging himself in, be a quarter HP, and then get Fates called, but then was like, well, I can't put myself back in or I instantly die. We haven't really found a good dive potential here either. And even with Bin, he found 1 or 2 nice flanks, but again was just so often left by himself. The only person who could really try and work with Bin was Icon, because he had the ability to like spirit rush into the back line, but you can see it just really wasn't enough in comparison to what On could do.
Yeah, it really was. I have to say, I'm very impressed that Icon managed to top the damage numbers for that game. Like, I did not expect that, and he was consistently getting good poke off, but I didn't expect him to be doing more than On ended up doing, right? That was not my expectation. So I'm curious, Dagda, I want to ask your opinion. What should BLG have done instead? Because I feel like they just ran into these 5v5 team fights time and time again that clearly weren't going to work out. Like, was there an option where you just sit Bin in a sideline and just push, or would they have lost too much if they tried?
I think your best bet was what we were talking about around the second Rift Herald spawning. If you leave Bin on topside, see if you can establish vision control in topside jungle and play for second Rift Herald off of like a 3-man skirmish, I think you'll have a much more successful time as BLG. And if you ever have IG then come to match with like On and Wink and the whole crew, then you're like, cool, well then we just actually make, like, sacrifice the second Rift Herald, make a play on bot side, and now we're actually starting to crack open the map. And maybe you can look to then rotate in towards, hey, well, wherever Bin is, we move him mid, we look to make a numbers advantage play there and actually try and catch people out. But unfortunately, BLG, as you said, just kind of kept running head first into the 5-man plays and not really trying to play the map state out, or, you know, use the fact that they had such a big Jax to put pressure in. Even the 1v1 against Zika, it felt like you got to a point where Jax was just able to dive Zika, but we just never really got to see it.
Yeah, it felt like they were using the silent pressure to get priority, but then with TPs coming into the mix and everything like that, they never actually found that advantage off the back of it. We're going to jump to break, and then we're going to find out which team will get their second win on the board. It's BLG versus IG, game number 3 coming up after this.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all,
and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Mila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see.
猴子这个英雄就注意进场打团的时机吧，然后找好自己的位置，开好团应该就很好赢。微微他也是比就是偏野合吧，然后他各方面都做的挺好的。就赢下BLG这场关键点的话，在于我们队伍就每个人能不能做好自己吧，然后就应该能赢下。每个人都做好自己的话。
The key to beating BLG is playing well. That deep insight there. You love to see it. Just click their heads, lol. My name is Mushpus. I'm joined by Dagda as we head towards game number 3. Seeing BLG and IG. Our MVP for game number 2 going to be Shun as well on the Wukong. Very nicely played here. Plenty of great ultimates. Like the whole combo looking fantastic for IG. And it was Shun consistently being the one to lead the charge in those situations.
And again, I think having the foresight as well that we were kind of talking about, he was like, look, I'm not going to be able to help out Zika in the manner that I was hoping to, so instead, I will just continuously make plays boss cross-map every time we see BLG go for something at the top end, and make sure that we're actually in with a fighting chance and being able to play towards the strengths of the composition, which was Shun, as you say, finding these great engages, unable to follow up, and Shun, I think, kind of showing that he had a really good understanding of what he needed to achieve to make sure that IG could win out this game.
Definitely knew his job within this one, and you know, this early play onto Weiwei, really smart, because that was, you know, at the start of this game, Weiwei had a massive jungle lead. We kind of forgot about it because so long ago. That minion block, man, I'm still mad. But like really smart play by Shun to find a lead for himself, and then the team fight spoke for themselves.
Yeah, and again, I think, as you say, like the fact that you're kind of playing from a deficit makes this even more difficult. But I mean, both times we've kind of seen that these major leads in the early stages, where we had On and Wink in game number 1 finding those leads, we had Bin now in game number 2 finding these leads, aren't quite capable of holding up if you're not able to play around them correctly. And I think Shun kind of made sure that Bin wasn't able to have the impact that he was really hoping for, and really well played by IG as well, both from the jungle role, but as a whole as well.
Well, Dagda, we're ready to get into game number 3, into Champ Select, and we'll see if BLG can pull themselves together again for game number 3. We had game number 1, absolute massacre, pure chaos from start to end. That was with IG on the red side. Game number 2, a little bit slower, but IG in control the whole time. Now we're back to BLG on blue, IG on red. We're back to the triple jungle bans from BLG. With the Zeri gone, Wukong... Oh, no, Wukong was banned as well. I can't read. Viego available, though. Weiwei are locking in.
Yeah, these are the exact same bans as game number 1, but will mean the Viego locked in. I think we're looking at the Senna TK potentially coming through for IG over on this side as well. Now, I'm actually curious to see if they decide to lock in a jungle pick here, or if they do just go straight for the Tahm Kench, because there is also an opportunity here where you kind of look and go, okay, maybe we go for something funky like the Seraphine, depending on what BLG pick up on the opposite side, like if they pick something like an Ezreal, but looks like, yeah, IG would just kind of hold off.
This Senna is a mystery pick here with Wink and On working together. We'll have to wait and see where on it they go. So, Doggo and Crisp going with a fairly classic bot lane matchup now, but they're up against a Seraphine. That's going to be a fasting Senna Seraphine bot lane. We could see a long-range comp come out from IG.
Yeah, all I'm saying is I nailed it. Like, I think this is such a strong combo. And the thing is, right, with Gwen still up on the table, you can take that for Zika. You get a ton of healing coming through from the Senna and the Seraphine. Swain in the mid lane for Yuukai now comes up a notch as well, because don't forget, we are playing the patch with nerfed Grievous Wounds, and when you just go full healing, it can be so obnoxious to deal with. And BLG kind of going, here, we need to get rid of this Swain. This is not something we want to deal with.
Certainly not. The amount of healing that's already going to be coming through, you don't want to Swain in the mix of that as well. Azir taken off, as you say. Now Silas being removed from Icon. So a couple of respect bans there from Icon. And I will say, the Azir and the Silas have been his best two champions from what I've seen in the recent games. But last game, remember, his Ahri did the most damage in the entire game. So certainly no slouch on other champions. But now we need to see where IG want to go in one of their solo lanes.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to what they decide to go with. I feel like we're probably looking at some sort of facilitator here for Yuukai, though. Like, I think the Swain was probably a good option for him, but obviously that's taken off the board. But yeah, I feel like having something where he plays an engage tool is going to work out well, because realistically, you are looking towards a counter pick for Zika or maybe something like Gwen here. So having Yuukai be able to step up and provide that engage tool, set up alongside, well, whoever ends up piloting the Seraphine for the ultimate, I think is going to be a really good shout.
See, the Fiora, it's been a pick that's been banned a lot over the course of this split. We've seen very few actual picks of the Fiora, but it is an absolute terror on the patch. It's not going to be locked in. I've been baited. It is, in fact, going to be the Gnar coming out for a bit.
Yeah, now I'm curious to see what Icon goes for. I don't want the Quirky, because I think you need something that's going to be able to play towards your early game strengths. Talia would actually be, I think, be a great pick here. Good push. The only thing you have to be worried about is like the pressure coming through from Yuukai and Shun in the early stages. But if you can bypass that and actually look for roams, I think you're going to be in a pretty good spot to try and look for dives on bot side, like snowball Doggo into a good position, and then try and play off of mid game fights, because late game IG are just gonna have your number completely, especially if you end up with something like the Gwen here on the top side for Zika. Like, the scaling is so damn good, the healing's gonna be absolutely insane. Actually already could work here as well, could counter into the Gnar, and again, like, it's about trying to abuse the healing that this composition can give. But okay, I'm actually gonna lock in the Sejuani for Zika in the top lane. That's not really what I expected the direction to go.
It's not exactly a pick that screams Zika, is it? Like, the Aurelia much more down his sort of alley in terms of playstyle, but well, certainly having a tank in the top side. And I will say, Sejuani is kind of disgusting right now. Like, it feels so strong up in that top side. Works very well with the Lissandra too, right? You have so much CC to follow up on for the likes of Wink and Arn and Shun to get some damage down. Does feel like a very aggressive comp here for BLG. Less aggression from IG, right? They very much are going to be wanting to look later in the game with a Seraphine and a Senna.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how BLG want to try and play out this aggression, because I do agree with you, Munch. Like, this is a composition that needs to hit the ground running, but Icon did opt in towards the counter matchup in the mid lane, so not going to be able to look for a huge amount of damage on towards the Lissandra. Especially, you have to be careful of, like, the mid jungle from IG, because I think it's just on the so much stronger, where you can get the lock up onto either the LeBlanc or onto the Viego. Great follow up from the Xin Zhao, great chase potential. Like, it actually becomes quite hard to manage against this. And if you end up losing the mid jungle, it becomes a lot more difficult to try and play out the map state as well, so you can find those early leads. So I'm really curious to see what the game plan is here for BLG.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see once we get into the game. And also for IG, like, I feel like weirdly enough, when the game was fast, BLG won, and when the game was slow, IG won. Which is the total opposite of how I would have anticipated that being in my head. But feels like BLG can set the pace for the game once again. Icon playing his most played champion of all time on that LeBlanc. Feels like BLG, if they can be proactive like they were in game number 1, this could be a really, really nice setup for them.
In the early game, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Shun to see how he's going to be able to respond to what BLG wants to try and do. As you say, you got like great bot lane here for BLG to play around. Icon with the ability to maybe roam down onto that lane as well to get some of these early dives going. But I think you've got a lot here for Shun where you can try and match Wei in these early stages and make life really tough for this Viego.
Yeah, try and give Weiwei a taste of his own medicine after game number 2 as well. Remember, Weiwei had complete control of that jungle matchup in the second game of this series. Shun felt like he fell pretty far behind, but then obviously got that big play at level 6 on the Wukong, managed to find Weiwei, and managed to turn the game around. So we'll have to see if Shun can find that advantage in the matchup here. As early trades already in the bottom lane. Crisp and Doggo need to be cautious, though. Not just... actually, flash forward. Never mind. Not being cautious at all. Going for damage. Going for a very aggressive trade. They got some damage down. I don't know if it was worth a flash.
No, especially because you still have the TP here for On, so the ability to actually, like, push in this wave, reset, even if you take a bit of damage, is going to be there. Plus, over the course of time, On's just going to heal that up, right? Like, you've got the Senna and the Seraphine. One of the big talking points is that healing in this lane, so unusual for Crisp to go that aggressive, unless he's really setting up for Weiwei to make some sort of play in the early stages with a gank. But I don't know, like, you have to make this now count, and you've got a 5-minute window to do so.
Yeah, well, we'll see. It certainly, like you say, can set up for that order. If a handshake can land, if Doggo can go forward aggressively, he has the cleanse. So it's very difficult for On and Wink to stop Doggo being aggressive if they get caught out. So we'll see if that'll work out. It was a flash for flash, but plus that ignite on top. And as you say, On can easily return to the lane. Unless he's dead. You need to, like, crash a wave and kill him simultaneously to find that big advantage we're looking for.
And that's not going to be an easy one, especially because Shun is matching Weiwei here. You can see he went from red Raptors into his bot side, so understanding which way this Viego is clearing and making sure that he's on this bottom side to match any sort of pressure that comes down. LeBlanc trying to crash this wave in mid, so Icon, it looks like getting a nice stack, so it looks like it will be an attempt at some sort of dive. I just don't know how clean this is going to be when you've got Shun in position.
Nice Scry's Bloom there to spot out Shun from Weiwei. He'll be able to go for the bot Scuttle Crab. The Shun is pathing up towards the top side, kind of boomeranging it with his Krug still available up there. So Weiwei goes for the crab, will return to his bottom side jungle here. Chickens and Krug still available. On 1 HP, Doggo jumps forward. There's first blood. We said it was a difficult window, but they found it.
A nice job by BLG to do so. They knew that once Shun was moving back up towards the top side, they need to go for the dive, and Doggo and Crisp really well played to actually get the kill. On will TP back to the bot side, but the damage is already done. A kill for Doggo. Boots already picked up. He's in a great spot. And we just catch it here in the replay. So, yeah, Crisp just getting right the way up in his face. Manages to get the handshake. And Doggo flashing forward to finish off.
Really nice from Doggo actually there. He used his martial poise to jump out of the route from Wink, then flashes forward to finish off the kill. So I think the alternative is use the cleanse on the route instead, but deciding that just moving away, dodging the route instead, and finishing that kill was the play. So nicely done here by the BLG bot lane. Weiwei sticking around too. On still no flash. This could be an opportunity for a bonus kill onto On. Maybe Wink could be the target. Root going to come down onto Weiwei. On getting some spears stacked up onto him here. There's the flash stun. And there's another kill for BLG's bottom lane. They're going to be able to slam a turret. This time, no TP in the mix.
I mean, this is so well played by BLG, and we said that this is a team, I mean, until Icon joined, that was very much struggling to get these early game compositions to work. There wasn't much interaction between the lanes. There wasn't really much of, like, Weiwei playing towards his laners, but now you're seeing, with 2 kills already to Doggo, the kill going over onto the Seraphine again. This is BLG commanding the early game.
Some trade from Icon there as Shun moving into the mid lane to try and get Yuakai a reset here, trying to get his mid laner a free little crash there. Icon just going to have to clear this wave. And yeah, as you say, really nice aggressive stuff from BLG. And this seems to be a new style for them, right? Be aggressive. Try and find advantages in the early game. And like I said in game number 1, Dagda, I'm here for it. This is my kind of BLG. None of that really slow farming nonsense. Crisp looking for yet another play. The handshake to find the double stun on the target once again. He still doesn't have flash. There's a rend. There's a kill for Doggo. That's a hat trick already on the board as Shun wants to answer. Doggo flashed upon by Shun. Can they finish this kill off? They need the shutdown. The heal. The flash forward. Wink gets the kill in the end. He's pulled underneath tower though. Crisp is going away. Is on the route. on the route, en route to try and finish off Wink here. It's going to be the Moore. Can he land the stun onto Wink? Crisp getting a shield down. Shun jumps onto Weiwei. They just turn the damage around. Oh no, the bailout! I can't believe they don't get that one. It's a double for Weiwei. It's a disaster for IG.
And BLG are looking to pick up their second win of the split. It has been a struggle. It has been a lot of learning along the way, and maybe Chris about to learn something more.
We ain't done just yet.
Oh,
The stun from Weiwei! It stops the route. Oh my days, that was so clean.
That was sick. It's so well done. And now BLG going to be in a fantastic spot. 5-1 on the scoreboard. And this was just BLG doing such a good job again of continuing this pressure. Crisp handshakes in to get the kill onto On now. Doggo goes unfortunately that bit too far forward because he doesn't spot Shun in time. And then with the flash forward, does get the root here. The spear to land for Shun so we can follow up. But again, Weiwei just in a really good spot here to match and picks up 2 kills on his bot side. So 3 kills now for Doggo, 2 for Weiwei. And IG, we try and start up this dragon. Should be able to get it with Weiwei resetting. But this bot lane belongs to BLG.
You know, this is not particularly relevant, Dagda, but it's just dawned on me that if you didn't know League of Legends and you listen to a League of Legends cast, with the amount of talk of bushes and roots, you would think that this is some kind of gardening show.
Yeah. I mean, especially when you start looking at like some of the names, if we end up with like Zyra in the game or, Pop Blossom and these kind of things for Nico, like this is where we just start to turn into what's it called? I want a foraging podcast. That's what I want. My sister's gotten into foraging recently. When we go for hikes, she likes to go forage. Yeah.
So, like finding berries and stuff.
Yeah. So I'm down to just bring her on. We just turn this into a foraging podcast.
I'm in. Icon, foraging for a pick here. Onto you, Kai. Won't be able to find it for the time being. Herald started there by Bin, but immediately stopped again.
So,
as a pretty big lead so far for BLG. I feel like IG kind of in a bit of a dodgy position. They do have good scaling. Bin dodging away as Shun tries to make a play on the top side. Weiwei's here too. He's already on the Herald. Shun wants to contest this, but I don't really know. They're outnumbered here. I don't like this.
No. Just move away. Run. You know what? Actually, BLG give him a lot of space here. I'm surprised.
A lot of respect. Reset comes through the Herald, and now Crisp is here too. The whole gang is coming. We got a 5v5 on our hands. That's going to be big damage. Weiwei survives though and gets a reset again. He just keeps getting away with it. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. Viego is definitely a champion as Zika dodges away from a house but can't dodge the distortion. It's 4-0, and BLG show us how early game is meant to be played.
I mean, this is beautiful for BLG. The early skirmish is going so well. But when we get this replay, keep your eyes on Bin, because he styles on Zik at the start of this fight to get that massive Gnar in the middle of this skirmish. Like, that was actually sick. You'll see it here. Watch the Gnar. So Bin, as he's about to hit, steps one side of Zika, flashes the ultimate, hits Gnar, and just throws IG into the wall. So well played by Bin, and then sets up beautifully for Weiwei to continue to get these resets. I mean, BLG styling on IG in game 3.
And Bin almost getting the kill onto his late opponent there with the house at the end. That would have been the perfect cherry on top on the back of that fight. It's 9-1 in favor of BLG. BLG having a kill a minute for the next 3 seconds at very least so far in this game. Like, that is mental. Just think back to BLG in spring. Think back to BLG this split so far. They've been so slow. I'm going to be totally honest. They've been really boring to watch. Now, completely changing their style, and I'm loving every second.
Well, that's the thing. Like, when you look at BLG traditionally, like, on average this split, they are 10th in the league with 3.3 kills by the 15-minute mark. We are 10 minutes into this game, and they have tripled that amount already. Yeah. If you look at game number 1, they've been so much more aggressive as well. Like, this is such a different look from BLG. And I mean, look, we talked about it being an iconic change. Well, we're definitely seeing the results.
Yeah, and honestly, I am surprised by the performance today because we were looking over that footage and, you know, saying an iconic change. We were saying, you know, it's in the team fights that he's been able to actually find these impacts. This early game stuff hasn't really worked out for him. Well, apparently they've been practicing. Apparently they've continued to improve on that one because it's really good. And Weiwei is loving having a laner that he can roam with, right? Having a mid laner that he can link up with, because Weiwei has been the benefactor a lot of all of this.
I'm probably going to see it again here in a moment. Icon getting vision control now in the spot side jungle to make sure he can spot out where Shun is, link up with Weiwei, look for potential plays on bot side, and mid until Dragon and BLG have a ton of control. Like, they are doing a really good job of snowballing this game. Weiwei throwing down the Rift Tower in the mid lane, though, maybe a tad early. Might have used that to get mid lane priority at the Dragon in just a moment's time, but should get decent damage on the mid lane turret here.
Yeah, at the same time, just getting a bit of gold into Icon's pocket, right? And I think BLG rightly assessing the fact that, hey, they're 6k gold up. I don't think they need the Herald to fight priority. I think they'll get priority. I think they'll be able to just win the fight. So I kind of like just giving the gold over to the LeBlanc. Why not at this point? You've got the luxury to be able to just drop it when you feel like.
And this was the problem that I had with IG's composition when they didn't go for something that was a bit more carry-oriented in the top lane. Because you can see here, Bane is just having a field day, getting to what he wants. But you don't have anywhere on IG that you can look to play around. Like, you don't have an Aurelion this top side where you can go, okay, well, look, bot lane's gone completely astray. Let's just try and put all of our eggs into the Zika basket. Or try to trade back and forth somewhere on the map. Instead, they kind of just have to take their beating, and BLG are happy to dish it out.
Well, Bin just going to slam Shun against the wall and zip away. He's fine. He's okay. He survived that one. Nicely done there by Bin. Survived the plate. Gnar will be on cooldown, but let's be honest, it's not that big of a cooldown anyway. Arn and Wink. Arn's seen this situation before. Wink, welcome to the club, buddy. It's going to be the taunt onto both of them. They're smashed together by the handshake, and it's going to be Wink taken down at the dive as well. Very nicely done. Weiwei taking a bit of damage, but he'll be okay just about.
Yeah, nearly regretting taking the slightly less health champion there, but going to be okay as he gets his way out of that one. And, I mean, clean dive from BLG. What is there to say? 5-0 for Weiwei, 4-1 for Doggo. Dragon goes their way as well. And as we said, like, what does Shun do? There's no counterplay. There's no other side of the map to try and make happen because you've got Zika on the Sejuani who wasn't able to find the engage onto Bin. So now BLG get to do this, and all you really lose is, I mean, 2 camps top. Not really anything to write home about.
I mean, Shun got the blue buff, so who's the real winner here? Shun having to use his ult.
He's going to give it to Bin.
Just to survive Bin. Oh, no. I guess he didn't get the blue buff after all. Bin's going to look for more. 1 or 2 more autos. Bin's going to go for this. A 1v3 is about to turn mega. No! Shut down and saved by Arn and Wink. Shun did get the blue buff after all.
That was so close to going the opposite direction, but Icon will end up just pushing Yukai over the wall, but I thought Bane was actually going to get the kill. That mist coming through from Wink, so clutch to keep Shun alive, but now you can even see it. Look, they'll get some pressure on the top side. May actually get some damage on the top tower, but Weiwei's already here, and Crisp is here as well.
Weiwei dodges the route. Crisp going to look for a handshake here. On could be the target. That's going to be the handshake. Waiting for the flash, but missed, unfortunately. This Wink just getting some damage down. We'll be able to get a couple of souls off the back of this trade. But BLG don't find the kill they were looking for. However, Herald up in 50 seconds, and control will absolutely be theirs.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not even sure if they're going to just completely push in on this top side and look for the tower before the Herald spawns as well. Because, I mean, On was relatively low, but is actually sticking around. Wink is resetting, so may have a numbers advantage, but BLG instead just going to look to try and deny vision and access to this river for this next play. Zika has TP and kind of look for something, but yeah, that's the tower gone.
No. The tower's gone, and On's like, wait a second, I was meant to clear under tower. What do I do when there's no tower? Now it's Crisp caught by Shun in the meantime. Bin in trouble as Zika's trying to get a solo kill here. Whiffs the ult though, and that'll be Shun falling. And again, IG getting close to finding these plays, but can't find them in the end. Weiwei now going to look for a stun as Icon's here as well. Crisp there. They just need to layer the CC. Nice little dash by Zika. Oh, he actually gets away with it.
I have no idea how Zika managed to dodge, duck, dive, and roll his way out of that one, because holy God, that was so close. But we still will have Rift Tower going across the BLG. They still have pressure on the top side. They're still getting these kills. And honestly, I'm not going to lie. I would never have expected a game like this coming out from BLG. This has been so well played in the early stages, really good understanding of playing around their win conditions, and the aggression and the map movement that we're seeing is actually incredible. This is so good from BLG.
I'm loving every second of this. And, like, you know, it's a bit of a stomp, let's be honest. IG are getting kind of beaten down, honestly, in this game. But I'm enjoying the fact that BLG are being proactive and doing something in the early game. Wei having a great game for himself. Doggo the same. Like, feels like a really positive change for BLG. IG, though, not out of the game just yet. A lot of scaling on their side. Perhaps if they could just weather the storm, maybe BLG will stall out.
I mean, BLG don't really want to give him that time, though. As you can see here, Bin takes top tower before Rift Tower comes up. You've got a very low mid lane tower. Bot tower just falling there to Bin as well. Like, I don't know. This is looking real hard for IG. Yes, they definitely have scaling, but this game doesn't feel like it's slowing down anytime soon with the way BLG are playing.
No, absolutely not. They are pushing their best foot forward every single time. Drake up at a minute and 20. As IG try and find their way into River, try and find some semblance of control, but it's going to be a tall task if BLG can test them at all.
I mean, even if you try and get control over River here as IG, BLG just run down mid. They have the Rift Tower, they can take 2 towers for that, and I mean, that's not a trade you really want to take for IG, so you have to be very careful as to how you play this as IG. I mean, maybe you can try and look for some sort of flank onto Uakai. You lock up Doggo, look for some sort of play there, but again, there's just so much of a power spike here for BLG off of 2 items on towards Doggo. Crisp having the Shreddies now as well. Bin even looking for the flank with his Triforce. BLG are so strong.
Oh, Crisp actually just flashing over the tower to find the combo. Shun alone there. Crisp going to be pulled back by the Callista ulti. And it's just kill after kill for BLG. Crisp shielding his whole team. Nobody even goes down. Yukai got a fair few spears through his head right now. Needs to be cautious. And Wei, yet another double kill. They just keep on coming.
And it means that BLG will have to reset. Wing trying to chase them out. But Dragon's up in 10 seconds, so they will actually manage to get back here in time for that objective because Shun is dead. On will have TP to get in, so maybe maybe IG can mount some sort of defense here, but I just don't think so, especially with that Rift Tower still ticking away in Wei's back pocket. That's where you're looking to see if they can actually trade that for mid lane pressure, and they don't even bother. Finn's just going to take the Dragon himself.
Yep. Like with Bin and Icon still in the play, there was no way for IG to threaten this Drake. Very nicely done by BLG. Manages to get themselves second Drake on the board. Now Yuakai wanted to threaten the top tower, but Icon TPs, and he doesn't just want to defend the tower. He wants to find himself a kill. Root comes on out. 2 chains! It's Icon grabbing himself solo kill.
And you see that IG were trying to move up towards this top side to defend Yuakai, but you don't get the chance. Icon picks himself up a second kill, and every time we get some sort of play tried to be made by IG, BLG just shut them down. Great engage from Crisp here. Throws out the ultimate straight over the top as well to make sure everyone's locked up. And because Crisp spent so long tanking up the tower, it actually works out perfectly where BLG get kills, get the tower, and then come back away without anyone falling.
Yeah, I'm just watching Crisp in that fight. After they engage, he's tagging the tower, right? And you just see him feebly auto-attacking the tower like, guys, please, it's on 2 HP. Someone just hit the tower, keep me alive. And then luckily, Doggo used that Fate's Call, keeps his support safe. Or his, yeah, no, it is a support on that side. I was going to say his other raiding carry. That's the IG situation.
Yeah, you got to be careful with those ones, especially when there's a Senate in the game. Now, BLG moving in towards this bot side. Bin going to be pushing in. You've got complete control mid. All you have to do here is BLGs, like push mid, establish vision control bot side. You even got the Rift Tower that's just been placed by Wei that we kind of forgot about at this stage because there was so much action, but here we go.
Flash forward from Wei. That's going to be all used. Traded for a cleanse and a flash from Wink here, which ultimately, Wink now going to be very vulnerable in the next bit of play. Icon getting a bit more damage down. On is not having a fun time. He is 0-6 in this game, and he's a long way away from being that powerful late game Seraphine that we're all so afraid of. Bin in the meantime, just threatening away the side lane. Happy to keep this going all day long.
I will say though, for as IG that doesn't have their main roster, this was a really good game from IG. Apart from this, sorry, good series, I will say. Game 3 definitely has gone completely out of control. But game 1 and game 2, incredibly close. Game 2, they absolutely stomped on BLG. So honestly, I think for IG, this is another one that we're going to chalk up in the books as, you know, an almost. But there is always the thing of like, look, this is now 6 almosts that we've had. They have 1 win. This would, when they lose this inevitably, which I feel like they're going to at this stage, they'll be now 1-5. You're already a third of the way through your split. Like, there's only so much that we can say for IG about almost. They really need to start picking up these wins.
They do. It feels like the same story between IG and FPX, right? IG gonna almost find the engage, but everybody whiffs everything in the meantime. Baron's gonna go down, and Bin is just running loops around them, just pulling them off to the side. Icon finds Haru on. Gonna find his 7th death of the game. It ain't pretty as Wink takes a huge chunk. The bailout isn't gonna be enough. It's not gonna be there in time. The resets, though, will be. There's a double kill coming through for Weiwei. As I get confused once again because the icons change whenever Viego changes champions. It's so frustrating. But it doesn't matter because it's 19 kills on the board as BLG will break this base open. And at 22 minutes, this game already feels over.
Yeah, I mean, you've now got the Viego clearing out the entire bot side jungle for IG as well, making sure they have no extra goal when they come back up off of respawn. And this was domination from BLG, but so well orchestrated. And I think this is what a lot of us were looking forward to seeing from BLG, was them getting back on the horse. Like we just talked about IG having a ton of almosts. Well, this was where BLG were like, well, you shouldn't have had some of these losses that we kind of saw come through. Like Anyone's Legend, I think, was a big surprise to people as AL were able to beat them 2-0. Like this was BLG kind of saying, look, we're back and we're definitely here to try and get themselves back into playoffs, because they have played a lot of like tougher opponents, like Top Esports, EDG recently, LNG in their first week as well, which didn't go so hot. So when you look at like their upcoming schedule between like TT and that, like there could definitely be a little bit of a hot streak in BLG's future.
Certainly could be. BLG trying to find themselves those wins on the board. And they'll certainly be able to at least find this bottom inhib tower for now. As Bin. I hate that there's no space between the name and the tri-coded LPL. As Icon's been caught. That's the second fight in a row where he'll be caught. He's got the bailout, but I don't think anyone will fall in time as he just goes down. And that's the power of the Lissandra. When you're playing against a LeBlanc, it's so easy to just lock it up and take it down. That'll be the bot inhib taken, though. BLG, even losing the fight technically, still have control.
Yeah, I mean, 2 inhibitors now down. Dragon is there if they want to go and take it. You can just rotate wherever the hell you want on this map right now as BLG. It don't matter. Like, this game is so done. It's so over. Like, you've got 3, nearly 4 items completed for Doggo. Bin is literally playing with his food in mid lane. There are 3 members of IG chasing them down. And Bin is just like, this is fine. I'm totally alright.
He's okay on this one. 2-1 and 4, not been the most impactful player on the team, but he's consistently been like tethering IG, right? And you see that Yokai very nicely done with the flash to just deny anything from Icon. It's a good pick, but ultimately can't defend the base.
Yeah, and that's the main part here. Like Icon, we always kind of knew that LeBlanc. Oh, hang on. Oh, bye, Bin.
Well, if a comeback happens, Yokai gets MVP. That's what I'm saying, because that's what, 3 fights in a row now where Yokai has locked somebody up and found a pick for his team. So nice stuff there on the Lissandra from Yokai. But BLG playing this one by the book as they move up towards that top side. They're going to look for a 3rd inhibitor, but at minimum, they'll get a tier 2 tower.
Just on the replay there, you see Sejuani for Zika managing to get the ult over the wall to pick off Bin. But, I mean, you're even seeing, regardless of the fact that it's a 4v5, BLG are still controlling the map. Honestly, probably still pretty happy to take a team fight when you have no ultimate from Yokai or Zika available. And it's just going to be a little bit of a, we're going to wait this one out. And wait until Baron comes up. You can then look to try and take that last top tower. They're just looking at this 4th Dragon for themselves as well, coming up in just a few moments' time, which honestly is actually pretty decent for them. Like the Cloud Dragon stacking, having like the slow resistance stuff in it, is actually really nice for the composition that IG the composition that IG have.
Yeah, definitely is that bonus move speed always going to be useful. Dagda, I feel like we're just dotting the I's and crossing the T's on this one. But again, I've just been impressed by BLG. A little disappointed on IG's side that this is the comp that they drafted for the third game, though. I will say, like, I wish we'd seen a bit more aggression from IG for game number 3 after how close game number 1 was. And IG controlling game number 2. I feel like if you just match a bit of that early presence for IG, this could have been a really close game. This could have potentially been a 1 series for IG, but this very slow composition, I don't think really working towards their style.
Yeah, I mean, it is a nice idea, and I think if they had managed to hold a little bit more control in the early stages of the bot side, it would be fine. But on like slipping behind 2-3 kills level 1, and they just never managed to hit their late game scaling. So for BLG now, as you say, just about finishing this one off, and yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm already just thinking about the next series.
So what are you doing with the rest of your Thursday, Doug?
Well, I got to record the podcast after today's show.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's going to be a fun one. We're going to have Jamada join myself and Ox, so looking forward to that. Should be a lot of fun. Yeah.
That does sound
What are you going to do? What are you
absolutely
up to?
lovely. Well, I've got another series of League of Legends. I've got RNG versus OMG on the clock.
All right. Do you mind if I join you for that?
Do you know what? You're always welcome, Doug. There. Go on then. I won't solo cast just this once. I'll let you cast with me. Yeah, don't know for the afternoon though. Maybe a bit of Stellaris. You never know.
Oh, you're obsessed with that now.
It's so good.
You were trying to. So we were over at LEC last weekend, and Munch spent, I'd say, a good 15 minutes trying to convince me to play Stellaris. I was
It's
like,
so good.
all right. I mean, you're really into this. He's like, I'll teach you. I'll show you the basics.
You said you've got it. You said you already have it. That's what
I will
started
check.
the conversation.
I think I have it. Let me see.
It's so good. It's
I
honestly
think I
so
got it for
anyone who
free.
doesn't know, it's basically a spaceship, like, kind of like if you've played Civilization or Crusader Kings. It's that style of game, but sci-fi and all about managing your planets and getting a Starfleet and stuff. Wink, getting Starfleeted in the face right now. That's definitely a phrase. He's got a big shield, but it's not going to be big enough. BLG just slapping with their wallets at this point. Shun in the middle of everyone, but can't get anything done. Icon finishes off on, and the last man standing, Yuakai, trying to escape the claw of doom. Will they be the claw of safety for him as he makes it back to the fountain?
I don't know if I have Stellaris. It might be a disaster.
That's okay. I forgive you. It does cost a lot of money if you include all the expansions. The nice thing is, you can play the expansions on multiplayer if one person has them. So you can play with me, play all of the expansions. You're welcome, Doug. If anyone in chat wants to get a big Stellaris going, like, hit me up. But BLG gonna find themselves a game here. It's 2-1 in the end to BLG, and they finally get a second win on the board.
And look, game 1 might have been, game 2 might have been a bit messy, but certainly BLG looking far more confident in game 3. Like, this was a statement, making sure that they had like full control early. And I'm not gonna lie, Munch, it's not often times that I watch BLG leaving a room with a smile on their face. And there's a big old one on Icon's face there. So definitely, I think hopes and spirits a little bit higher on the BLG camp after the addition of Icon.
Yeah, definitely. It was the same after game number 1, right? We saw them leaving, and Icon felt like he was vibing with the team. And, you know, that sentence alone, like you say, I've not said that about anyone on BLG for a long time, that they're vibing, that they're enjoying what they're doing. Like, feels like a breath of fresh air for this squad. And I just love that, once again, I've said it about 700 times, but I love that they're being aggressive, they're being proactive, and they're making things happen. And Weiwei coming alive, honestly, on this team. Now that he's got Icon alongside him, now he's got Bin in the top side, feels like a changed man.
But that's the thing, when you look back at like when Weiwei was kind of at his peak was on V5, and you got to see him working with Mole and looking so good, where they were actually working as that mid-jungle 2v2, but specifically Mole playing towards Weiwei. And now we've kind of got Icon trying to facilitate that style as well. And it's just, I think, something that just keeps Weiwei. It means that he's able to try and play the style of game that he wants to. Because oftentimes it is a case of, like we saw in the early stages of game 2, where he's invading, playing very smart around his pathing, getting a nice advantage for himself. But that does require, like, your lanes to set up their waves correctly, like, be willing to roam towards you. And I think that's why Weiwei's seeing the success he is, because Icon does all that. And Icon's actually willing to drop his own success, so then the rest of the team can survive. And I think that is exactly what Weiwei needs. And honestly, why we're seeing a lot of these skirmishes being started, and now that they're going successfully, you're seeing the big difference there is that these early ganks, these early fights are going the way of BLG, and now they've actually got something that they can kind of lay their foundation on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say as well, Doggo and Crisp having a really good lane there, managing to find those advantages time and time again. Like the fact that they blow the flash early and then just body on, and then body on, and then body on, and then body on. Like that was the whole game plan for this bottom lane. Like absolutely brutal for On to have to play against. Like that, we talked about the 5-minute flash timer that they had to abuse. They killed him 3 times within that 5 minutes. Like it was disgusting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely knew exactly what they wanted to do the second that flash was down. And I think the fact that they were able to get so much help coming through as well from Weiwei, we talked about him being able to play down towards the bottom side as well. Like you get the duo kill, then you get the trio kill, and then you kind of go back to the duo kill, then you go for a dive, then you've got like so much more. It was really well done by BLG. But it's also like one of the questions we kind of posed at the start of the day was like, how much can one player make a difference on this roster? Because I was like, for the longest time, the conversation's been, look, everyone's just kind of playing their own individual game of BLG. Fofo just wants to play in mid. Then when we get to the mid game, oh, he's actually going to start to roam down towards the bot side because, oh, there's a big wave there, but it means he's not really in a position for, like, say, second Rift Herald spawn, these kind of things. And it's this kind of, like, comedy of errors that starts to get out of control for BLG. And then it felt like the only person that was really willing to roam around the map or even play towards lanes was Crisp. And it felt like he was kind of a one-man army trying to do that. And now that you have Icon in the mix, like he's actually starting to play a little bit more proactive. He's dragging people like Weiwei into the mix. Crisp now has someone that he can lean on as well when he goes to make these plays. And I mean, a mid laner like this is what Crisp is used to, right? Like when you look back at FPX and Doomby, like this is the style that Doomby popularized, and Icon is kind of slotting into that nicely with Crisp now.
Yeah, really nice stuff. To see that coming on through, and see this BLG team like meshing together, like as you say, you know, Crisp and Icon, Weiwei and Icon. It just feels like Icon is the core factor in all of that. You know, being able to be aggressive, being able to have that space up at the top side. It's an exciting time for any BLG fans, honestly. And I'm really curious where the ceiling lies, right? Because at the end of the day, this was 12th versus 13th place at the start of today, right? So let's not overstate where these two teams were in the standings, but it's certainly a positive look, and it's certainly an exciting look, because I feel like the way BLG were playing today, I could imagine working against better teams as well. We still need to see that, though. We still need to see them put those points on the board. So we'll have to wait and see, but finally, positive things to say about BLG. Progress being made. On the side of IG as well, it's worth mentioning that, you know, yes, they didn't get this win on the board today. They weren't even playing with their full roster. They had 280 carries down in the bottom side. So, you know, we can criticize them as much as we like, but realistically, like, they should be losing this series. This would be a kind of a bad situation for BLG if they're losing with 280 carries in the enemy bottom lane. Like, this should be a win for BLG. And IG, you know, I don't know what's happened with their support player, but ultimately, hopefully, things will be fine. They'll be able to get their full roster moving for the next series.
Yeah, I will say as well, like, Game 1, Game 2 was a lot better from IG. Like, it was a quite close series up until that Game 3. So I think there are still positives to take away from IG. But again, I think, like, the biggest thing is just, like, how many games they've now lost. Like, again, you're 1 of 5 now. Like, it's not like we said there's a bit of a breather coming up, right? Where you've got, like, you got, like, LNG to come up against, got TT, but, like, there's still a huge amount there where you're kind of looking, going, hey, look, there's some big teams that you're going to have to go and face in later portions, like JDG, RNG. Like, you still have a lot of these top teams to play, and you're already struggling. It's not exactly the best sign.
Yeah, bit of a tough one. We'll have to see how things change over the course of the split for IG. Let's talk about our MVP, though. Crisp going to grab that one for himself. Great Renata game here. The flash handshake over the mid tower, I think, was the highlight of the game for me from him. But you can see there, like, 20 for 0, essentially, in terms of K+A. Great kill participation. Just a fantastic game.
Yeah, and again, as you said, like, setting up pretty much everything from the get-go. Getting the quick handshake, then consistently finding, like, really good routes to find ganks on towards the bottom side of the map. Like this flank here, where he's able to set up this play as Weiwei just comes in. Like, It was just really well orchestrated by Crisp. The ultimates were on point. On dives, he was happily tanking, so then he knew the Fate's Call was going to come through from Doggo. Like, just Crisp really having a smart understanding of what he needs to do. This is what I'm talking about, right? The flash chain, he tanks up the tower the whole time and knows at the very last second that Fate's Call is going to come through to keep him safe.
Really great stuff coming out. And like you say, that coordination, that the thing that's been lacking the most from BLG, like knowing that he's going to be on the same page as Doggo. It feels like sometimes the bottom lane and the rest of the team not necessarily on the same page for BLG still. There have been a couple of funky moments during this series, but comparatively to previous series, big step up here for BLG. Really, really impressive stuff. And a win, a much needed win on the board. I believe that puts them at 2 and 4 now. So climbing that ladder slightly. A long way to go, though, for them. That's the end of our first series, though. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll head into our second series, RNG versus OMG, which I'd say RNG are a favorite for, but OMG been looking good recently. We'll have to see who takes it after this.
Brigade on top
Oh
side.
no, Allah. No. Oh, wait, what? No way! Wait, no! This is the most big brain play I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh my god, they're bringing him too. They know though that the ward will spot out Yaga, but they're gonna go for this. This is a dive in the durability patch at 3.5 minutes. They get Aki as the electrocute comes down. Shanji will not go down. The tower shots are huge. Kanavi getting the last one, and they beautifully execute that tower dive. That minion wave is gigantic, and JDG come out 2-0. They just go straight for the engage. Tarzan has to use the Crescent Guard already. He's still caught out, though. They're doing so much damage, and the cast comes through, but it separates them. A killer instinct from Abel! He goes straight in. He's got the GA available as well. He goes down, but OMG, they might have just found the fight. Cold is down, but Allah is in the back line. Does it matter? No, it doesn't. Where were you when OMG got their first series win in Summer Split? They take the fight against LNG, and they are dominating this game. You pointed out that a little bit before here with Cole. So we're going to be watching out his bottom lane. Photic without his support. Gala flashing forward. Yep.
People are trying to start the conversation of JDG is the best team in the LPL. We see games like this where it just really doesn't work out. Oh god!
Oh, I missed the Void Seeker. Oh, that feels bad, but it will be. Oh! No way! The killer instinct to go through the True Shot Barrage to get the outplay.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la
我觉得卢娜组合的话，最近只是看每个队伍的优先级吧，而且加上有些情况是被ban了的情况。然后我们两个就只是因为其实玩的也比较久了，就是因为 MSI 之前就一直在练这个东西了，就提前练了1个多月嘛，所以说多多少少还是有一点自己的心得在里面嘛。OMG 的话，他们的队伍会打得比较凶悍嘛，也打得很激进，所以说我对上他们的话，就可能就是要减少自己的失误，然后更加集中一点。
Don't make mistakes, win the game. It's, you know, I feel like LPL interviews can often be condensed down to, we just got to play well, of course. Which is, you know, I mean, not wrong, but, you know, it is what it is. My name is Will Schultz. I'm joined by Dagda. We're going to our second series of the day. It's RNG versus OMG. And let's just roll straight into it, Dagda, because OMG, in their most recent series, have actually looked pretty okay. If you forget about OMG versus LGD game number 2, it's looked pretty good for them. Going 3 games against JDG, winning 1 of those. Going 3 games against LNG, winning 2 of those. And then 2-0ing LGD. We're on the up and up here, Dagda.
Yeah, it has been a little bit of a hot streak coming through for OMG, and we'll have to see. I mean, this one is going to be the big test, it feels like to me, if they're going to be able to take down RNG. But I feel like they've kind of found their identity, which is like playing these very short-range, dive-orientated compositions where Cream is on some sort of melee assassin mid laner. You've got very aggressive bot lanes coming through for Abel as well, with things like the Samira, and being able to play through that. And I'm really hoping that we get to see a little bit more from that from OMG, because if they can get the ball rolling in the early stages and they're able to just focus on the neutral objectives, that seems to be where OMG can actually find some of these windows of victory. It's when they actually have to try and start playing the mid game, that's where they struggle.
Well, we'll see. You know, if OMG can find that consistency that they've been looking for. They have had good moments, like, I mean, here, I just went out of team fight against JDG. Shanji especially has been having some insane games, but at the same time, sometimes it doesn't quite work out for them. But I will say, like, overall, I've been impressed. Abel, like, being aggressive, these, like, brawl comps that they're bringing to the table, I think have been working really well for them. It feels very similar to that OMG when Cream first joined and they were just running dive comps every single game. You know, it was predictable, but it worked.
But I think that's the thing, you've got to like deal with the uniqueness that is OMG, because as you say, you've got like Shanji's bringing in things like the tank Shyvana, like Cream always looking good on things like the Silas and this kind of stuff. Abel as well, you got to respect his Samira, you got to respect the Zeri. Like, there's a huge amount on this team that is very unique to them that you actually have to give leeway to. So I hope that RNG will kind of give them their due diligence here and kind of respect what they bring to the table.
Yeah, we'll see if RNG are going to do that or whether RNG just going to play their own game. We'll have to wait and see. I want to take a second here, Dagda, and have a bit of a recap, because there was a series in the LPL recently. It was a bit of gold on gold, RNG versus V5, and RNG ended up losing that series. It was their first loss of the split, their first loss since MSI. V5 managed to win that one 2-1, but honestly, if you didn't see it, we're going to give you some cliff notes now. We're going to give you 3 clips to try and recap it. These 3 clips do not do this series justice. This series was a giga banger. It was the best series of the split so far. I highly recommend you go back and watch this.
Yeah, an incredibly close series throughout, and honestly, it felt like there was only a few tiny mistakes that really broke this game towards V5. And I think a lot of it was kind of surprising to me watching this series, that a lot of the issues that RNG actually faced in this series were some of their mid-game decision-making, which has kind of been the strength of RNG, where they'd over-aggress for a play, you know, try and do a little bit too much on as they tried to take a tower mid and then get caught out by V5. But, I mean, this was down to the wire. Ming, even in this game as well, ended up with like 6 kills on the Nami at the end of the game. The person of RNG with the most kills. It was a great series.
Yeah, I mean, Ming in this fight specifically, Smurfs as well, gets himself a double kill. Just crazy stuff. And like RNG, constant clutch factor, right? We saw so many times. I mean, that was a 4v3 that they won. We saw Xiaohu stealing the Baron on Ari as well. But at the end of the day, it was V5-1, and this was the final play. Xiaohu trying to make an engage happen because they just needed to find a way to fight.
And that's the thing, RNG's composition in Game 3, I think, let them down. Not really having a guaranteed engage tool and kind of having to use Xiaohu packages to start off these fights, I think made it so easy for V5, especially when you look at that composition, which is just so well set up to find these back-to-front fights, front-to-back fights. And overall, it was just so easy for them to find plays at objectives, find neutral fights, and it meant that RNG didn't really have a window of opportunity despite how close that Game 3 came out. So I'm hoping coming into today that we start to see RNG kind of have easier to execute compositions and can play towards their mid-game as they usually do.
I mean, that's going to be the big thing, right? Playing towards the mid-game, because when we look at RNG and OMG, like, opposed to each other, we've got RNG, who historically are known for their really great mid-game, often losing the early game and then coming back in the mid-game. OMG, on the other hand, having not the greatest mid-game ever. Like, when you look at the differences in gold, like, you can see that they ain't getting better over the course of the mid-game, whereas RNG, that's really where they start to ramp up.
Yeah, you can see the neutrals for RNG looking a little bit hotter in the early stages, where they've got like higher first Rift Herald percent, higher Dragon percent, and that's because OMG have been kind of shaky as to how much control they've been able to get in the early stages of the game. But the big one that you've got to look at is that goal difference of 15, where you can see RNG only slightly behind, but when they get to the later portion of the game, that's when they're really able to kick it up a notch, using that great late game decision making and mid game decision making. But when you look at OMG, when they are behind at 15, it only starts to drop further and further behind, because they don't actually really have a good understanding of how to interact in the lanes, who should be assigned to what lane, and how they want to try and operate in the mid game. So that's why we oftentimes see them falling behind.
Yeah, you can see here, like, this looks like a really negative play for RNG to start off, but even in these kind of situations, they manage to find the play that will turn things around. Someone on RNG will step up and turn it into a positive play, and this is just the story of RNG's mid-game. It feels like every single time they find these miracles, whereas for OMG, like, this is a play where they start with a 7k gold lead. Shanji just goes way too deep, and they give LGD a way back into the game.
And that's why you have to be so careful as OMG, because this is where I think that the lack of a big experienced member on their team has kind of come to hurt them. I know that Code has been around for a good while, but someone who's kind of able to take the reins in those situations, say, hey, this is how we're going to play it, because it feels like so many times they just end up going that bit too far in the mid game and giving that window back into the game.
Well, we're already through our bans.
Yeah.
We're going through this all quickly. 3 mid lane bans, 2 jungle bans, and a top laner taken off. It sounds like the start of a joke. It's going to be an Ahri first pick locked in for RNG.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Zeri, though, is going to be so good for Abel. We talked about it there, just saying that one of my big picks for OMG is the Smear and is the Zeri. These short-range AD carries where Abel's able to operate super well and effectively on his positioning and making sure he's kind of playing just at arm's length. So excited to see what they're going to be able to do with this one. Viego is going to be banned away, same with the Wukong. So you kind of got options here for Aki as to what you want to go for in the jungle, or if you want to just try and lock in some sort of support here and maybe counterpick the jungle matchup.
Yeah, we'll see where they're going to go. Obviously, you know,
okay,
Wukong and Viego gone. We're going to get a very different jungle Olaf locked in here. It's possible that that's a top lane Olaf. We saw a lot of murmurings of top lane Olaf in 12-11. We've not really seen it much in the LPL, but if there's anyone that will bring it out, it's Shanji.
Definitely. And he did get some he got some buffs coming in onto nerfs coming in onto 12-12 as well, whereas like his shield health got or 12-11, whereas shield health got nerfed, his armor reduction as well on his Q got nerfed. So that's why we kind of started to see him. Oh, we're actually going back to us. We started to see him drift a little bit out of the top lane and a little bit more into the jungle. So I think we'll probably see him in the jungle, but I definitely think that the ability to flex this pick is still there for Shanji.
Yeah. So apparently there seems to be an issue with Champ Select. We'll figure out what's going on. We did see a rel locked in, so I'm going to assume that was the issue with Champ Select, because I've not seen a rel locked in quite a while. I think that will probably end up being a different pick, just based on what we've been seeing. And also, rel, I think one of the least picked champions in the game currently, like in the actual game, not just in LPL. Like, I remember seeing some statistic where rel was like, you know, the biggest failure of a champion in forever. But I disagree with that. I think rel's such a cool champion. I feel like we saw so much, at least in the LPL. It's kind of disappointing that we never see her anymore. I thought you know, the E and ult combos and all of that kind of good stuff. I know you loved Reldag.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm glad that we got to see her a little bit of like MSI and these kind of things, because I think she still definitely has her place in certain metas. I just don't think like blind picking Rel is probably your best bet at the moment, just because like enchanters are so incredibly strong, the ability to disengage is always there, and she kind of is good into a lot of champions, say like the Leonas and these kind of things that can come out where you can steal a bunch of those tanky stats with your Q and like find great engages and kind of set up for your team in that respect. But
goes on this one.
I was trying to figure out in my head what was next to like okay, we're in.
I know,
Ors.
yeah.
So it's SR, and then I remember this Chinese client is like, I'm not gonna have any breeze
Oh, yeah,
as to where
true.
Rel falls in on the Chinese side. I was like,
didn't
yeah,
think about that.
there's no point. There's no point of me even trying to figure this out, because I can't even tell you what Rel's Chinese name is, so I have no breeze.
Yeah, I would have been surprised by a Renekton, but Renekton was I was like REN, REL. That's pretty close. I feel like that has to be it, right? But yeah, no, Chinese. I haven't got a clue. So we'll see where they go in the end. But we're going to be repeating the champ select. So everything that was locked in, aside from I assume the Rel, but actually it was Aki that locked in the wrong thing. So there'll be a pick changed on OMG's side.
Okay,
Because
so
it was
that's
way
exactly-
that locked in the Rel.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe we aren't getting that Olaf because Zeri taken here, but I think the interesting thing, just while we try and see where this is going to go.
Oh, that's
okay,
so
he's going to be
disappointing.
The Lissandra banned away by OMG, I think is a good shout. I think Xiaohu's been very good at setting up these engages for RNG, and the fact that he won't have that tool here has actually kind of put them on a bit of a back foot. Now, we still look at the Gallios and these kind of stuff, but with the Ari locked in, we'll have to see if Xiaohu can kind of provide those engages with the charms that we kind of come to expect from RNG since they've returned from MSI.
Yeah. So we've got the Charm, we've got Ming on the Nautilus as well. Plenty of ways to start a fight. Not so much for the side of OMG, as you can have that Brahma support, so they might have to find some hard engage elsewhere within this composition. Vi being banned away. It's a jungler we've seen used specifically to counter Ezreal in the bottom side, but I guess the logic still applies to Zeri, right? The same logic of, well, they can E away. Well, yeah. Vi can follow them, so taking that one off the board by OMG.
Yeah, also, a lot of point-and-click CC works out pretty well against the Zeri. You've already got the Nautilus. If Vi can follow up and then you got backline dive with the Ari, it's going to make things very difficult for Abel, even with Cold there on the Braum. But we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is going to be, because Diego, Vi, you're starting to kind of drift down through Wei's champion pool. The Rek'Sai going to be taken off the board as well. Maybe we honestly see Wei go back towards something like the Volibear or something along these lines, the Xin Zhao, but I know Wei's Volibear hasn't been the best in the past, so may leave that one off the table for a while.
Yeah, the Rek'Sai being banned away, I'm a little surprised. Yeah, we'll see if the Volibear comes through. But now over to the side of OMG. Solo laners galore here. You'd anticipate probably a mid lane since you already know what you're up against.
Yeah, okay, so just going to respond with one of the old school counters that we've seen with the Vex, but honestly, I think you could actually go... Oh, sorry, Silas is banned away from Cream, but yeah, I think you could still take some sort of like melee mid if you wanted to, but with the Silas and that Akali gone, Cream is just going to go for the late game with the poke, with the Zeri and the quirky combo. This is something we're starting to see rise up more and more in the LPL, just because of how obnoxious it gets in the later portion of the game.
Yeah, it certainly does. Cream opting to that kind of poke mage, as you say. Not really his style, though. We're used to seeing Cream on those assassins. Has struggled sometimes when not just playing for pure aggression. It's going to be Breathe going with the Knot. Very standard up in that top side. It's something that Bin played a ton over when he was on RNG as well. And we'll see what the final lock-in is going to be. The jungler being the 5th pick. This is not something we see often in the LPL, but it's going to be Wei's Nocturne.
Which I think is a really interesting one, because you definitely want something that can provide long-range engage, which this Nocturne can help with, especially against the poke from the Zeri and the Corki, but you are going to be somewhat isolated, it feels like, in that backline when you go in. And it also means that you've now got a Jinx who, with a lot of OMG members that can kind of jump around, find flank opportunities, this Jinx could end up isolated. So RNG are going to have to play these fights very smartly. Like, make sure that they're setting up on objectives early so they can get that full vision control down. Make sure they are actually fighting front to back, and like Zeri isn't hopping in over a wall to assassinate Gala. Aki isn't coming up from crazy angles to cause issues for this Jinx. You have to be like pretty careful about your backline here for RNG.
Yeah, you definitely will be. Like, a lot of dive potential. And we said they needed engage, right? Shanji certainly answering that one. Might have a tough time against the Nod during the laning phase, but if he can survive that laning phase, make it to the mid game, that's when the Sejuani will really start to pay dividends. Well, that mid game is really going to be the crucial point. As we said before, it's where RNG come alive, and it's where OMG have shown that they can make quite a few mistakes. So we'll have to wait and see as OMG in their big complex. I don't know if anyone at home has seen the OMG complex on Twitter and on if just Google it. Like, it's absolutely insane. It's like so insanely futuristic. Same with the EDG one as well, honestly. I think it's the EDG one that looks like a spaceship, basically. But some of these facilities that the players play in are just mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. But we'll have to see in the battle of the facilities who's going to come out on top, because RNG's is looking pretty swanky as well. But yeah, I think the biggest one coming into this game is kind of looking towards the Lee Sin. How much can this Lee Sin get done in the early stages? Because I feel like when you're looking at the draft at the moment, your bot side, you do have Zeri, which you can definitely try and play around, but the Braum paired with it makes that a little bit more difficult. You have a Corki in the mid lane, not really going to do particularly much. And even on your top side, it's Sejuani, right? So for Aki, I'm kind of curious as to what he wants to try and do in these early stages of the game. Like, maybe it is just a case of trying to prevent this Gnar from becoming a split push threat in the top side. But I feel like trying to play around the spot lane to a certain extent is kind of what you need to do, because it's your only big bridge to that late game. Because as you said, like already, Munch, top lane, not a good matchup. Mid lane, not going to be able to do particularly much in the early stages. You need someone who can get OMG to that late point.
Yeah, that's going to be the challenge, is bridging the gap towards the later stages. Cool start here for Abel down in the bottom side. He's obviously anticipating a fairly quiet laning phase. We could have a fairly quiet start to the game in general, honestly. But once we start to hit those level 6s, especially for RNG, like Nocturne and Ari both hitting level 6, you know they're going to start making plays.
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of keeping my eyes on, is like if RNG can actually start to make these early plays and prevent OMG from hitting that late point, because you have a ton of tools to try and make that happen. I mean, realistically, against the Braum and a Zeri, Gala should be relatively okay on the spot side if Ming wants to try and look for some early roams. Xiaohu Wei, ton of roam potential as well towards either bot or top side, especially if Abel is trying to make some sort of plays happen on the, or trying to push in this wave on bot side. So, like, you have so many opportunities for RNG to get this early game in your favor.
Certainly do. We'll see if they can find those opportunities and use them. Both junglers starting off with their blue into Gromp, pathing opposite directions though to starters. But again, as we said, not necessarily anticipating big skirmishes in the early game, so you'd anticipate they just trade scuttles, trade opposite sides of the map. Everything relatively quiet there. Which I would say, you know, could be a bad thing for OMG, honestly, because like historically what we've seen is they do a lot better when they find advantages early on in the game. I will say, Zeri and Braum, that can certainly be quite an aggressive combo. If you can stack that passive up quickly, you can take someone down.
It's just about trying to find those moments where you can, though. I think the biggest thing is, like, this is not a 2v2 realistically on either side that you confidently come out on. Well, I mean, unless you have a level advantage as Ming goes in, but the thing is, you can kind of see what happens there, where the concussive blows come out from Cole as soon as Ming engages. You get the Unbreakable to come up and dodge a whole bunch of the damage that Gala wants to churn out onto Abel, so you end up being able to turn that around. So you take it very, very slow and calculated in the spot side here from RNG, and it feels like you're not going to do a huge amount until you get that third member from either side to try and break the stalemate.
Yeah. And, you know, I'm just thinking about these two teams, like, historically, as organizations, when you think back far enough, these guys were both at the very top of the table. Like, OMG used to be one of the teams, like, when you think of the team that had, like, Going and Cool and that lot on, like, they were one of the teams that was making it to internationals every single time. They were one of the teams that always represented the region. Feels like a long and distant memory for the side of OMG. And that was starting to become a similar story for RNG until fairly recently. where they've been able to find success once again since last year when Xiaohu went up to the top side. Now this year, doing well in the mid lane once again. Feels like RNG got back on that horse and are looking to bring that horse down to the bottom side. Abel and Cold in big trouble here, but looks like the dive not going to actually happen in the end.
No, nearly able to get the plate, but not quite. Oh, okay. Cole going in aggressive there, but I thought I heard a flash, but it must just be hearing things.
I think it's the Jinx rockets on that skin sound a bit cosmic.
Bit wonky.
I don't know how else to word that.
But yeah, I mean, look, at least you get a little bit of pressure towards the bot side. Look at the CS advantage for Gala as well. This is kind of what you can do here as RNG, where you can start to get some decent push into this bot side to get the quicker reset, and just looking to get Gala to a point where he's happy. I think that's why I'm kind of looking at Aki to see, hey, can you try and break this bot side open in your favor? Because when you get to 2-3 items here for OMG, you're in a great spot. I mean, Abel's going to be able to turn out so much damage from afar with the zap through the walls. You've got Cream as well. He's going to be able to poke with the rockets. And then it becomes a case of RNG have to find these quick engages for fear of getting poked out. And when you're kind of under that pressure, that's where mistakes can start to creep in.
Yeah, it's certainly the opportunity to punish those mistakes as well for the opposing team. Like, we'll see if they'll find those windows. It's a fairly quiet one, Hector. Fairly quiet one, especially compared to game number 1 of the first series today, right? Where we just saw right off the bat BLG went super aggro. But RNG not a team that's known for being incredibly aggressive in the early game. We are getting towards that level 6 mark, though, where we expect Wei and Xiaohu to be the ones leading the charge. But Wei actually just going to move over towards the Drake. Aki is in the neighborhood. There's a ward on this Drake. I'm curious if OMG are willing to contest, or at least willing to go for a steal. Aki could do this stealthily, ward hop, and try and go for the steal himself. Let's see. Wei getting fairly low as well. This might just be a kill as they move on in. There's the Sonic Wave. They found Wei. They found the dragon. It's beautiful from Aki and Cold. Oh, now a hook, though. The rest of the team moving on in. Aki jumps out to safety. Cold will be sacrificed. RNG, they get a consolation prize, a kill for Xiaohu. But 1-for-1 and OMG got the Drake.
I mean, just nice ward from Aki to spot that out, making sure that he was able to find the play. And as you say, having Code link up with him, the 2-man combo picks off the Nocturne. Just really, really patient play here. And I think this was like smart from Wei, realistically, right? You push in bot, push in mid. You assume you're not going to get any sort of problems here, but just being able to spot this one out, Aki, knowing what RNG are like with those early neutrals, means that he can get the kill. But it's just unfortunate. Cold, actually charmed right as he went for the jump over the wall, so he wasn't able to escape out with his cohort.
Nicely done by Xiaohu. And, we mentioned that level 6 mark. Luckily for Xiaohu, hitting that level 6 mark as the play kicked off. Had he not had the Spirit Rush, I'm not sure that they get an answer there. So, well played by Xiaohu. Perhaps a little lucky. And it will be a minor gold lead for RNG. I'm not entirely sure how, honestly. Just the CS difference in the bottom lane, I suppose, with a minor CS lead up top as well, yeah. So, good stuff so far from RNG, at least answering, but really nice for OMG to be able to get that Drake.
Yeah, and again, you'll get like a little bit of gold in RNG's favor from the bot terror fight that's already been lost as well. I feel like the RNG are just going to try and continue to play around that potential here. So you can see already Ming sitting in the mid lane. He is actually looking to move over towards Rift Herald, but you should have Gala being able to get this wave slow pushed in onto the bot side. As you can see, that one's just stacking up, but he's actually just going to push this in and then potentially look to carry on and move up towards this top side of the map. But honestly, I think if RNG can just make a play with Xiaohu and Wei both having that level 6, well, then they don't really need to worry about bringing Gala into the equation as well.
Few little popcorn chickens taking the head by Xiaohu. Nicely done. Just stealing a bit away from the enemy. It's always good to get those incremental advantages. But as you say, Herald started here by RNG. Xiaohu fighting for priority in the mid lane, and Ming has moved over. Like you said, that was the reason he was in the mid lane in the first place. Gala's moved up. Nicely done by RNG. Abel going to be on the bottom side. Knows he can at least crash this wave. Maybe can go for a plate himself. But I don't think he'll be able to get too much, honestly. You can see Gala's already moving back over.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Cream was going to follow the whole way down into that bot side play. Maybe look for a dive, but I mean, Gallo will be here to just clear out the wave, so he's going to be totally fine. At least those plates going towards Abel will help to equal out some of that early advantage Gallo had gotten. Because you still have that cove for Abel, so he will always kind of have that little bit of a buffer when it comes to the gold, even if you do have an advantage for Gallo when it comes to sheer CS numbers.
Xiaohu over the wall here. Wants to try and make something happen. He's going to look for Cream. Knows that the blue buff is up. Here comes Wei into the mix as well. Ignite as the double flash from RNG. We said they'd use their ults. I didn't expect it to be that explosive.
Wei follows the Corki over the wall, kills Corki, and midway through killing Cream, smites the blue buff. Just takes it away from Aki, straight from underneath his nose. It's clean. It's daylight robbery. And RNG now going to try and put the pressure in the mid lane as well, but the charge will happen. I don't think he can get much more from this OMG, although maybe looking for a kick, but RNG are already out of there.
Yeah, absolutely. Very nicely done by Wei. Bit of revenge for the Drake as well, but now moves in to grab that Scuttle Crab. Shanji trying to collapse as well. Remember, the Sejuani could certainly start a fight, but won't be able to find an opportunity. OMG losing out on this one as Abel slides his way back towards the lane, but it's 1,000 gold lead now for RNG.
Yeah, and I think this is where, again, you're going to see RNG continue to put this pressure forward. We talked about OMG, how they're not particularly strong in the mid game. Where they've been able to find a lot of their successes is playing these compositions that have Cream able to interact on the map nice and early, work alongside Aki in a favorable jungle matchup, and play towards Abel getting a lead. But when you look at the way this composition operates, that's not really what OMG have here. They're the ones that need to try and play it slow, play for that mid game so then they can get to the late game, and RNG just punishing as a result.
Yeah, RNG doing a really good job to find these windows and to punish them, as you say. That's a Corki package picked up, though. So Cream, perhaps with a window to make a play of his own. We talked about the level 6 spike for Wei and Xiaohu. Well, this is Aki and Cream's alternative with the package. If they can link up, make it into one of these side lanes, and try and force something.
Especially with the Dragon, that becomes a more valuable point here. But Cream, I'm a little bit nervous about Cream fighting with a package here, just because it feels like you've got a really good front to back. Even the inability for Shanji to be here means you don't really have a big tank on OMG side right now.
Well, they found the Drake, and maybe we'll look for more as well. It's 4v4, though. And I think maybe just OMG backing away. Xiaohu might look for a charm, but everybody zips. Let's get the package used just to get back to mid lane and clear that wave. So OMG agree with you, Dacta. They did not actually want the fight, just using it to threaten and to grab the dragon for themselves. So that's 2 dragons back to back, though.
I mean, nicely done by OMG to start stacking these. But again, I think RNG are kind of playing what we look at as like what have kind of become the bog standard at MSI, which is like playing for Rip Trails instead, where you try and snowball these early leads into tower plays, into map control, so then it doesn't really matter if OMG have these early leads, because they won't get to actually use the dragon late game because they don't have control over the map. That's when RNG can start to stack up dragons themselves, and I think it's a right call for RNG, because if this game goes super late, they just don't end up winning out. Like, realistically, you've just got too much damage on OMG's side. Great tanks in Shanji and Code eventually been able to reach that tanky point as well. So I think playing more towards a, hey, we want to make this a fast game is what RNG need. Whereas for OMG, I mean, their late game insurance is going to be these dragons.
Yeah, absolutely. As well as that Corki, I would say. He's certainly late game insurance for them. Shanji getting a good trade on to breathe here. Nice bit of damage done. I would say Xiaohu, like, overextended to try and finish off the 4th plate a minute ago. Took 3 tower shots for it, and then left it on like 1 HP. Couldn't take another tower shot, so he had to back away. And ever since, Cream has been playing a little more aggressively in that mid lane, moving forward to make sure that the wave doesn't ever get quite under that tower.
I mean, at least at the moment, OMG are doing a pretty good job of like keeping this somewhat even, right? Like, we have seen some plays from RNG, but it's not like it's completely broken open this game to a point of like absolutely no recovery for OMG. Even when you look at their vision control, it's very defensive at the moment and trying to deny RNG entrance into their side to get wards to try and make these plays.
In trouble here. Hops dodges away from the knock-up, but he's going the wrong direction right now. Wei might be able to make his way up to the top side, or not, as the Nul's already gone. And Wei's like, you know what? Maybe I won't go in on this play.
Yeah, they were considering it, but I think with the way that Breathe flashed upwards, it meant that you couldn't actually get Wei in as quickly as he would have liked. And also just the sheer damage that had come out from the Lee Sin as well meant that he wasn't able to. So with Wei now having no ultimate, it kind of frees up OMG, not only just to get less pressure on that top side coming through from the Gnar, but also just less pressure from Wei for the next few minutes. So nice job there from OMG to kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone off the game.
Oh, a rocket as well to deny the reset from Abel. And that'll be another wave crash on the bottom side. Breathe, not so lucky on the recall denial. Shanji does have TP. Might just return to that top side. I'm curious if now we'll be on that 14-minute mark, whether we get kind of a rearrange in terms of where our players are on the map, which laners are where. Gala's going to be able to finish this bot lane tower. That'll be a nice little influx of gold for RNG. And we'll see what happens now in terms of the rest of these tier 1 towers, because that was the first tower of the game. It's quite late on.
Yeah, but I think we are going to see that rearrange now come through that you're talking about from RNG, because with that first tower going down, you rotate Gal up towards top side, you push in top wave, you can threaten the tier 1, which are also trying to move Gal into position for the Rift Herald that might just be started up here by Aki, as RNG are still trying to move into position after getting that bot tower.
Yeah, they did start it up, but immediately back it away again as well. A TP comes through from Cream. OMG don't want to let this one go without a fight. We might get a 5v5 for ourselves here. Dagda Ming flashes away to safety. It's a Glacial Fissure to knock everybody up, but now pulled back in and flashes the knock up to the rest of his team. Cold, bit of a disaster, but Aki manages to answer it. The Gordrick has keep himself safe, but falls in the end. Breathe now, chasing down as Shanji falls. Abel on the backline, laser over everyone, getting the shots, getting the stacks. Can he clean up? RNG with 4 members strong, but the carries of OMG. Oh my days, Cream just about survives.
RNG are battered and bruised, but they will get the objective and they will take the fight. 30 seconds though until this dragon, so RNG going to try and do a quick reset and see if they'll be out in time to fight that. And they should be with just the timers that are on Aki and Shanji, but oh boy, that was a lot closer than we expected. But again, this coordination and team fights that RNG have become famous for is the difference maker here. Ming waits perfectly until he's able to ult onto the Corki, and as you do that, Wei goes straight in over the wall with that ultimate. Gala's in a great spot here to just continue churning out the damage with a great front line in his position, and then eventually OMG with Abel starting to rack up that damage, and Abel playing incredibly well, I gotta say, on this area, but unfortunately just not enough to hold the fight.
Bit too early in the game for Azeri to be able to 1v4, but trust me, that'll come later.
Oh,
Aki gets hooked by Ming, trying to deny the dragon going down. It's low and it's taken. RNG grab themselves their first Drake of the game. It's a kick across the team. It's 1 kill though for Shanji. Make it 2. Double comes in. Breathe gets a stun, but in comes Cream to answer as well. Abel with another, and RNG have been found out. Knock up on Xiaohu. Spirit Rush trying to keep himself safe, but Aki goes wide on the queue. That's going to be 3 kills for the side of OMG as they look for more mid.
I mean, nice job from OMG to get that engage. And now they should be able to push in, but the wave instantly gone thanks to Xiaohu and Wei. So going to be tough for them to actually get this mid lane turret, but with the next wave here, I don't know if Xiaohu can solo defend.
Yeah, needs to back away on this one as Abel will be able to get the damage down. You see Shanji as well clearing up the wave of the bottom side to make sure that they're not losing too much elsewhere. Nicely done by OMG to find themselves an opportunity. Now actually ahead in goal.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of that gold, though, is going to be on Shanji thanks to the double kill he picks up here. So Ming going that bit too far forward, but it means that the dragon just kind of sits there for a while. Ming goes low, and this engage from Aki is beautiful. Gets great damage coming through from the Gore Drinker, the lockup, Shanji as well being able to land that ult into mix. And again, having the permafrost hit right before Breathe gets that Gnar means that you can't have any sort of follow-up from Xiaohu in the fight. Already Wei's running for the hills as well. So OMG getting that slight gold lead, as you said, for themselves, Munchables.
And that's so crucial, right? Because we talked about how, like, OMG's team fighting actually pretty good if they can get towards those team fights. And, you know, in spring, it felt like this team got a bit overhyped and they couldn't match up when it went to beating the better teams. Well, RNG is one of the best in the entire league, and OMG finding themselves a fight there is crucial. Now, even in gold, as we approach, or as we get towards the 20-minute mark here, but RNG still no slouch, and still with that Rift Herald could find themselves some control.
No real control over River though, and that's why Shanji has been able to slip by over into this play and making sure that he's going to be here for the 4-man stack, as Cream will continue to push in top. So at least at the moment, OMG just looking to trade, but RNG are looking for the tier 2.
Certainly are. It's a tower taken on the side lane for Cream. He does have TP available. I don't think this Herald gets a charge off here. Yeah, kind of a weird Herald, honestly, from RNG. Maybe using it just to try and force OMG away from the tier 1. But either way, OMG able to answer that one. It's a tier 1 for a tier 1. I think OMG are happy with that trade.
Yeah, I think the play there for RNG was like, oh, we'll be able to get the Rift Herald to charge onto the second tower before the minion waves dies. But a little bit of a funky play there with the Rift Herald in that because they killed the tower too quick, the Rift Herald actually didn't charge to get faster up the lane. So it meant that OMG could deal with the minions and then had their cooldowns come in as well to then deal with the Rift Herald in tow. So you never get that second charge. So a bit unfortunate there for RNG. But OMG now, I like what we're starting to see from them. Like, good vision control in River, great defensive vision setup. You can see the amount of pinks that are littered on the bottom side. You've got one at the back of their own red buff as well. Like, this is where you can actually prevent a lot of that map movement from RNG. As long as you can do that, like, again, you're already 2 items on your Zeri. An Infinity Edge will make her insanely strong. Corki as well starting to get to a point where he's happy. Like, this is actually getting to a really good spot here for OMG, and RNG just haven't been able to pick up the pace just yet.
And you know, we were talking about this in the pre-game, how on paper, RNG are a heavy favorite coming into this series, but OMG have looked good recently. And I feel like they're continuing to prove that this is a team that has big potential. This is a team that can look really good. It's just whether or not they could convert that into some of the better teams. It's looking good so far in this series. We'll see if they can keep it up, though. A minute until that next Drake comes up, Dagda. I feel like we need to see a bit of setup now coming out for either team. Right now, it's vision control in favor of OMG.
I like that they're keeping the defensive vision here, but as you say, like, Aki now starting to move forward. You need to actually get some more vision control in this river. Having the Skull Crab is going to be so good for them, though. Just in the ability to try and outmaneuver some of RNG, and being able to kite back from Wei engaging, maybe from Ming engaging. Also just having the ability for Shanji with this Ghost to get up close and personal. Cream now looking for the reset, though. Going to need to try and TP into this fight, but will be able to pick, the package on his way out in just a few moments' time.
We'll see RNG grouping up, though. Remember, RNG can definitely play for picks as well. If you step too far forward against a Nautilus and an Ahri with a Nocturne that can Superman in from the other side of the map, like, you're going to go down. There's no way you'll survive in that play. So OMG have to be really careful trying to muscle their way in.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem is that because Cream was waiting for the package to come up so we can TP in, it's given RNG full control over River, which does make this a little bit tougher. TP into the middle of things, though, from Breathe.
Yeah, Aki wants to go for the smite. Jumps into the rush. Can't quite find it, though. In the meantime, Breathe has gone down, and OMG, they're just going to go for a fight again. This is gorgeous from OMG. Shanji with another great ult. Double as Shanji and Abel both grab one for themselves, and Abel wants a bit more. Cream package into the play. Xiaohu under the tower, though. The laser won't find anything.
Yeah, I mean, nice call to back off of that chase onto Xiaohu, because he got the Baron. I mean, you don't get the steal from Aki, but he got the amazing kick that kills RNG, and now OMG, like, they're firmly in the driver's seat. This is it.
I'm loving what I'm seeing here from OMG. 3,000 gold lead. They will grab this Baron for themselves as well. Very nice stuff, and I want to take another look at that. I was so focused on Aki trying to get the steal. I didn't even see Breathe die.
Yeah, so Breathe TP's in, and instantly Shanji knock up, concussive blows, permafrost stacks. Breathe doesn't get to move before he's gone. But watch Aki here. This kick onto Gala knocks up Ming, kills the AD carry, and that's it. Like, it's game over in this fight for RNG thanks to those plays. So really nicely done by Aki and also the team to lock up Breathe as he came in. But I gotta say, like, not the best spot for a TP from Breathe.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Breathe here. Ming could be in trouble. Shanji has his ult if they want to commit. Gala has cleanse. They're just going to commit to Ming here. Bit of damage. Wei's ult is going to be burned. And I think that was really the goal, perhaps, is Shanji not really willing to commit.
Yeah, I mean, it will now, because that ult is down, give OMG a little bit of control over side lanes, because you don't have to worry about the engage coming through from Wei if you're trying to match the side lane plays from RNG. But RNG are just winning because, hey, I mean, Xiaohu pushed sides, Breathe is able to push down bot. And this is kind of what we were talking a little bit about, is that like OMG in the mid game, even with the Baron buff, aren't really certain about how they're supposed to match up in their lane states. And it's why you're kind of seeing this slowdown where even with the win in the team fight, the win with taking the Baron, it's only a 500 gold lead they've managed to gain off this Baron buff so far.
Just take a second and look at Shanji's build right now. He is invincible. There's no universe where an Ari is going to kill a Sejuani anyway, even with no MR. And then just look at the amount of armor Shanji has. Like, who on RNG even hurts Shanji? He's going to be so hard to deal with in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, 6-1, the benefits of having the amount of gold that he has means that he will be able to just continue to stack and rack it. He's now pushing in the mid lane. As OMG start to group up on this bot side, you got 2 more waves that they can try and work around here. And Shanji may be able to get the tier 2 as well in the mid lane.
Yeah, he's going to be completely uncontested in that mid lane. Should be able to get some solo time. And, you know, the Baroned up minions do a lot of damage to the tower. Not just the cannons, like the caster minions will do a lot if they're allowed to just hammer away. So Shanji being there with the Baron buff will certainly get a little bit of work done, but now answered by Wei in that mid lane. Try and buy space for the rest of his team, but Wave's not really synced up right now by OMG. So it means RNG can move mid, clear that one up, then move back down towards the bottom side. But I think OMG will still be able to find him.
Yeah, they still get the bot tier 1, or sorry, tier 2, which is nice. I don't know if they can try and maybe eke out this mid lane as well. Might be a bit greedy as RNG can just clear bot and then look to rotate mid. Wei has the engage. This might be a bit greedy.
They're just going to try and threaten a dive here. Go for the tower. Tower will go down. Ming turns gold and keep himself safe here. Wei into the middle of everybody. That was a bit deep. Wei, my goodness. Breathe jumps in. Oh, the gnaw from Breathe on everybody. Is it enough, though, is the question. And I don't think so is the answer. OMG still find the fight.
Again, RNG going that bit too deep. And this is what we talked about from the V5 series, where the mid game, where RNG usually thrives, is just looking a little shaky. Them going that bit too far, trying to bite off a bit more than they could chew. And I think Wei, a good example of it there, where he just goes far too deep, and nobody on RNG is able to follow up on this Nocturne. OMG get 2 towers, they get the fight, and they're looking so good. We'll see it here. I mean, Gala getting good damage off, you're getting good poke down. Ming taken incredibly low, but instantly straight onto the back line. Like, even the target selection here from Wei going on towards the Brom is just really strange. And Breathe tries to make the play happen, but he's having a struggle in this game to get these big Nars off, because you're looking at the concussive blow stacks from the Brom, the permafrost coming through from Shanji as well. Like, trying to actually move in these fights is so hard for both.
Yeah, I have to say, just watching the replay there, I saw Wei go in, and Abel used Zerial, like, as he went in. And my brain then told me, oh, well, he was silenced by the Blitzcrank ult, so no wonder he died. He couldn't do anything. Blitzcrank isn't in this game. It's just dawned on me that those ults look incredibly similar. But as soon as we see a Zeri Blitz game, like, that is going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, Zeri, Blitz, and a Silas. That's what you need on the opposite side.
Yeah,
just to make it
lightning.
as Tesla as possible. What's the Tesla orbs? That's the one. Just like making sure you got as much electricity floating about as possible. But I gotta say, I mean, it may have been a little shaky from OMG from what they were able to achieve at the start of that Baron push. But now, I mean, you're looking 8k gold lead, good position on the Baron as well, which is up in a minute's time. They've already got the tier 2s and bot and mid, which makes it a lot easier for them to threaten in towards this topside jungle and just keep control of the Baron area. So for RNG, you're looking for a miracle play here where Breathe gets that big Gnar. Maybe you get Xiaohu on a flank that can kill off Abel, or a main damage dealer like Cream. But apart from that, I don't really know how you're able to win these fights.
It's a tough one for the side of RNG. They've got to problem solve now. They've got to show us that they are that creative team, that team that has such great macro that we all know and love, that team that won MSI. They need to show it here today against OMG. And so far, 8,000 gold down. It's a tough one. It's a really tough situation to be in. And like you say, not winning out in these fights, not finding the picks that they need to. And it feels like it's going to be difficult for them to even play side lanes. Like, I'm not sure anyone can threaten Shanji in any significant way.
And it's even the ability to find picks is so hard. So you've already got the GA completed for Cream. I mean, Abel's going to have his cleanse up in just a matter of moments. No flash, which does help, but he's even got a stopwatch for himself as well. So trying to find picks isn't working. As you say, side lane isn't really there. OMG are just starting the Baron, so screw side lanes. They want to fight anyway.
You love to see it. OMG decisive on this one. 4,000, and it's going to be Wei over the wall, but Shanji just zones him away. Baron should be able to just be committed to. Wei going to use his ult, but Shanji, he's only invincible for a little while, but there goes Gala. See you later, buddy. Taken out by Cream. And OMG look for the rest of the fight as well. It's a 1-for-1 so far as Aki tries to find a kick, but the Spirit Rush keeps Xiaohu safe. There's another Naru. Maybe OMG have actually found something for themselves here. Laser comes across. It's another kill for Cream as Cold survives. And now Breathe getting chased down. Aki trying to do some damage. Not the most coming out from this Lee Sin, but he's 1v3 for most of this fight. Oh my days, the laser damage on Xiaohu. He's cut down by the Gatling gun and the Phosphorus bomb. And now Cream looking for more as well. Abel over the wall with a laser. Knocks one into GA. Takes down Breathe in a 2v1, and now they'll find one final kill to get themselves the ace.
Again, OMG are able to find the fight. They will turn over towards the Baron, and the beautiful news is that, well, I was going to say you don't even need Cream to help out on this Baron. He can continue pushing in top, but with Gala respawning, looks like OMG are just going to take the reset and look towards the Dragon in 2 minutes' time. I mean, RNG just cannot get a look in this game.
They certainly can't. That will be Baron for OMG. Very nicely done. And once again, OMG focusing on the fight instead of the objective.
And this is where Shanji going over the wall, I got a little bit nervous. I thought that they might have been able to burst out Shanji, but Cream decimating Gala on the backside of this fight means that there's just no damage profile here for RNG to actually win it out. As you say, like, already, Ari cannot carry these fights no matter what she does, with Shanji still there. And as well, you've already got the Cream just kind of picking people off right, left, and center. Aki's been able to survive for so long, even kicking away Xiaohu to keep Code alive. Like, OMG, once they start this chase, that's where their poke and their long range just becomes so much more devastating for RNG.
Yeah, I will say, not the cleanest fight for OMG. Quite a lot of, like, missed skill shots and things, but Abel cleans it up in the end to finish everything off. Very nicely done. And at the end of the day, doesn't matter how clean it is. All that matters is whether or not you get yourself that win. 18-6 on the board. 10,000 gold lead for OMG. And it's take two with the Baron. We saw that Shanji couldn't finish off the tower in the mid lane last time around. Well, this time, he doesn't need to. The rest of the squad moving to the mid lane, and he's going to be pushing in the bottom side. These waves nicely synced up, but it looks like OMG just going to try and pressure one lane at a time. Breed pushing in the top side, and OMG are going to take advantage of that fact.
Yeah, OMG are going to be able to crack up in the space, and what RNG are essentially saying is, hey, look, we've got defender's advantage. We can actually spend the gold that we're getting from the objective bounties that are here before this dragon comes up in 20 seconds time, but it means that their base is going to be left in absolute shambles, and it's a real gamble. It's like, hey, we are going to need this power right now, and hopefully that'll be enough to carry.
Hopefully, we'll see Breathe try to finish this tower off desperately. He's not actually going to even tank it in the end. Managed to finish it off, managed to walk away. OMG, though, going to be on the Drake, and instantly will just burn through it. Way goes into the pit. Oh, it was so close, but it will not happen. The damage out from Abel
here we
is
go.
terrifying, and a rocket comes through. Look at the combo. The Zeri Corki is nightmarish as Gala does everything he can to dodge, but it's just not enough. 22-6 will be the final score as Cream TPs to the mid lane, and OMG get themselves game one.
A Breathe will fall. I feel like, no, he maybe gets back to the fountain, but OMG, a confident game one from this team. Going for the late game comp and making it work.
They certainly did. Cream goes on to fun. Breathe will finally be finished off, but the Nexus falls. And I cannot believe I'm saying this, but OMG 1-0 over RNG right now, and in a confident manner. Like, this was a very impressive game coming out from OMG. And now, I have all kinds of questions going into game number 2. Like, I'm suddenly very impressed by OMG, and I'm suddenly very worried for RNG moving on in this series.
I agree. I mean, this was kind of OMG calling out RNG, going, look, we're going to go late game. What are you going to do about it? And RNG just didn't have an answer. We didn't actually get to see Xiaohu going for a particular amount of roams. Like the early skirmishes that we potentially could have seen at things like the Rift Tower weren't there. OMG took away the option to Dragon Stack from RNG, which I really liked with some creative plays coming through from Aki in the early stages. So overall, OMG kind of going, hey, look, we know how RNG play. We're happy to take that slow, and we'll just go with the composition that scales better.
Yeah, it certainly worked for them. And like Zeri Corki, my god, the damage they were doing in the late game, like that final dragon, and then the laser over the wall with a rocket to follow up, just everybody dies instantly. It's like, what am I witnessing? That is a comp that we are going to be seeing a lot of. I guarantee it. Like, it feels like that kind of Zoe Ezreal vibe, right? Where it's the double long range and just poke everyone down, just with insane damage instead.
Yeah, it feels like I don't know if anyone has seen the new Top Gun movie recently, but it's like you get the laser that guides the missiles coming through from the Corki beforehand, where you just get the laser coming through to line them all up, set up, you know. Miracle number 1 happens with the laser coming through from Seri. Then miracle number 2 as the bomb finished off everyone on RNG side. So again, I think this is a super strong composition. We've seen it quite a bit starting to kind of come to fruition in the LPL, but it is a risky one because it does mean, look, Corki's kind of hands off in the mid lane, so it means you need to make sure that you're able to get to that later game point. But against a team like RNG here, who didn't really know how they could pick up the pace of the game in the early stages, or at least didn't pick up the pace of the game in the early stages, I think it's a good shout. We'll just have to see if we are going to get this RE first pick from Xiaohu again, if they're going to be able to match some of that pressure in the early stages, so OMG just don't run and repeat this again for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, RNG definitely need to go back to the drawing board, right? They've got to change something, because this did not work out for them. And, you know, when you look at the picks, this feels like a very RNG comp. Like, all of these picks feel comfortable for RNG, but just not able to make it work, at least in the short term. We'll see what they change for game number 2. OMG, though, on the opposite side, like, conversely, I would say this is not the start that we've seen from OMG, right? Cream generally has not looked that comfortable on the majors when it comes to team fighting, when it comes to the mid game. But on the Corki, looking really good today. Abel, you know, he is a big Zeri player, but Shanji on a tank as well. Like, I'm very positively surprised by the performance from OMG.
I think they just had a great understanding of what they needed to achieve. And I think even the understanding of how they wanted to set up their vision control, like defensively, making sure that RNG couldn't like sneak past them to maybe make a dive top, was really, really good. As you say, Shanji working out really well on this top side as well, making sure that Breathe couldn't get that big of an advantage. And even having a little bit of help from Aki as well to make sure that was the case. Like, just really strong stuff from OMG.
Yeah, really strong stuff. And like you say, playing the map extremely well. RNG, a lot to work on in their 8-minute break. Let's see if they've got what it takes to come back in this series. We're going to jump into a break. We'll see you shortly.
Yeah, I think this game could be relatively slow, but then again, it's LPL. But when I see the drafts, I can see it being relatively slow. Like, how do you force action on JDG side? Oh my god, never mind. Everyone is dead level 1. That is like the perfect clip for LPL. Never mind, guys. It's not going to be relatively slow. My bad.
Doesn't matter if they don't have Rookie. It is about showing up in the moment, and XLB and Dream do just that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a solid game 2 after game 1.
The answer is they won't even try.
Wayward wants to find a pick. What? Oh my days. See you later, Kadaya. My god. Jagular finishes off the Drake. That is going to be Salt Wayward on a ward this time. Oh, this surely is the end of Wayward. He's on a sweeper. He doesn't know that they know, but he flashes over. There's a blast cone. Can he get out? He just tries to turn it around instead.
Nice. We're in Replay City here, and we get to watch the bot lane play in full.
Yeah, so you can see here On does go in, but remember what we talked about, right? This is why you can't really go aggressive without the AD carry, because Mako just absorbs so much damage with that Unbreakable. And the entire time, right, like everyone's trying to hit On towards Mako, but you're just getting so much damage down as Viper throughout. The auto attacks are coming through gloriously.
我的妈呀！我要掉钻了！我要掉钻了！我急死了！
上次上面也是第一把，我们上次上面也是第一把。
我要掉钻了，米老鼠！我真的是想哭，我真的是想哭，我真的不想玩英雄联盟啊！
这个猫咪到这个猫咪在不？
我真不想玩。有人说别人失误一局你就一直说人家，你上把1-6怎么不道歉？我上把1-6，我队友1-8、0-10。
Especially not this specific build. We'll see how it does end up playing out. For now, though,
Oh, shall see. Just flash exhaust over the wall. He wanted it, and he literally wanted to taste the fear of Wei Wei.
And I especially want to quickly hit on the top laners before we actually get into this draft, because we have two kind of weird top laners here, Doctor.
Yeah, we do.
They like to go for, right? Fly
Yeah.
Train with all kinds of wacky picks. Like last year, last split, he was playing Annie top. Brings out
Really?
Vladimir all the time. Like a lot. We have two quite different top laners, but similar in that they're both a bit out of the.
Yeah, what do you think,
Yeah,
Dagda?
and I agree. And I think even when you look at 369 as well, like he's been one of the people bringing set to the forefront as well. The Ignite set as a counter.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
When like both these guys have their little kind of kooky champion pools that they're willing to bring out as counter picks, and I think that's where it's going to get super exciting.
Munch, do you have anything to add after
Hey,
that?
look, how do you try and like
Oh, you keep
outmaneuver your opponent? Because
Grace 选手觉得今天能够赢下比赛的关键是什么？
赢下比赛关键是什么？就我也不知道。你随便说一个。运气比较好，队友打得好，队友打得好，主要是让他打得太好了。
I don't need fast cars, limousines, hanging in the VIP. It's never really been my style. I don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey. I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. Chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, I can do, baby. My hands are tied. Oh, yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't try to fight it. Why would you try?
Hey, come fly away with me. Think how we could be free.
萨米拉这个英雄3.1只能打像厄弗留斯这种没位移的，打别的英雄就基本上是玩不了。目标就希望成为上流战队吧，然后就兑现还有运营做得好一点吧。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our 5th game of the day. And OMG start things off strong. You hear Abel there talking about the situations in which Samira can be played. Doesn't need Samira, apparently, because he managed to get Zeri in game number 1 and used it to perfection. But it's actually Aki that's going to grab himself the MVP off the back of that superb performance. A lot of great smites coming out from Aki. The early play onto Wei at that first dragon, I think, really set the ball rolling for OMG.
Yeah, I agree. I think this was actually a really good game from Aki to find the control and be that bridge that we were talking about to the later game for this composition. I wasn't sure how he was going to make it work, because as you said, like, the mid jungle not incredibly strong with the quirky in the mid lane, but being able to link up with Cold, work through that bot side, worked out really well for OMG.
Yeah, beautifully done here on the side of Aki. His Lee Sin looking pretty good. Managing to get the ball rolling in each of those lanes. And like you say, set up for the situation that kicked off the rest of the game then. Shanji able to follow up, Kareem and Abel able to just sit back during these fights and just dish that damage out.
Also, just his kick onto Gala, spectacular. Like, really, really good understanding, Aki, of what he needed to achieve. And again, like, I'm delighted to see this OMG step up. Like, as we saw in the video just before we started chatting, this was the goal from OMG. Find games where they can have a better laning phase, a better understanding of how they can use their macro, and honestly, I think this was a good example of it. I mean, they had it may not have been the cleanest, but they definitely had good understanding of how to shut down what RNG were trying to do with good vision control, good defensive wards, and making sure there wasn't wiggle room for RNG to explode in the mid game.
And also, you know, finding an early advantage like they did versus LGD, but not over pushing it, right? Not making a play that ends up throwing that gold lead away and gives RNG an opportunity to get back in. We'll see what RNG are going to change, though, as we head into game number 2. The Zeri gone, I agree with. After that last game, you don't want to let that through.
And I'm kind of surprised that they didn't actually pick it themselves, to be honest. Like, Zeri, so incredibly strong. Prioritizing the Ahri over it, I think, was a bit of a mistake. I think Ahri has her place, but I don't really think she's first pick worthy at the moment. We'll have to see exactly what they decide to go with as this game goes on, because Wukong is going to be banned away. Viego was banned away by OMG last time, and could honestly be a blue side ban here if they want to try and go for a different type of style with a more aggressive jungler for Aki, which I think could be the play. But they're going to try and force RNG's hand by banning the Lee Sin and say, now you guys have to ban the Viego, and we'll try and get a very similar story here.
Yeah, it could end up with 3 jungle bans, which would certainly be a bit of a surprise, but actually not that surprising in the grand scheme of things, to be honest. The Lissandra ban, I would say the one that's most surprising out of this lot. The Fiora making it through, which is something that, you know, different teams have had different priorities on. It's actually the Ahri being banned away by RNG, saying they're happy to go against Aki's Viego.
Yeah, so I think it'll be the Viego here for Aki. I imagine Wei will go back towards the Xin Zhao as a counter pick. And then I'll have to see exactly what the plan is going to be here. Kalista is up and available for Gala Ming. Senna also available. The interesting thing, though, I was actually looking at this. Gala has only played Senna 4 times in his career, and twice in the Demacia Cup, and twice in LPL. and he's only got a 25% win rate. He's only won one of those games. His most recent game was back in LPL playoffs in 2021 summer, where he actually lost on that game. So this is a very different take for RNG. This isn't a combo that we tend to see out of them.
No, certainly not. I mean, when you think of Gala, you think of Kai'Sa, right? Kai'Sa and Senna are pretty much polar opposites when it comes to playstyle. Cream, though, sticking to the playstyle that we saw in game number 1 with the Corki locked in once again. We'll see where they go in terms of this bottom lane. Like, you know, with Zeri gone, I feel like you can't necessarily lean into the poke, but perhaps Abel ends up going for, you know, could go for the Kai'Sa himself, known as a Kai'Sa player, but maybe something like the Ezreal. We'll have to wait and see as Shanji goes for that Sejuani once more.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, again, we're going to see OMG going towards the late game here. I mean, you're looking at, obviously, the Corki and the team fighter and the Viego and the Sejuani, but from an AD carries perspective, like, looking towards that uber late game, like an Aphelios or something, could actually work out relatively well. Xiaohu going to take the potential Silas here, though, but looks like he's going to go back towards these here. I feel like, I'm sorry for everyone involved, I think we're just going to have a pretty boring early game, because we're all in on late game here.
Yeah, we've got Corki Azir in the mid lane. We've got Senna Tom Kench bot lane for RNG. I'm hoping OMG will bring some aggression to the table here. Show us, like, what they're bringing, but I don't know. I'm not convinced. I think we might get, like, Ezreal or something in the bottom lane and, you know, play it safe. We'll have to wait and see, though. Yuumi, take it off the board. One of these champions that just scales so exceptionally well and would work with something like an Ezreal, for example. So, you know, when you don't have pressure in the bottom lane, you remove the Yuumi from the table.
Yeah, I mean, even just things that can do really well with that late game is going to be great. Renata could be, honestly, another one here. Although you do have a lot of range in RNG, so Renata doesn't work overly well in that regard, but I definitely agree taking things like these enchanters that can hyperscale off the board. Honestly, this could be a Twitch game for Abel. This could honestly be a really good spot here for a Twitch to come out.
Well, the Ezreal's gone, so certainly could be. I'm down to see that. You have the scaling, you have the lack of pressure during the laning phase. Trundle take it off the board is one of the few good matchups against this Viego that's still remaining. We'll see. Wei could go with something like a Nocturne again if he feels like he needs to be that engage tool. I'm curious though, because I feel like he's running out of good options. That Rek'Sai was banned in game number 1. Maybe that could be a choice.
Yeah, it was more of an answer to the Lee Sin. Rek'Sai is just so good into that matchup, but I'm not sure about this for Breathe. I was actually thinking Breathe takes a Mega Tank here and we just play like full-on scaling, but Breathe trying to opt into the good Gnar matchup. I think Cog Lulu or Twitch Lulu or something along these lines is going to be super good here. I'm actually not a big fan of the Samira here. I think you had such a good scaling opportunity here. It could have worked out really well, but yeah, gonna go for the Samira and the Rel. So at least the moment, Aki definitely gonna be needing to put his attention towards this bot side and help this Samira scale.
It's a bit of a season 10 situation down in the bottom lane for OMG. I like it though, a bit of proactivity and aggression, and you certainly have things to set this Samira up, right? Vi gonna be locked in for Wei. You know, we talked about that as a target against things like the Ezreal, but, you know, Samira could certainly move a lot. Corki on the package certainly could get chased down by this Vi.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one is the Samira here. You just want something that's going to be able to hold her in place long enough that you can blast her down. And especially when you're looking at Samira, who's so heavily reliant on her ult, if you can have that assault and battery come through right as Abel goes in with the ultimate, you can definitely try and shut down a lot of this play from OMG. But honestly, I'm kind of surprised to see this Samira. I really think that going for like a Twitch or the Kog'Maw Lulu could have worked out really well here for OMG. You just were under no real threat from any sort of backline dive. I mean, your front to back becomes absolutely incredible then. Even having the range that can come through from the Corki as well to start poking and softening people up could have worked out great. But yeah, just not going to get it. Instead, going towards a much more aggressive bot side. So I think this now means that OMG have to play a very aggressive lane phase, whereas in this games that we've seen prior to this, they haven't really had to go all in on that.
No, they've not had to. They did in game number 1, though. We did see quite a lot of aggression in the 2v2. We'll see, though. We'll have to see how this one's going to pan out. RNG deciding to lean into full scaling. I am a little surprised, I have to admit. Like, when we think about RNG across spring, it wasn't just like do nothing and wait for the late game. It was be proactive. It was win trades in the mid game. It was like take an advantage and run away with it. Not what we're seeing out of the draft here from RNG. So it feels like trying to change their style for the summer split. We'll see if it's going to work for them in game number 2 against OMG, who do have the advantage. 1-0 in their favor so far. And Able and Cold with the Samira Rel bottom lane. I'm excited to see the 2v2. We'll see if Ming, being a turbo smurf on Kench like he always is going to be enough.
I feel like RNG aren't going to be playing down towards Ming, though. It definitely feels like the early game is going to be focused towards Breathe, and especially if you can get some nice damage onto Shanji here. But I think trying to enable Breathe to get some nice gold for himself through turret plates on this top side, maybe that lends itself then in towards Rift Herald plays and that sort of stuff, is going to be your best option here for RNG, because bot lane just doesn't have any great setup. Even if you manage to connect onto Able with, say, one of Ming's Abyssal Dives, you just end up with the ability to hop out of there anyway as Able in a lot of situations. So I think you're going to be pretty fine here as RNG to kind of abandon the bot side of the map. Whereas unless you're thinking, I want to match Aki as he plays for Able.
That'll be the big question, is if they can match Aki, if Wei can follow Aki around the map. I will say, despite the sheer scaling, right, Vi is a very aggressive jungler. It's not the kind of jungler that you want to just be doing nothing on during that early game, because let's be honest, Vi, not exactly a great scaling champion, right? So we'll see. We'll see if we do get a little bit more aggression in that top side. Breathe. Getting a little bit of free damage onto Shanji to start the lane off. Shanji is not happy about it. Just charging at Breathe, but won't quite be able to close the gap.
And that's basically the way that this matchup is going to go. Breach is playing on the edge of range there, especially since he knows that Shanji started with his E. Not going to be able to try and get the Glacial Assault there to close the gap. And RNG already pushing the bot side. But again, look, I'm not going to lie to you, Munch. I think we're in for a long one. I have my cup of tea. I'm well set to just nestle myself on into this and let the game unfold as it may as we get to like the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, instead of Peppies with the boys, this will be Cuppers with the crew. Because, you know, I've got a couple of Lemsip going on here. I've got a bit of a cold going on, so I've got my Lemsip. It's in my Weetabix mug. So I'm feeling very,
I wasn't expecting the Weetabix mug. I was like, why did you put Lemsip in your Weetabix? That sounds disgusting.
Trust the process.
See, the thing is, I never know what to think anymore, because a while ago, so my dad used to own a postcard company, and he had a photographer that arrived to the house, and we put him up, and he asked for orange juice with his breakfast and his cornflakes, and we're like, oh yeah, he's gonna have a glass of orange juice. So we gave him the glass of orange juice. He took the glass of orange juice and poured it over his cornflakes instead of milk.
Oh god. Do you know, I have a similar story. We had these family friends that came over to stay. We were all having Weetabix, and they were like, oh, can we have some honey with our Weetabix? We're like, oh, that's kind of a cool idea. We've got to dive at the bottom side. Ming not feeling the honey on this one. He's feeling a bit harsher than that. Ignite comes down cold. Gonna go down to the tower. It's a disaster for OMG. Xiaohu arrives, and it's a solo kill, actually, for Gala.
I mean, Gala just had to lock up Code underneath the tower perfectly there, and I mean, big mistake from OMG. You just don't have the health bar or the tankiness to really go for that dive. Cold, I mean, the second he goes for the crash down, he ends up so slow and can't get out from underneath the tower, especially as Gallic lands that lock up onto him.
Way now, moving towards the top side. Is he going to go for a dive on this one? I feel like that would be a bit too aggressive. Looks like it would just be the reset in the end. Let's take another look at the dive. As it was set up by Aki. This was OMG being proactive, but Xiaohu answering with a TP and Gala getting a kill.
Yeah, but watch here, right? So Ming stays underneath the tower. So you get the initial play coming through, but Abel ends up tanking the CC and then passes it on to Cold, which means with the ramp-up terror damage, he takes so much. Xiaohu even TPing in to make sure there could be no follow-up plays, and doesn't even lose out that much on mid, because Cream wasn't able to push in heavily either.
So Abel, just a traitor. That's what happened right there. Shanji gets a good trade on to Breathe. Anyway, what I was saying was, so we had these family friends that came over. We're having our Weetabix. They have honey on it. We're like, okay, honey on Weetabix. That sounds kind of delicious. But then what they did, they got the milk on the Weetabix, they put the honey on top, then chucked it in the microwave for 30 seconds. They had warm Weetabix with honey, and they just mixed it together and essentially turned it into porridge, which was like, you know, it was kind of delicious. I'm not going to lie to you. But it was so weird.
I was going to say, that hasn't really turned me off. I'm like, that still sounds great. Because I'm not going to lie, I have had a lot of warm Weetabix in my life because it's
really?
great. Because if I'm trying to shove, because I used to be big into like Gaelic football, which is like the Irish national sport, and it is much easier to shove warm Weetabix into your mouth with a little bit of sugar and a little bit of milk on them when you're like rushing out for training than it is to like break them up bit by bit.
Fair enough. Just guzzle it. It's like blending your kale, so you still have it in your diet, but you don't have to eat it. I saw a Twitter post about that. They were saying like, people knock health smoothies, but if you're I need to eat healthy food, and if I'm gonna consume this crap, well, I might as well just chug it and get it over with. Which,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I can get behind that.
There was a ton of people who are like, oh yeah, if you're gonna have a kale smoothie, like it'll be fine once it's in a smoothie. You won't taste it. I was like, I've had kale smoothies. They just taste like kale. It does not matter. You can still taste that.
It's the worst tasting thing on the planet, aside from lychee, which I would say lychee wine quite nice, but lychee. We had tinned lychee as a kid once.
Oh,
I still have nightmares about that. It was the worst thing I've ever tasted. It was just the worst. Anyway, Abel trying to go aggressive with Cold on the bottom side, but another route lands onto Cold. Bit more damage out from Gala, but Shanji's here! Surprise! The top lane has come to the bottom side of the map and done absolutely nothing to Ming. It's a bit of a disaster for OMG, honestly. There's an ult coming on through. He's just hit level 6, and suddenly Abel's popping off on the bottom side. Not quite level 6 himself, but it doesn't matter, as they get 2 kills for themselves on the side of OMG.
I mean, Sejuani even managing to TP back to the top side to pick up the wave, so nicely done by OMG, and we've seen this from Shanji before. River Shen? Nah.
Yep.
River Sejuani, that's where it's at.
Turning the river to ice and then icing the bottom lane as well. Nicely done
Ice in
here
his
by
veins.
Shanji.
Yeah.
Ice in his veins, indeed. It's a full-on sheesh from Shanji.
And I mean, you kind of said it here. I mean, I was surprised to see how aggressive RNG were going here, considering if Cold was going to play up that far, chances are there's help in the wings. And then Ming does end up tanking up a lot of it, but they just take that step too far forward before Vi can actually get into the fight. And Shanji, really nice ultimate there, manages to get the turnaround. And again, Shanji interrupting Wei when he had the potential flash into the queue to get the kills there. But Shanji, again, just playing bodyguard really well.
It's worth mentioning as well, in that pre-game interview we saw with Abel, he was saying how, Samira is one of these champions that can only be picked in certain situations when you're against an immobile enemy AD carrier. Well, Gala is the epitome of immobile on that center, so feels like a good situation. And now that they're trying to get him set up, trying to get some kills onto him, Aki wants to try and steal this. Won't be able to get the crab for himself, but will be able to get a bit of damage down onto... Oh, no, he did get the crab. Got the smite down in it.
I will say for Abel, just going back to this conversation, I'm a little bit worried about him as the game goes on. Because it feels like with the point-and-click CC for Wei, Xiao having the Emperor's Divide, and even Ming being able to devour Gala when Abel goes in aggressive, it feels like his target selection is going to be really tough for him to actually get these big ultimates off. It's going to be so key that he's waiting for just the right moment to make that happen. Maybe this Rift Herald could be the play, though.
Yeah, Herald down to just about 1,000 gold. Wei smites it in the end. We'll grab the Herald. And OMG so far not really committing to any kind of contest,
Abel's
but
still
they
level
look
5.
like they want a little bit more.
Abel's still level 5. It's Cold who's level 6. And you've got the double level 6s hit for the bot lane of RNG. So you really want to make sure that Abel actually has that ultimate available before you're able to commit. And it won't be available. So RNG will just get the Rift Herald. They're going to drift back down towards this bot side. And honestly, may just look to shove in this bot wave. And maybe look for the dragon as well. Although I will say that Aki going to be faster to this bottom side than Wei is.
Certainly will be. Cold trying to threaten Ming here is Abel. Finally hitting that level 6 mark, and that's scary for Gala, right? When you're on this center against the Samira, that level 6 mark for Abel can be massive. Dragon on the map still. Nobody taking that one just yet. As you can see Aki, I think, toying with the idea as he moves towards that bottom side, could finally get one of those neutrals on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he's going to start up just with mid pressure and also the priority on bot lane, but yeah, RNG not going to be able to here to counteract it. Wei going up towards those Krugs on the top side meant that he took a very long route down to the bottom lane, so nice job by OMG to start to collect that one for themselves, and RNG will be able to just push out bot and reset, but I'm curious to see where Wei is going to put this Rift Herald. I feel like trying to get it mid lane is going to be your best bet, and It looks like Wade going to agree with me here as he's looking to move into position and see if he can catch Cream out.
Yeah, I'll have a look in the mid lane, but I don't think he's going to find it here. Cream, with that Valkyrie, always going to be fairly safe as well on the Corki. And that's one of the things about Vi. Kind of similar to like a Xin Zhao, right? Where once you go in, there is no coming out again. And if you're against a Corki, you go for the ultimate, Corki Valkyries, and then flashes underneath his towers, you're dead. Like, it's not like you can get back out again. You're just doomed in that situation. So, Wade playing it safe, not going for the mid lane just yet. We'll have to look for an opportunity somewhere else. Half the time going on the Herald, though, so he's got to figure out where he wants to go soon.
I mean, this is the hard part here for RNG, where we already kind of pointed out, you don't have much control over bot side to lean in towards a mid lane play on Rift Herald. Same with Xiaohu, he just kind of wants to be by himself in that lane. So maybe we just get Wei going top side as junglers and top laners meet, but Oaki gets the smite.
Yeah, gets the scuttle crab for himself. Xiaohu just chilling, trying to scale up. And I will say, this RMG squad, no flame to Breathe. I love Breathe as a player, but this team got a lot more boring since Breathe joined. Bin brought a lot of chaos to that top side. Maybe, and now BLG actually getting a lot more interesting. Maybe Breathe was the reason that BLG was so passive. Here we go, we're playing the mid lane onto Cream here. The Valkyrie denied by the Emperor's Divide. And Xiaohu says, worship Shurima, baby.
And just a nice play from Xiaohu there. Gets the L swoop and boop into Wei. Perfectly positioned, and Aki now here to defend mid lane to collect this wave. Code have wandered up as well, which means that Ming and Gala get some nice alone time with this bot lane turret to start to get some of that gold for themselves as well. Even getting vision control on the spot side. Oh, Aki.
Flash forward from Aki. It's a flash from Xiaohu. Oh, and Aki doesn't predict it. He goes the wrong way. Now Xiaohu trying to escape through the mid lane here, but Aki should be able to find the stun, and that'll be a kill. That'll be a solo kill from Aki into that mid lane. Herald comes down to the bottom side. Now that priority you talked about, an opportunity as Cold tries to go in. He's on to Ming to start, but he ain't tanky. That's a Dawning Shadow to finish him off. Bit of an over-aggression there coming out from the side of Cold.
They thought they could make the play with Cream TPing down, but that takes a little while for that TP to come through, and now you get at least one kill back for RNG, but Aki getting that kill onto Xiaohu going to prove pretty nice here for OMG as well. So a lot of back and forth, but 1,000 gold lead for RNG, and a lot of that sitting on this Vi, with Wei having that Divine Sunder already completed.
So, 3-3 on the scoreboard. Let's take another look. It's the mid lane play. I mean, just watch this combo from Xiaohu. It's just... Oh, wait, no. It's after that. It's just the solo kill.
It's just Aki getting the kill, so hiding in the fog. And I think it's a nice job here from Xiaohu to try and, like, make that hop over the wall and try and bait Aki into running up, but didn't realize there was a ward in the bush and spotted where his escape route was. And here, never see Cole flashing in. Good flash from Gala to escape. And from that point forward, it's just a disaster. Here, not even having Wade there as well just makes it 10 times worse.
Yeah, Gala with a really nice flash there to keep himself safe. And had Gala been caught up in it all, maybe there's a world where it could work out for the side of OMG. But yeah, tough one. Now Cole moving up to the top side with Aki. Breathe, Mini Gnar right now. Shanji ult available. Surely Breathe just goes down. Has flash available. There's the hop. Knocked up, stunned up. Chased down and away from the tower. That's going to be a guaranteed kill. They're giving it over to Cream. Look at this. The whole team, the red carpet has been rolled out for Cream as he just Gatling guns the poor little Yodel down.
But this is the thing. It took so long for them to get it. Weighs onto Abel.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, denies the blast cone. Wei playing that beautifully. Flashing over. No. Oh, but he wastes the flash. Abel survives.
And you also don't get the play that you wanted in the mid lane as well, which was to try and get that mid lane turret. RNG do get the bot lane, though, and will get position on towards this dragon as well. But honestly, with Abel being able to survive, no ultimate now on the Vi, things get a little bit easier, I gotta say, for OMG if they want to try and contest this next dragon.
Certainly do. They got the first dragon of the game as well, and this would be an Infernal Drake, which I don't think anyone's ever going to sniff at. RNG will be able to get themselves their tier 1 tower down. That's their second tower off the game to none from the side of OMG, and they do have a 3,000 gold lead. I feel like maybe RNG still just brute force the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the package picked up by Cream, so they got to do this pretty quickly. Gaki is going to trade the pressure on the bot side for that Rift Herald, so it will actually be a trade on opposite sides of the map, but now you got to see what the plan is with this. I'm pretty sure Cream picked up the package there. Yeah, he's sitting on it now.
Shahu with a bit of damage down onto Cold there. And we're starting to see some of the reasons why...
Hold on.
Oh, Kareem, you're in a bad spot there. Has to use the package just to keep himself safe. Wade trying to chase him down. But we'll just take a big old hammer in for his trouble. Breathe about to turn Mega Gnar. Kareem forced to flash. Cold now. Hex flashing over the wall. We'll just stay with his team. Abel needs to stack those passive stacks up, but he won't get a chance as he just gets bopped around and blasted. Shanji falls too, and RNG shows what a mid-game is all about.
Yeah, oh, way overextension coming through from Cold. Goes for the play. He's on like a 3rd HP, and RNG like, oh, you really don't have flash, eh? Well, I guess we'll just go for this. Breathe even having the Mega Gnar and having his flash, didn't even have to use it because Ming gets the knockup. Like, I don't know what OMG were thinking of that one. And that's just going to give a 5k gold lead to RNG.
Yeah, things are looking pretty good for RNG. They got the Drake. They managed to find a fight off the back of the Herald as well. Everything looking hunky-dory. Cream starting off getting caught here. And then the rest just a follow-up from that situation.
Yeah, I mean, look at where Aki's positioned as well. They thought they were going to try and make a play, but because Cream gets caught first, then Aki tries to come in as they see Xiaohu mid, but Cold's like, oh, well, now I have no flash. Xiaohu's completely cut me off. Great Emperor's Divide, and there's just nowhere to go here. Aki never even gets into the fight because he's just been trying to play on the edge, waiting for this moment that OMG never brought to the table.
Yeah, it's at least, finally, a tower going down for OMG. That's a positive for them, a silver lining, a consolation prize, as they will get the objective bounty as well. So at least closing the goal gap ever so slightly to 4,000, but I mean, we're 17 minutes in and it's still 4,000, so still not exactly a positive situation for OMG. We need to see a big team fight for them, right? We need to see big Corky Rockets with Samira spinning around amongst everybody. Feels like a difficult situation to pull off, though.
I just don't see a moment where you can. Like, we kind of got an inkling there of what will happen. You go in, Wei is ult, Xiaohu has Emperor's Divide, Breathe even might have Wallop or a Mega Gnar to interrupt the Samir ult. It feels like there's so many things that have to already be in play before Abel can have that moment. But if he can, I mean, that is definitely game-changing, especially when you're sitting on like the item and a half that Abel is getting to with Collector on his way. Like, that could be where he pops off and has that moment. But this is where I was kind of like, why are we going for the Samira here? Why not just opt in towards like matching the late game from RNG, like with the Twitch, with the Kog'Maw Lulu, and just kind of playing for these mid to late game fights where honestly your composition just outscales RNG.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It could be one of those things where RNG now with the lead can just, like you say, play it slow, see what happens. But only time will tell, Dagda. Only time will tell. 6-4 on the scoreboard. Drake coming up in a minute and a half, though. Feels like both teams going to start to look towards getting vision control on the bottom half of the map. Shanji playing very respectfully, just basically waiting under his tier 2 tower. Has a red buff somehow. I'm guessing that's his team's red buff that didn't want the enemy jungler to steal it away.
OMG setting up in mid lane here. Should have the push with this Rift Tower. RNG not going to be in response to try and contest this. So we'll at least get the first tower. I don't know if they'll be able to move over towards the second, as Xiaohu should be in a position. And you can see RNG just going to be able to clear this one out before OMG fully commit. But with Dragon in 45 seconds, I feel like this is where you want to try and get these initial resets coming through from OMG, because no wards on Cold, no wards on Abel or Cream. Whereas when you look across the inventory of RNG, there is a lot of vision that they're willing to invest into this bot.
Wards galore for RNG, but honestly for OMG, they might just give this one up. They might just sank this one, give it over. Like, your Corky not really in a position where he's doing crazy damage just yet. You're pretty far behind in terms of gold right now. It's only the second Drake.
It is the Samira, though. Like, the Samira needs to be making plays at this point in the game, and this is why I'm not a big fan of it coming through. It's like, it feels like it doesn't fit into the rest of your composition. If you're not able to play around the Samira spikes, then why are you playing the Samira?
Well, it's a tough one for them, but with just the serrated Dirk on top of the shield bow, perhaps feeling like they don't have the damage. Aki gonna be a little late on that one. ults back out of the pit. You know, valiant attempt. I like the attempt there. Doing a bit of a wayward with the frog coming out at the end as well.
I love how that has just become synonymous with wayward. Like, whenever I see that anywhere, it's just like, that is wayward's emote. And why are you using wayward's emote?
Yeah. Wayward doesn't just use it, he abuses it, you know? He's very much made that his own. And now, I mean, to be honest, it was quite popular emote before he even started using it. He's just stolen it from everyone else.
That's the thing, when you use it like 3 times more than everyone else combined, I feel like you have a right to it, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely earning that emote for himself, but, you know, Aki not quite able to get the steal for himself. A very slow one, Dagda. You predicted this was going to be a slow one. Yeah. You are absolutely right. You're a prophet, man. You're an absolute prophet. I just wish you weren't, because I was really hoping you'd be wrong.
Yeah, so was I. At least we did get a good discussion in about breakfast cereals, you know? Like, I was going to say it's a good way to start your day, but honestly, it's like 2 o'clock here. so it's not exactly that early.
I have a bonus breakfast cereal anecdote for you. I was at the pub quiz the other day, and one of the questions was, which popular cereal in the UK has the mascot named Klondike Pete? Turns out it's Golden Nuggets. It's the like prospector character off the front.
Oh,
and I got it right.
About him.
I only guessed it because of Pete the Prospector out of Toy Story. I just assumed that they were both called Pete, and it was essentially just plagiarism. Turns out I was right. But yeah, Golden Nuggets, they're honey crunching good guys, and they work great. I don't know if they even still exist, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been a big breakfast cereal guy for a long old while, so I haven't been shopping for them recently. Like, the only ones that stick out of my mind are like cornflakes and Frosties and like Rice Krispies and stuff, like your bog standard ones. Maybe some Cocoa Pops on a good day.
Cookie Crisp were amazing.
I see. The thing was, I like had Cookie Crisp maybe like twice, where you'd like randomly get those. I don't know why I don't know how, but everyone has ended up with like the big variety packs of cereals. But I don't ever remember deliberately buying variety packs of cereal at any point in time. They just ended up in the house.
It was like when you went on holiday or something, when you were in a caravan or something like that, you'd end up with them. And do you know what? There was like one good cereal in those multi-packs, and the rest was cornflakes. Every single time. Like, you look in the cupboard, there's a million boxes of cornflakes, nothing else. RNG, they've had their cornflakes this morning because they are making moves here. They've got energy. Aki being pushed away. No, ults over the pit. Can he get it? No, denied. Wei grabs it for himself instead. And now RNG, with Baron in pocket, can continue to just charge forwards in this one. Xiaohu looking for damage onto Cream. That's going to be a cease and desist given over by Wei. Ming gobbles his jungler up to keep him safe, and RNG can just keep this ball rolling.
Yeah, a bit of a cease to exist there, honestly, going on towards Cream. Man, completely taken out of the equation. And again, I think it's just nice play coming through from RNG. They have control of the map. They set it up beautifully. Get the vision control down. Abel only coming out of the base as well meant that they didn't even have a full man stack here to actually contest this. Because you can see Abel only just rocking out of the fountain now. And RNG just instantly rushed this one down. So nice timing on the resets.
Yep, and Aki, you know, valiant attempt. The whole of RNG, though, just stopped DPSing and try and fist him down. So nicely done by RNG to read the play from OMG, deny it. And, like, look at the minimap. Samira nowhere near any of this at any point during the play. Like, OMG, this was desperation.
Yeah. I don't know what you're able to do at this stage. The fact that you lose both jungler and mid is kind of heartbreaking in that scenario. Usually it's a case of sacrifice one and hope then that the team can hold out with a Baron if you steal it. But as you say, there's not much left in the tank here for OMG. 45 seconds until the next dragon. RNG get to easily fall back to that, especially with the Baron lasting for another minute and a half. Cream, I mean, we're real going desperation mode here.
It's desperation. Gala the target here. Cream, can he get a good package across the whole of RNG? There goes Code. Here's the package across the whole squad as well. The rest of them jumping on in. Can Abel get his ult off? But the Emperor's Divide just shuts everyone down. Abel spins, but he can't Beyblade it enough. It's RNG just wiping the floor with OMG.
Yeah, spin to Finn as RNG will end up taking over the game, ending it right now. And simple as you like, RNG. I mean, this was what we expected, honestly, in game number one. OMG just unable to put up a fight.
Yep, RNG back on the horse, getting themselves another game on the board. And that means we're 1-1 in this series. That means we're going to 6 games today. And RNG keep up their expectations. You know, we came into the split actually tempering expectations for RNG. You know, coming fresh off of MSI, like expecting them to be tired. They started off with a 2-win streak. They lost to V5 in an absolute banger series. Then losing game 1 to OMG, I was starting to get worried for the team. But no, they show us in game number 2, they're still the team that you know and fear.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one here is that we got to see what RNG are capable of, where they did end up opting in for a lot of that late game scaling with like the Zir, the Silent Time Kench, but still able to keep control of the map, not letting OMG get too far ahead. And honestly, I think more so OMG making some big errors as well. Like that dive on the bot side where Abel ends up blocking code up underneath the tower. Not exactly ideal. Opting into the Samira, I wasn't a big fan of because it just didn't feel like past the laning phase she was going to be able to do much. And already even trying to dedicate resource to Samira in the laning phase wasn't going so hot regardless. So yeah, it felt like Abel was trying to force this Samira where it didn't belong. I think if he had actually opted in towards like the late game scaling we talked about with Twitches and Cogmos and these kind of things, maybe you can fight back here as OMG, but an early game going astray into a composition that RNG had was just never going to work.
Yeah, I mean, Samira versus Tom Kench was never going to be fun, right? Like, you're trying to find these fast, aggressive kills. Tom Kench, literally his entire purpose is to deny that. And as soon as that dive went awry early on in the game from OMG, that was the point where it started to really fall against them. Shahu topping the damage charts with just 14k damage. That says a lot about how inactive this game was.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many times that I've seen, like, we're not even pushing into, like, 10k damage on the majority of players in the game. It says a lot about how slow this was, but we said already, like, RNG definitely taking a very much slower pace to these games now, especially with Breathe in that top side. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see a very similar story coming into game number 3 as well, where if you don't give OMG the ability to outscale you, or OMG don't take the ability to outscale you as well, they should be fine and just play the mid-game better like we saw in this game.
Yep, really nice stuff from RNG. Play it slow, play it safe, and win it out in the end. Shahu with an 11 KDA during that game as well. Pretty much maxed out kill participation, tons of damage as well. Very nice game from him on the Azir. And the Emperor's Divides, pretty fantastic throughout the game. I feel like he's probably going to get it.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Just with his ability to control mid lane, being able to play around the TP in the early stages to try and prevent OMG looking for the dive. Definitely a loss here from Shahu, but again, not exactly the most brutal of games on either side, so you kind of take what you can here. Looking at like who had these insane performances, and Shahu I definitely think had a good performance in this game.
Yeah, having a fairly slow one, but honestly, RNG are kind of happy with that one. They're happy to play mid and late game any day of the week. We're going to jump into a break, and we'll jump into our 6th and final game of the day. We'll see if OMG or RNG will get themselves a win on the board. As he tries to get out to safety, Devour actually going to work, and the Shy makes it happen! The Shy and SOFM, partners in crime.
The LPL are kings again.
Every player has heard the legend of the Shy, the prodigy who turned the top lane island into a top lane kingdom. A fearless warrior who ascended to the highest of highs and made his name known across the world. But for the last couple of years, that legend has felt more like a myth, and we've been left questioning when or if we'd see those highs once again.
Wait, they're just gonna go for it. The Shy is looking to take a 2v1. He goes for the 1, he gets the response, the redemption arc is started.
But this year, it seems the wait may finally be over.
I am your salvation.
Hostile takeover, that's on all 4 members, and now the righteous judgment to save On's life. iBoy can't get excited, and Weibo move forward as 5. Yellow card connects, cleanse too early from iBoy, and he falls.
You make a normal tier list, and then you make 4 when you're facing the Shy. Because then you have to suddenly put a lot of new picks up towards the top where, we can't give him Jace, we can't give him this.
Which one do you give him?
I always have to check my eyes when I'm watching his matchups because he always locks in like Vladimir into these really bad matchups, like an adjacent Rise, and comes out with like favorable trades, solo killing at times.
Weibo bring it back against RA. The Shy blind picks Kale, and he's able to pull it through this time as well.
When the Shy is on form, the whole world braces because they know the king is coming for his crown. But standing in the way of the top lane kingdom is a man with ambitions of his own.
He's trying to get LWX, fails a little bit here as Knight now TP's in. The Frost uses matchup as Wayward with his flanking angle. The MVP we talked about from last series in the perfect place at the perfect time. It's Wayward and Knight stealing the show. While he might be a little bit low to that old mid laner, the top esports are still the ones to get blood.
Wayward and top esports have cut through their opposition thus far and continue their rise to the top. And if he can climb the mountain that is the Shy, his position as a top tier top laner will be cemented across this world.
The Baron star instead, while he's still unavailable on the map. We'll see what top esports can do. Wayward currently running over.
Yes, level 13 Gwen, remember this guy's been big in the team fight so far. It's FTX again. They shouldn't be in, now making their markers. Speaking of the devil, the ult blinds the Baron pit. Hung has to get away, but jacking up takes him down in a close corridor. Wayward is having the time of his life, and top esports bringing blood to the parade once more. LWX the last sniff, and Orcs, man, close corridors really hurt FPX. That was Wayward all the way.
我觉得面对 RNG 的话，限制他们中野吧，他们打野是他们的发动机。可能是上个版本我们英雄池太受限制了，然后这个版本多了我们几个能用的英雄之后，我们的 VP 好做，然后再解决一下游戏内的问题就好了。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL for game number 6 of the day. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda. We're in OMG and RNG right now. OMG stomp game number 1, RNG stomp game number 2, which means for game number 3, we have a 50-minute back and forth 100-kill banger on the way. Or perhaps not. We'll have to wait and see. I'd say it's a 50-50. It's a 50-50. Xiaohu going to be our MVP for game number 2. And rightly so. Empress Divide's looking fantastic. I mean, just the whole game looking fantastic from him.
Yeah, and we kind of said it earlier on, was like, look, they're the most damage on the team by a sizable margin. And the fact that he was able to have some control over the early stage as well, but like leaning into bot side with the TP to make sure that OMG couldn't have the dive. Also being very consistent on being in these fights and finding great Empress Divides, like you're seeing on your screen, to make sure that RNG were able to find those victories.
Yep, very nicely done. And, you know, OMG overextending to try and fight for the Herald, and I feel like this was the beginning of the end for them. Like, falling a bit behind, then trying to make that contention, they completely lost control of their jungle, lost control of the ability to get any vision, and then this was the last-ditch effort from them, but just too far behind and gold at this stage to be able to get anything off. And ended up being RNG grabbing themselves a win, a slow and steady, comfortable win. We'll see if they can repeat that, though. As we head towards game number 3, we'll have to see whether or not OMG can get back on that horse. I want to see early aggression from OMG, not just in the bottom lane with a Samira, but the rest of the team there to support it as well.
Yeah, I'm caught between two minds because I think the early game has been much better for OMG where they can try and play through that. But I'm also looking at game 1 where the reason they had the win in that game was playing into the slow pace of RNG, going for the later scaling composition. So I'm kind of curious to see what the plan is. OMG would like to see the Zeri ban and then kind of stop this all blue top bans, or sorry, all blue top side of my screen that I'm seeing at the moment with all the bans.
Yeah, oh, true, actually. Very blue. And RNG is on the blue side. I'm just saying it's an omen. I'm just saying it's an omen. Blue for days. Maybe Viego. That's pretty blue. Tom Ketch. That's green. OMG, what are you guys doing? Get with the program. Viego is open. Wukong is open. Lucian is open. Gwen is not open. Lilia being hovered? I'd be surprised.
It'll probably be actually, Wukong.
Wukong's supposedly very weak against AP junglers. Maybe a preemptive counterpick against Aki's Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just take the Wukong. Maybe it's a call out saying Aki go for it, but I think if Aki does actually go for the Lilia, I think it's too slow of a pace for OMG because they need a lot of help from the jungle. So I think going towards something like a Diana may actually be able to work out better. But I definitely want to see the Zeri locked in here. I think it's just such a strong pick at the moment, and that is that. No, we're almost there. Keep going. Keep going. There. No, back one. There we go. Thank you, OMG.
Just flick it through. Abel, gonna grab himself that Zeri. As you say, back to game number 1 we go. Lock in the Corki for Cream. We're Gucci. We're golden. But maybe want to just go for the Viego for the time being. But perhaps the Corki will be taken if you don't go for it. Considering how well it worked in the previous game, I'd like to see it. I'd be very surprised by the fight. Trundle, what happened to Viego?
So Viego can have a bit of a rough matchup against the Wukong, and I think basically what OMG are saying, hey look, we are actually going to go for Corki on this next rotation. We're going to go for full range and just up to poke, and Trundle can do very well in those compositions, even providing like an extra wall for Cream to try and use for the laser. There's a ton of peel that he can offer. It's just really good. So even just having the ability to steal away all those resistances from the Wukong at the second he engages, yeah, OMG are definitely eyeing up just long range poke comp here. Like with everything that we have, there's no way that they're not going to just block in something like a Sejuani topside for Shan. Oh, sorry, Sejuani's gone, but like maybe something like an Ornn top lane for Shanji, and probably something like a Zoe or a Corki in the mid lane for Cream.
Yeah, we'll have to see the Brom, as you say, locked in. Galio being banned away. I will say these drafts are looking somewhat similar to game number 1 so far with the Zeri Brom, with the Jinx Nautilus. The junglers have changed, but Even still, a positive sign for OMG as we head towards the second phase. Galio removed. RNG perhaps want to ban that Corki themselves, honestly, after game 1. And yeah, there it is.
Yeah. And yeah, I think they're going to ban Corki. Maybe something like a Zeri, but honestly, I think for OMG, denying things that have like really good engage, like the Galio, maybe a Twisted Fate as well, could actually be the call here to try and deny Xiaohu the ability to try and play in the map early and find the engages against what OMG have. But we'll have to see exactly what they want to try and go for. I don't see a world where OMG aren't trying to just go straight for a tank top and then some kind of poke for Cream.
Yeah, I'm curious what tank top they would go for, though, especially with Sejuani taken off the board. Something like a Scion, maybe, but it's not really been Shanji's style. Yeah,
I think
or
Ornn,
potential option,
with Gwen, Fiora, like all taken off the board, you're pretty okay. The only thing you'd be worried about is like Breathe going for the Camille, but Camille without the Galio and that kind of stuff, you're not as threatened by. So yeah, we'll have to see exactly what the plan is here from OMG. I think you just take the tank top here for Shanji, and at least regardless of what way things work out, you know that you're going to have a good amount of setup for late game team fights and having a good amount of damage coming through from this area. But Cream might have a different idea.
Well, this would be classic Cream, wouldn't it? This would be the kind of Cream that we know and love. He's a damn good Akali player, and I'm excited to witness it once more. You mentioned the Twist of Fate, though, Dagda. It's locked in for Xiaohu. A lot of proactivity now on the side of RNG.
Yeah, and I mean, it's great against something like the Akali, being able to lock her down when she goes in, having the Destiny as well to try and spot her out. Shanji maybe going back towards the gangplank here, but my biggest concern here for OMG is just complete lack of engage. Like, if you have the gangplank, sure, you can try and use it a little bit to slow down people and help to chase people down, but I think you need something like the Ornn here, where you actually have that engage, strong front line for your team fight, strong protection for the Zeri, and then maybe try and set up Cream when he can find these flanks to assassinate people like Gala.
Yeah, this is Shanji's first Ornn game of the split as well, but he has played, you know, we saw him on the Sejuani, we saw him on the Shyvana tank top, we've seen a Scion game from him, we've seen an Aatrox game from him, certainly not averse to playing the sort of tanky weak side top lane. But definitely an interesting composition coming out from OMG with the Zeri Akali kind of bot lane and mid lane carries. But over on the side of RNG, this feels stock and standard. This feels so comfortable for them, right? These are all essentially classic picks for the players on RNG's side.
And I think that's where RNG will have to see if Xiaohu is going to be able to kick up the pace of the game. Just because with the Twist of Fate now locked in, you need to start roaming around early and getting those advantages. Otherwise, you do just run the risk of strong late game team fighting coming in. And I think the biggest issue for Gala is how do you try and position in this match? Because you have our Trundle Pillars you got to worry about, Ornn ultimates coming through, Akali diving you in the back line with little to no protection there as well. So this is where RNG are actually going to be very careful about how they try and operate here, because I really do favor OMG's composition in a lot of these team fights.
Well, we'll see if OMG can get to an even state in those team fights, whether or not they're able to match up with RNG in the early game. I'm excited to see it, though. I feel like Cream is going to be one of the players to watch during all of that. As you say, Gala going to have his work cut out for him. But honestly, Breathe if he's a Mininar, Xiaohu, all of them will struggle to 1v1 against Cream. So keeping your eyes on that Akali. And on the Zeri as well, because Abel has been seen to be very aggressive, more than willing to jump over a wall and get into that back line. OMG anticipating a level 1 play. RNG doing the exact same on the opposite side, but neither will go for it.
Now everyone just gonna walk away, make sure they're happy, and we'll have to see exactly how this early game is going to stack, because I really feel like we're going to see Wei paying a lot of visits towards Cream in this mid lane, especially when Xiaohu does have the ability to just lock up Cream very easily. Wei has a ton of damage, and just unlocking Xiaohu as early as possible to start looking for side lane roams is going to be very important. You can even see Xiaohu starting with the early boots here as well. He wants to start roaming outside of just the mid lane.
Yeah, he definitely does. Wants to get into those side lanes, and we've seen that from Xiaohu plenty of times, especially like level 4 kind of thing, moving around the map. He's got that spell book, so gets access to the extra summoner spells and can use those very effectively by being a part of early skirmishes. But also, we've seen it time and time again where RNG will try and set Gala up, get him plates, get him early gold, and get him ahead in the bottom side.
Yeah, and I feel like that is going to be the play here. Breeze should be totally fine and just chill out in this top side, bully out Shanji a little bit, maybe get some turret plates with the range advantage that he has. But Gala is going to be the main damage dealer, which is why I was talking about being a bit concerned for Gala in these fights, because it just feels like there's so much backline threat, and who really protects him in that regard when you're looking at, like, I mean, Ming not really going to provide very much in the way of like actual safety. Same with Wei and Xiaohu. Like there's very little appeal for Gala if things start to go wrong.
Yeah. However, if things are going right, there's a lot of ways to make sure that the kills are placed right in front of Gala's open arms, like with the Nautilus there for the hooks that we're just seeing right now. Xiaohu with the gold cards, Wei with the knockups. Breathe can even throw people at Gala, which not always a good thing, I will say. Yeah, we'll have to see how it's going to pan out, because OMG, certainly with Shanji on this tanky top lane, I feel like even though we don't necessarily see it all the time, Abel's still level 1, finally hitting 2. I think hitting 2 might have just saved his life.
Yeah, it might have been the flash forward from Gala, but cleanse burnt on Abel, and just, again, Ming, we talk about it so often when he sees Nautilus, the hooks just seem to be heat-seeking, and honestly, I don't know how he manages to land so many of these bonkers hooks just using that hitbox.
Aki going to start his blue buff, but Wei's moving into the jungle here, drops a ward, wants to contest onto the blue. And this is tough for the side of Aki because Abel and Cold are farming under tower. They can't move right now where Ming is already on the way. It means this blue buff will just be taken. This is that great team play, that great synergy that we so often see from RNG.
And now I want to see what Wei decides to do after this. So you get the prep coming through from Ming on the auto attack on the Rift Scuttler, which Wei will smite away. But this is actually kind of smart from Aki, because it means that now Wei can't contest him on the top side Scuttle if he wants to go towards that. But Breathe having push in the top and Xiaohu having control there as well means that Wei is just going to run over to this Scuttle and steal that one away as well. So, Wei going to just stick around in case Trundle tries to make a play mid.
Ming actually getting his demolish off there, but as you say, Wei sticking around there, gets a Scry's Bloom onto Aki. So full information there. We'll get both Scuttle Crabs on this one. Look at the farm difference between Wei and Aki right now. That ain't pretty if you're a fan of OMG. Cream is in big trouble here. A lot of damage coming down. They can't quite finish the kill off. Doesn't have to flash though, so Cream ultimately not going to be the end of the world for him.
Yeah, it should mean though that Xiaohu will get to push in this wave, reset, probably doesn't have to burn his TP to get back into lane as well. Pick up the Onion Boots of Lucidity, which is just really nice when you haven't used your ultimate yet, because it means you get the full use of the cooldown, the ability haste off of the boots before your cooldown starts to come up on your ultimate. So just nice here for RNG thus far. And we'll have to see as we start to crest that level 6 what exactly is going to be their game plan here.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Abel sliding on towards the lane once again. Dragon now onto the map. And we'll see if either team is going to try and prioritize that. Obviously, Akali early on in the game, not necessarily the greatest champion until you've got an item under your belt. But we'll see, because Kareem's certainly a player that is extremely capable on that Akali. He would love to get a couple of early kills if he can. It's just a question of whether or not OMG will be set up in a position to be able to grab some kills like that. It's Abel actually managing to grab pretty much all of the CS, and that's a lot down to Cold holding that wave there. Kind of risking his life a little bit, but with the reset from Gala, he knew it was safe.
Yeah, still though a CS lead in that bot side of the map for RNG, and again, you're going to see this wave kind of starting to push out now as Abel starts to get aggressive on this bottom side. Aki was pinging on the way for the dragon, so it looks like they want to try and use the push in bot side to turn in towards that objective, but you do have to be so careful with Xiaohu now hitting level 6 and teetering on this top side, but I think it's just about getting vision control and trying to spot out where Aki is.
Yeah, with Gala returning to that bottom side, I feel like priority should go back in favor of RNG here. Going to be tough for Azeri to outpush a Jinx, but Cold still moving forward alongside Aki. Wei currently on his Krugs, and I think Aki and Cold should be able to finish this one off before the contest can come through from RNG. That said, they are fairly slow on this one. Wei drops a ward over, doesn't actually have vision of the dragon, but knows it's kicked off. Looks like the Dragon will be taken in the end. So, nicely done here by OMG. First strike on the board. Herald up in 1 minute and 20 seconds. And you can expect that maybe we start to see some swaps come through from AD carries.
I'm curious as to what's going to happen here, though, because I don't feel like, from RNG's position, taking a straight-up 5v5 at the Rift Herald is going to go particularly well for you. You need to try and make a pick happen with Xiaohu beforehand. And I don't think it's going to be able to happen topside just because of the way the wave is positioned. And Shanji going to be perfectly happy to let Breed like crash this wave a second time. Maybe they look for something mid here. As you can see, Wei is hovering.
Yeah, Kareem going to use his Shroud here just for the energy to be able to clear this wave out. There's Wei trying to make plays in the mid lane. He keeps on trying to move this way, but it's just not happening. Aki moving away. Was on vision, right? And I think realizing that something was going on there. Ming actually stunned pretty much underneath the tower, but it's just going to be so Abel can farm this wave. In the meantime, though, Gala did manage to get himself a turret plate. Cold moves forward. There's an exhaust. We're stacking up onto Gala here. Flashes forward. One more auto would get the stun, but they can't quite close the gap. And Cold's the one in trouble instead. Low on HP, but will survive.
No level 6 for Gala. Ming, so Cold and Abel trying to abuse that slight advantage that they had, but couldn't quite get it done. Weren't able to get the concussive blow stacks. You can see Cream even roaming down on that bot side as well. But that's the shot.
Oh, he hit level 6 and blind fires it down the lane. Finds a kill onto Cold. That is a heartbreaker for Cold. He thought he was safe. He thought he could just get the reset. But I think the angle that Gala had shot it at as well maybe would have hit the Phantom, but I'm not so sure on that one, actually.
I mean, either way, just nicely done by Gala. And that was what I was worried about as that level 6 was coming through. I thought Cole might have been ready with the unbreakable trigger finger, but unfortunately not. So now kill going over towards Gala. So more advantages on this bot side. RNG also starting up this Rift Herald. You do have Code in the area, though. This could get a little bit messy. But Abel's not going to be here before RNG are able to get onto this objective.
Yeah, that's the key thing. Abel actually cancelled his reset as well, but with Cream moving over, Wei's just going to allow this one to reset. Dagda, I think we might have a 5v5 on our hands. Destiny coming through from Xiaohu. Gold card available. Cream gonna get the depth charge, backs away, Ultra Shock laser goes in, Cream gets knocked up, but he's into the middle of everyone, uses that Shroud, knock up across from the Ornn, Ming stunned here, Cream on the backside, but just shot down by Gala. It's one for Xiao as well, is able into the back of the pit here, blasting a laser, trying to keep himself safe, has no flash though, and the whole of RNG is here with a double for Xiaohu, and 4 on the board for RNG.
Oh, it was the comedy of errors from OMG in that one. RNG pulled the trigger too quickly before able to get into position. And then you get to see as we'll roll into the replay. Just a few mistakes throughout this fight mean that OMG actually don't get as much damage as they were hoping off. And RNG are able to take that fight. 2 kills now for Xiaohu. That Rift Tail is going to be so nice for them.
Certainly is. That's a great way for RNG to snowball a lead that they've already got for themselves, getting a tower play in the bottom side, getting one without the Herald up in that top side as well, maybe a second. Gala blasting that shot. Looks like it was nowhere near going for Fountain, but it doesn't matter. Finds himself that rocket onto Cold.
And I want you to keep your eyes on Cream here. Cream hops over the wall, but as he starts to go in again, instantly gets knocked up as he goes in by the depth charge, but doesn't get the full damage off on his E. You also Abel missing this Q on towards Ming means that he has to stick around that bit too long. Misangling the E as well means that he just ends up in the pit rather than escaping. Like, there was just so many mistakes here from OMG that RNG punished really effectively. And again, just a really nice engage from RNG to instantly jump on OMG before Abel could join.
Yeah, it's even worse than you said as well, because it wasn't the depth charge. He'd already got hit by the depth charge. That was the Wukong ult. So, Wei was already spinning, and Cream chose to go in on the Shuriken flip, got hit by the Wukong ult. Bit of a disaster for OMG. Shanji gonna be forced to flash by Breathe here. Is this a solo kill coming on through? Nod into the wall. There's a boulder. One more auto would do the trick, but Shanji survives.
Just about, but Breathe getting control now. Ming!
Oh, the pillar! The pillar blocks Ming's Q there, but the laser coming on through. Now knockups from the Wukong. Ming surviving for so long and traded with Aki. Now Gala getting onto Abel, while the rest of RNG jumping onto Cream and Cold. But Cream with a double kill here. Gala gets one. Cream trying to turn it around. The zap goes wide. It's a 2 for 2.
kills going towards Cream are going to be fantastic for OMG, but Gala ramping up massively, getting the kills on towards Abel. 2 kills himself now in this bottom side, and this game is very slowly but surely turning into Cream versus Gala.
Certainly is. Xiaohu gonna find that exact player. But they're both on even kills. Xiaohu pretty significantly behind in CS right now, but Cream will finally go for that reset he's been waiting for.
Yeah, we catch on the replay here. So great pillar coming through from Aki, as you pointed out, Munch, to stop the hook coming out here from Ming. So he ends up getting completely caught, but the stopwatch buys so much time. Abel isn't really here as well before Xiaohu's able to come up. And Gala just turns his attention over towards Abel and is just using that range advantage to continually poke down Abel. But we're into another fight here.
We've got that banger that we were hoping for right here as OMG just getting absolutely rinsed. Maybe it's not a banger after all. Maybe it's just Cold getting caught. Abel now being chased down, but just leaps over the wall in true Season 11 style.
Yeah, I mean, nice job there from RNG to get the pick before the fight happened at this dragon. Should give them control over it, although Wei now going to use the Rift Herald on this bottom side of the map. And I don't think there's very much that OMG can do about it.
I would wager there's absolutely nothing they can do about it. As the tower goes down, that's the first tower of the game. And we said, Dagda, that RNG love to get early gold and early plates onto Gala. Well, he's 3-0-2. He's finished his tower in lane now with 5 plates going his way, at least shared. He's in a fantastic position to snowball. Wei is behind enemy lines right now. Nobody spotted him. Nobody used a sweeper. Nobody saw him in this brush. Cream is trying to move in. Wei just wants to be sneaky if he can. Cold finally moves forward. Destiny comes on in. Cream the target. Knock up. Comes on down. Pushed back. Knocked up. Bashed about and goes down. Cream does not get to play League of Legends today as Cold goes down to the Jinx. There's 2 more. Make it 3. He had 3 already. Now it turns into 6. Gold card locked in. Ming looking for the hook. Abel dodges. Gold card lands. There's a zap on top of it as well. Cleanse comes out from Abel though, and he will live.
Everything going in favor of RNG, though. This is a disaster for OMG. Dragons, kills, and everything still going the way of Gala means that there's just no way that they're going to be able to take these fights. And as we said, like, hey, how much control is RNG going to have over Cream? But they manhandled him in that fight.
And that was so clutch from Wei, right? Hiding in Pixel Brush. Knew he had a little pocket of shadow to work with there, and OMG had no idea. Aki felt safe walking through that river, but he didn't actually check the Pixel Brush, and so Cream walked in with a false sense of security.
I'm also going to, I want to rewatch on this replay. I don't know if Aki's pillar interrupted Cream from getting his shroud down, because you can see here, Wei gets a good knock up, and then, no, he's fine, he just wasn't able to get it down in time. So
it's
I
just
thought
every other CC ability.
Yeah. Shroud just not able to be clicked, which meant that there was just so much damage that was coming through. Even then, I think there was just so much AoE damage between the Cyclone and the Gala ultimate hitting. He would have gone down regardless. But yeah, Cream, unfortunately, as you say, paying the price for not realizing that Wei was in the bush. And we'll have to see now, because 6-0-5 on this Jinx. Gala with Kraken Slayer and Rapid Fire Cannon nearly completed. He is monstrous in this game, and you're still waiting for a lot of that extra damage to come through on to the likes of Abel. Even Cream as well, opting in towards the Night Harvester with the buff 2 ability haste on it. It is quite nice for the Akali to have those reduced cooldowns, but it's not going to matter if you don't get to use them in the first place.
Yeah, that's the thing. Can't afford to be caught out like that. Cream has to be one of the focal points for OMG, so can't be in a bad position like that and the fight start off on him. Abel, though, a singular item with boots right now, almost a full item behind Gala, and it's a similar story in that mid lane as well. Xiao almost finishing his second item. So we're going to see how it just started off here. RNG 5 men strong. They go for the engage. Cold the target here. Born ultimate will do a lot to peel here as Wei the target. Cold finally falls in the front line. Everybody just dropping down. Cream does his best, but there's nothing in the tank. We're just 16 minutes in, Dagda, and it already feels over for OMG. Abel just peppering away with his pea shooter. A red card comes forward, but it's plenty with a double from Breed.
Wei even finishes off the Rift Herald on the backside. I mean, RNG are playing this magnificently. Ming getting these great engages off before OMG are actually able to get themselves in position. And with Gala as strong as he is, as long as that AD carry stays standing, RNG will win.
I feel like RNG have just been powering up throughout this series, right? Game number 1, not looking hot for them. Got absolutely destroyed by OMG. Game number 2, a little bit closer, but RNG managed to get themselves that win. Game number 3, I mean, they've got to kill a minute so far.
Yeah, it's been an absolute stomp. And you see here, Ming manages to hook on towards Cream. But again, I don't feel like these are the best angles of attack here for Cream. He's not getting a chance to kind of set up and ever threaten Gala. Like, you can see here, Gala completely free hitting this whole time. No real pressure. And the second that Cream goes in, everyone on RNG reacts to make sure that the assassin goes down. And from that point forward, Abel, I mean, he has one item, but you're going up against Gala, who has several, alongside every member of RNG who's been left standing.
I was going to say, you're going up against Gala plus a boatload of CC. Like, not a winnable fight there for Abel. Maybe if he had a few more items, something could be done. But double rapid fire cannons now finished on Gala and Xiaohu. Big spike. I don't know, Dagda, if you've heard about the Twisted Fate 2 item spike. Orcs was telling me many times about it.
I have heard rumors.
It's, you know, a legendary item spike within League of Legends. And Xiaohu has hit that mark 2-0 and 11 so far this game. Absolutely mental. But I just want to quickly mention, Gala, 100% kill participation on AD carry with a kill a minute. Like, when have you ever seen that? Oh, Abel's hooked, and Abel's gone. See you later.
Yeah, I think Abel nearly got to take a breath before he died there. And now RNG, I mean, they're just looking at the base. I mean, where else do you go here? You've got a free inhibitor right in front of you.
Yeah, here we go. Horn sounded and denied by Ming. Very nicely done. It's a good pillar from Aki, but there's absolutely no one that can follow up on that one, as Gala is completely impervious here. He could just fire away all day long. Ward denied, Herald down, RNG moved their way in. Everybody is up from OMG. The health bars are halfway gone though. They need to reset, and they're not going to be able to go for that one. Herald might go into Nexus Towers here, Dagda. This might be a fast end from RNG. This would be the fastest game of the season, I'm pretty sure, if they could end right now. Final fight for OMG. They get one for themselves. Ming the next target. Depth charges in. Cream finds a kill. Dodges away from the zap. Abel charging forwards. Maybe a chance here as Shanji flashes on in. But Breathe slams them against the wall. And Gala starts to get hyper. Starts to get the resets. And starts to get onto Abel, who dodges the zap. Keeps himself safe. And denies the game from RNG. Oh, one more shot would do the trick. But he can't find his target.
Cream is coming out of the base now after the reset, but the fact that in the base, RNG still managed to come out even speaks volumes about how far ahead they are. And now you look at the Dragon, Gala's going to turn his attention over towards that. The base already cracked open, and RNG... we'll ignore that, Breathe. RNG still in a great spot, and the Baron hasn't even spawned yet. So.
I thought for a second there we were going to see the fastest game with a split in any region. 19 minutes would have been unbelievable from RNG. But OMG, hold on. Cream and Abel stepping up. Shanji being that front line as well. And well, let's take another look, because that was a messy fight at best.
Yeah, Cream is in a good spot here, which is why this fight actually goes quite well for OMG. Like, he gets access to Gala, which he's been struggling to do pretty much all game long. Like, the hooks and that are landing, the AoE damage is there. But Cream just about able to get the execution and get out. But unfortunately, here's the next problem. The engage tools for OMG. We kind of talked about this in the champ select, that you are heavily reliant on Shanji having this big Ornn ultimate to set you up. But if you're starting to chase him, you don't have that tool anymore. Yeah. Then there isn't really any way to try and close that gap onto RNG.
Feels like perhaps an overchase from OMG there. Shanji, though, I will say, what a knock-up to start that one off. Triple knock-up from the Ornn. In goes Cold to protect his jungler. Destiny is there. Ornn Horn across the whole team. But RNG, they haven't even lost HP just yet. Way goes Golden in the backline as Xiaohu moves on forward and goes Golden himself. Cream can't get into the play. Gold card locked in. And that means there's no way for the Akali to get back on top of everything. Zap goes through. Breathe boomerangs over the wall. But it's 2-0, and RNG find another opportunity. Ming went in the brush, but this is going to be Baron for RNG.
Yeah, Ming, Cream has no perfect execution to get in. We'll get a ward over the wall to spot it's going down, but doesn't actually land the shuriken flip, so can't get in again. So Baron now for RNG, and This is domination. You talked about... Oh, okay, no. We talked about it 21 minutes into the game, having 21 kills. Well, the minute-by-minute kill streak is still going for RNG, and I did think for a second they were going to try and add another one.
RNG and making Dagda make funny noises. Name a more iconic duo.
How dare you? Look, just because you guys want to be pirates with the way you say the letter or, that's none of my business. I don't go around slagging you guys. How dare you?
RNG gonna be very far ahead. Still a kill a minute from RNG, and they want to finish things off. The wind is at their sails. These are seafaring chaps right here, and they're looking to port now. Dock? They're looking to dock in the port.
I was like,
seawards.
you could have turned
Yes,
left. I was
sailor.
like, are we going starboard or port? I was like, where are we going here?
No, I'm just ready for a drink. That's all. I'm looking for a bit of port.
Fair, yeah. I mean, it has been a long old day. Game 6 of the day here.
Mate, it's
And-
almost 3 p.m. I should be battered by now. That was a joke for anyone. That was a joke.
I was gonna say, I know that's a joke, but I was gonna say you're gonna get some concerned messages now.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'm aware it's a problem, guys. It's just don't want to fix it.
The pub quiz that he was talking about is actually just some owl out of the bar to ask some questions at 1 p.m. because it's the other guy who's in there at the time.
Yes, I'm just on the fruit machine. It's one of those trivia ones. Anyway, moving on from my fictional alcoholism, RNG getting aggressed upon here. Ornhorn denied once again by Ming. Has the man ever missed a hook? I don't think so. Cold goes down, and Gala's just free firing, pulling him back in. Ming and Gala, joint MVP this game. Honestly, it's been beautiful to witness. Cream in his shroud, but I don't think he'll be able to survive this one. Oh, the knocker from Shanji. Cream now, maybe he can. Bopped down by the staff, though, from the monkey. It looked so beautiful, but only for a second. Wei even survives. And yes, you took down the AD carry, but at what cost, OMG? At what cost?
9-1 and 17 will be the final score for Gala. At least he can get an official KDA with a 26 from this game. 100% kill participation on the AD carry still. I mean, RNG.
Aki
just
Cole, don't die.
clocked
Let him
them.
have his 100%. Okay, he got it. He got it. Yeah, you're absolutely right, though. RNG with a schlacking here, showing us that game number 1, just a blip.
Yeah, just a blip on the radar. And it will be, at least at the moment, RNG picking up another win for themselves in the split. Especially since they started off a little bit slow compared to everyone else. Having the 3rd win now, it's going to be quite nice for them. But, yeah, that was an absolute destruction. That was insane.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. And, you know, OMG, I think we're feeling hopeful after game number 1. We saw happy faces there, and they got the win against LGD. They got the win against LNG, went 3 games against JDG. And, you know, they've gone 3 games again here against RNG. I think there are still positives to take away for OMG here. But game number 3, oof, that was rough. Like, RNG just start to finish complete domination. And it's one of those things where you have to wonder, could RNG have just done that 2 games in a row? Could they have just pulled that out whenever? Was this just a matter of they were toying with their food? Or was this a matter of them figuring OMG out? I guess we'll never know.
I mean, I definitely believe so. The way I was looking at RNG, like, this is a team that, when they want to, can pick up the pace of the game very quickly. And we kind of saw it this game where there were moments where Xiaohu could have looked for roams, could have looked to play with Wei, looked to try to play on a bot side in game number 1 that we never got. Whereas when you look at comparatively to this game, I mean, sure, Gala Ming got some early success themselves where they end up getting like solo or duo kills and stuff. But overall, this was, Xiaohu having good control over with the Twisted Fate, then being able to lean in towards neutral objectives very effectively, using Gala's push on bot side to start rotating around the map. Like, this is why RNG are so terrifying, is because they don't have to go for a bunch of kills. They can just actually play out lane states and map movement incredibly well. And we got to see it in game 3, but it was definitely missing in game number 1.
Yeah, that said, while they don't need a lot of kills, they had a lot of kills. They saw a kill a minute, basically. I'm not sure if they finished with a kill a minute or not, but they certainly got close either way. Phenomenal game here from RNG. And I have to say, just, you see RNG lock in the Jinx Nautilus bot lane, and you think, oh, okay, you know, scaling bottom lane. But RNG is one of these teams that they don't believe in scaling. They don't believe in late game. When they've got the Twisted Fate in the mid game, in the mid lane, sorry, like, I remember last year and in Spring Split, so many teams being criticized for having a Twisted Fate and playing it slow, not being proactive, not getting into the side lanes. I don't think RNG have ever played it slow with a Twisted Fate. They just they accelerate the game so fast whenever they have this Twisted Fate.
Yeah, and there's your answer, Mr. Fenny. It was actually slightly over a kill a minute with 26 kills to the 24 minutes on the clock. But I do agree. I think the thing is, RNG kind of looked and went, yeah, we have like good late game scaling on this Jinx. But what if we just make it happen like real quick? It's like, oh, you know what? You can't argue with that logic. That does work out a lot better for you if you get it a lot faster. 71 assists as well versus the 18 on the side of OMG. Like, this was an absolute stomp from RNG. Super smooth go graph. A ton of damage coming out from Gala. Like, let's just give Gala the MVP and we're going to wrap up the show.
yeah, that's where I'm at as well. And you can see just a singular Drake. That was the only objective OMG got all game long. Phenomenal stuff from RNG. Just pure control and pure team fight domination. Like, the fact that Gala gets 100% kill participation as AD carry in a game that action-packed is actually insane. Over 200 damage to goal ratio as well. Like,
that's insane. You
genuinely cannot ask for any more than the performance that Gala has given today. Like, that is maximum performance out of an AD carry, I'm pretty sure.
And you can see Abel did try on the opposite side, but unfortunately it's a case of like getting outmatched in the laning phase, then also struggling to get into range in these team fights. There was just no way that Abel was going to be able to deal with Gala's damage output. Like, you're looking at nearly like 2.5 items there for Abel, whereas you've already got 3.5 for Gala, and he didn't even he barely just reset at the end of that fight as well. Like, they were huge.
Yeah, they were absolutely massive. And to be fair to Abel, actually had a higher damage percentage. Now, granted, he did a lot less actual damage, but, you know, we'll give him the little pat on the back there. Certainly padded his stats in this game, despite the loss. But ultimately, I think Gala winning that one out in terms of, not just in terms of, like, you know, gameplay on the day, but in terms of having that matchup, right, having the range during those fights. As you say, Abel felt like so often couldn't really get in range to get anything done. Wasn't late enough in the game for his Ultra Shock Laser to really do massive damage. You know, we've seen what it can do. We saw it in game number 1 alongside the Corki, the massive poke damage. That only really starts to kick in once you're on sort of 3-4 items, right? So felt a bit too early for Abel to be able to get that poke damage down. I hate that Abel's name is Abel. It's so difficult to weave it in a sentence.
Abel. It's like,
We're gonna next year there'll be a new player comes up from LDL. He's gonna be called like Team Fight or something, or Ace, or you know, he'll be called Baron, and it's like, for God's sake. But yeah, well, Abel unable to get enough damage down. I was trying to think of another word with Abel in it, but anyway,
he's very capable.
Capable. Anyway, RNG looking pretty good. RNG honestly looking like one of the best teams in the league when they fancy it, when they want to actually finish a game out.
Yeah, and I think that's it. And that's kind of like an interesting conversation kind of across the board, is like, how do our top teams perform? Because we've kind of seen these like funny games pretty much across the board from like teams like JDG, RNG, V5 as well. So it's kind of interesting to have these kind of game ones go one way and then the rest of the series just completely the opposite.
So our MVP Dagda is Ming, which I'm going to bring up a conversation which is kind of an opposite of a conversation that was being had in the community like 2 or 3 years ago, which is that AD carries can't get MVPs anymore. Like, AD carries used to get MVPs every single game because they were doing all the damage and, like, getting the numbers. And nowadays, it's like, supports get MVP every time. If the AD carry did well, okay, support MVP. Good job. Except for when when Gala stole Ming's MVP in the finals last year in spring. So, you know,
I don't feel as guilty as you're trying to make it out. Yeah, as you try to gaslight all the support players in the world, I'm going to bring you back in. I'm going to reel you in a little bit. Because Ming was a beast. Ming may not have had 100% kill participation, but the hooks on point. They set up Gala. The engages that we saw in team fights were absolutely impeccable. And again, like the fights at Rift Tower, we saw curving hooks around people to get onto Cream. Like, these are the things that actually were the defining factors to help Gala be able to carry in these fights, because he was just under absolutely no pressure. Like, every time someone even took a look at the AD carry, Ming was there to shut them down with a giant anchor.
Yeah, I mean, Ming did play an exceptional game. I'm not trying to take that away from him. Like you said, he just doesn't miss hooks. He's just so good on this Nautilus. It's setting Gala up and beautiful. Honestly, the whole RNG team just had such a great game for themselves.
Yeah, I think it's just a case of this was a lot of the duo bot lane performing, and I think it was basically a toss-up as to who the MVP actually went to. But I think the thing is that it's just like when you see what RNG's bot lane is capable of, and the fact that we're seeing on things like the Jinx and the Nautilus that are kind of considered like out of meta, so to speak. Maybe Nautilus not so much, but I mean when you see what they're capable of doing on these champions, it's why they're so terrified on these picks.
I have to say as well, Ming denying Shanji his ult like a million times this game. So impressive to consistently land that, because it's like the Nautilus can, the Ornn can use his spell as breath to deny the CC, but then he's also not hitting his ult, right? Yeah. Because he's essentially CCing himself. So really, really well played by Ming. Shanji kind of underestimating what Ming is able to do on this Nautilus. That said, though, I will say 100% kill participation, like 200% value on his gold. Yeah. What more can Gala do to get an MVP? What more can he do? Some of the MVPs I've seen given to AD carries, and this one isn't. And yet, whatever. I digress.
Gaslight.
I know. I think it's a duo MVP. It's a duo MVP for the bottom lane of RNG. What a game, though. What a performance from RNG. And you have to move on for OMG. Little sad after game number 1. I had a bit of hope there, but it was snuffed out by RNG.
Yeah, I mean, I think game 2 was probably their best bet. I really didn't like the Samira pick. I think if they'd gone for full late game scaling, maybe they could have matched, but yeah, a bit unfortunate for OMG. And even just the fact that they kind of won game 1 felt like it was somewhat even in game 2, apart from like compositional wise, where in the later portion of the game, RNG were able to take them over. It felt sad to kind of see OMG fall apart in game 3, because it felt like they could have put up a bit more of a fight, but they just were never able to. Botlane started to fall apart, and very quickly the whole game plan from OMG went out the window.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, once it started to snowball like that, it was that early play in the jungle that just it seemed to fall apart then from OMG. They couldn't really get back on that horse. So tough one for them. But thank you. That about rounds us out for the day. And it's been quite a fun day. We've had some bangers, like game number 1 from BLG versus IG. Like the last series, I expected to have aggression and proactivity. BLG really pulling that out. And now, RNG as well, being proactive and being aggressive in game number 3. Feel like we're starting to see our teams really warming into the 12-11 meta and realizing that you really don't have to play as slow as people thought.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the biggest takeaway that I've seen, especially when you compare, like, because I was over obviously in LEC, like LPL much more aggressive, and it felt like that was what was lacking a lot of the times in LEC, where they didn't know how to play as aggressive. So I'm glad that we're starting to see our top teams bringing that to the table here, because when you're actually able to, as you can see, go for dives in the early stage successfully, hint hint OMG, it can really start to snowball the games completely out of control and make sure that there is no real way to get back into the game for the opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say one team that has been aggressive in LEC, XL, like the 19-minute win.
I love watching them. Yeah,
we'll give them that. Let's take a look at our results as we round out today. It's been a fairly long day, I have to say. I am knackered, but it's been a good day. We've had some banger games. BLG 2-1 over IG. In the end, they went the scenic route, that's for sure, but managed to get the win on the board, their second win of the split. RNG getting their hat trick as they went 2-1 over OMG.
Yeah, nicely done by RNG to manage to pick up a third win for themselves. And yeah, I mean, BLG, big improvements in that squad. So I'm hoping now that they'll be able to kind of ride that momentum and keep up their proactivity in the early stages into the rest of the split.
Yeah, I really hope we get to see that version of BLG consistently, because if they do, they're making it to playoffs, I guarantee it. BLG now in 11th place, climbing those standings. IG all the way down to 15th. That's a tough loss for them today. And on the other side, OMG still in the top 10 for now, but BLG right on their heels, whereas RNG climbing that ladder up to top 6 now.
Yeah, and as well, don't forget that RNG have just played less games than a lot of the teams that we have at the moment, because they were they were a little bit late. Only team that's on 4 games is WE, who's sitting at 0-4. But tomorrow, we will be looking at some of those other 4 teams, teams looking at their 5th series, with TT going up against EDG to kick things off, and Anyone's Legend going up against the undefeated V5. And I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of excited to see how Anyone's Legend is going to do in that series, because my God, Anyone's Legend is a ton of fun to watch.
Yes, they are, and V5 are the kind of team that will match that aggression as well. Like, I think that second series, it might end up being a 2-0, but it'll be a banger. So, you know, tune in for that one. Also, if you missed it, go watch RNG versus V5. Like, absolutely insane series, start to finish. It was an absolute pleasure to watch, and a pleasure to listen to the casters as well on. But that's going to be it, Dagda. That's about it from us. That's the second time we've cast this week, which probably means we don't cast together for years now, probably. Maybe not years. We'll have to wait and see. That's it from us, though. Thanks very much for watching, everyone, from us, from production, from everyone involved in the LPL. We'll see you guys tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.